Chapter 986. Inside the star field, young Kai was still wandering about. He had been separated from the He-Zao and He-Miao sisters for some time now, but he hadn't made any progress and hadn't been lucky enough to run into them again. On this day, just as he was looking around, 3 auras suddenly approached him from behind. These auras were extremely sharp and filled with murderous intent. As these auras spread out, young Kai suddenly felt as if his skin was being pricked by needles, causing him to pale slightly. It wasn't He-Zao or He-Miao, because there were 3 people approaching him, and from their auras, young Kai could tell they were all third-order saints. Their auras made young Kai very unhappy, and he also felt a sense of danger. It was as if they weren't 3 people, but 3 bloodthirsty vicious beasts. Should I avoid them or wait? These 2 contradictory thoughts flashed across young Kai's mind, but he immediately stopped and waited quietly. These 3 people had obviously discovered him, otherwise they wouldn't have rushed straight towards him. If he tried to avoid them at this time, it would only arouse their desire to chase after him. Young Kai wasn't sure if his star shuttle would be able to shake them off with its speed. The most important thing was that he had finally encountered a second group of people, so perhaps there was a chance he could find a way out. If he could obtain a copy of their star fragments, that would be even better. He-Zao had said that as long as he obtained a copy of their star fragment, there would be a chance to leave this chaotic abyss. Although the chances were slim, it was worth a try. With 3 third-order saints, young Kai estimated that even if they really fought, with his current strength, if he went all out, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed. As such, he had nothing to fear. 3 blue lights flew through the star field, dragging long streaks of light behind them as they approached young Kai. A moment later, the blue lights stopped in front of young Kai and 3 figures appeared. Each of these 3 people had their own star shuttle, unlike He-Zao and He-Miao, who shared a single star shuttle. It was obvious that these 3 had strong financial resources. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was extremely burly and had a dignified demeanor. The other man was thin and had a cynical smile on his face. He was playing with a silver dagger in his hand. From time to time, a cold light bloomed in his eyes as he looked at young Kai with ill intentions. As for the woman, she had an enchanting figure and a pair of watery peach blossom eyes. She looked up and down at young Kai with great interest, and after a while, a look of interest appeared on her face. As soon as they appeared, young Kai knew that his worries had come true. Not everyone was as easy to talk to as He-Zao and He-Miao. These 3 people didn't look like good people at first glance. Things didn't go well, they might really cause some trouble later. "Kid, where did you come from?" The burly man coldly stared at young Kai and asked in a low voice. There was a majesty that couldn't be ignored, as if he didn't care about young Kai at all and could control his life and death at will. "I came from a low-level world." Young Kai carefully chose his words and said cautiously, "I've been lost here for a long time and haven't been able to find a way out. If it's convenient, can you lend me your star shuttle so I can make a copy of it?" This was what He-Zao had said to him before. Although he didn't know how to make a copy of a star shuttle, as long as he could obtain the other party's star shuttle, he should be able to figure it out. "Make a copy of a star?" The man sneered, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a playful look on his face. "Sure, but you have to answer one of my questions honestly." "What?" Young Kai didn't show the slightest joy because he didn't think the other party would be as easy to talk to as they seemed. When the man agreed, the other thin man stuck out his tongue and licked the dagger in his hand, looking like he was about to start a slaughter. Young Kai estimated that as soon as he finished answering the question, the thin man would immediately make his move. The other party had no intention of letting him make a copy of a star shuttle. "You said you've been lost here for a long time? Then have you seen the 2 girls? And they should be wearing white clothes with a sword-shaped symbol embroidered on their chests." Young Kai frowned, suddenly understanding that this man was asking about He-Zao and He-Miao. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind as he recalled that when he first met the 2 sisters, He-Miao had once said something unexpected, that they seemed to be being chased by some people. Was it these 3 people in front of him who were chasing them? Young Kai's contemplation revealed some flaws and the burly man's eyes lit up as he took a step forward and shouted, "You've seen them, haven't you? Why are you looking for them?" Young Kai didn't answer and instead asked, "Boy, this isn't something you should inquire about, just answer the question and you'll benefit from it." Of course, if you don't want to answer, I don't mind making you cooperate. The thin man smiled wickedly as he stared at Yang Kai like a poisonous snake. At this point, there was no point in denying it, so Yang Kai simply nodded. Yes, I've seen them. When did you see them and where are they now? The burly man anxiously asked, as if he Zhao and he Miao were very important to them. I don't know the exact time, but about a month ago, they landed on a meteorite and I asked them for directions, Yang Kai said honestly. A month ago? What kind of meteorite was it? Where was it? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. I can't remember. Incompetent. The burly man shouted angrily, clearly a little flustered and exasperated. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. Lu Shan, why are you angry with him? The enchanting woman giggled, and she was extremely flirtatious as she twisted her plump buttocks, causing circles of soul-stealing ripples to sway out. He's just a little fellow that's lost here. What would he know? However, at the very least we can be certain that those two little sluts are here. Saying so, she turned a gentle look towards Yang Kai and said softly, little boy, don't be afraid. Elder sister wants to ask you, are those two also lost? This voice was like an invisible hand that reached into Yang Kai's heart, plucking at his heartstrings, causing his blood to boil and a primal feeling to surge from the depths of his heart. A seductive technique. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help shivering, but he still put on a look of seduction and said, yes, they are indeed lost. I heard them say that the star in their star shuttle was damaged. Yang Kai's performance made the beautiful woman quite satisfied and she shot a triumphant glance towards the burly man named Lu Shan, but the burly man seemed to despise the beautiful woman's methods and his gaze towards Yang Kai became more and more unfriendly, thinking that this little brat was a pervert who couldn't resist the temptation of her beauty. Haha, it's good that they're lost. The thin man laughed. Kill him, since he doesn't know the whereabouts of those two little sluts. There's no point in keeping him alive. Lu Shan waved his hand impatiently. A cold aura suddenly erupted from the thin man's body, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai. What's the hurry? The beautiful woman quickly tried to stop him. What do you want him for? Don't forget we still have a mission to complete. As long as we complete this mission, you can have as many men as you want, Lu Shan said calmly. Then what if I want you? The beautiful woman winked at Lu Shan. Forget it, I don't want to have anything to do with you. I want to live a few more years. Lu Shan coldly snorted, not showing the slightest bit of interest. Then don't kill him, a Saint Realm boy isn't something you can casually obtain. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to just kill him? The beautiful woman's face hardened. Besides, we've already obtained some important information. Shouldn't we hurry back and report it? Do you still want to continue exploring? In this vast star territory, how could it be easy to find two people? Lu Shan hesitated for a long time before finally saying, forget it, we'll do as you wish, we really should go back and report this. He seemed unwilling to annoy the beautiful woman and finally compromised. Young man, come to elder sister will protect you with me here. No one will hurt you. The beautiful woman enthusiastically beckoned to Yang Kai. Thank you. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, hesitating for a moment before saying, I can cooperate with you. In fact, I have some grudges with those two sluts. Oh, what kind of grudges? The beautiful woman looked at him curiously. Even Lu Shan and the thin man were puzzled. They ran out of Saint crystals and pills, so they took them all from me, Yang Kai said angrily. The beautiful woman couldn't help covering her mouth. Lu Shan and the thin man also quickly swept Yang Kai with their divine senses, and found that he really didn't have any space artifact on him, so they immediately believed him. They all knew what kind of cultivation he Zhao and he Miao had, so Yang Kai, a first-order saint, naturally wasn't their opponent. As such, Yang Kai's story didn't seem to have any flaws. When we find them, they'll be at your disposal. The beautiful woman held onto Yang Kai's arm and breathed into his ear. Her full breasts were squeezed out of shape by Yang Kai's elbow, and her tender body constantly drew closer to Yang Kai's side. Burning hot. Really? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, a lecherous expression appearing on his face. Really, when the time comes, we'll torture them together. The beautiful woman nodded with a smile. I like doing this kind of thing the most. The thin man gloated from the side. Of course, the premise is that you have to survive until then. Boy, if I were you, I would choose to be killed now rather than go back with her. Lu Sha, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. The beautiful woman glared at the thin man fiercely. Lu Sha shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more. Is it dangerous to go back with you? Yang Kai turned to look at the beautiful woman, a look of disdain on his face, as if he didn't know how to write the word death, even elbowing the other party's plump breasts as he spoke. At such a close distance, as long as he used his full strength, this beautiful woman would have no hope of surviving, but he didn't act rashly. He felt that although these three people weren't good people, at least following them should allow him to leave the chaotic abyss. This was what Yang Kai wanted the most right now, so he decided to bide his time. How could that be? The beautiful woman giggled. Not only will there be no danger, elder sister will also give you an unforgettable experience. Then I'll wait and see. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 987. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of grievances these three had with the He Zhao and He Miao sisters, but from their conversation, he could infer that they were also quite wary of the hidden dangers of this chaotic abyss. So after obtaining some reliable information, they couldn't wait to return and report it to their superiors so they could leave this place. No matter where they returned to, as long as he followed them, Yang Kai felt that he could leave this restricted area in star territory that had troubled him for so long. After leaving this place, all he had to do was find a suitable opportunity to get rid of these three. Yang Kai's performance along the way was very cooperative and taciturn, causing the three of them to gradually relax their vigilance towards him. A first-order saint, the three of them really didn't care much about him. Their words inadvertently revealed some information, allowing Yang Kai to learn that they belonged to a force called Purple Star. The burly man was called Lu Shan, the thin man like a viper was called Lu Sha, and the beautiful woman was called Bai Ye. The star shuttles of these three were of a higher grade than those of Yang Kai's, allowing them to fly much faster through star field. Perceiving this, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced, thinking that he had made the right choice not to immediately avoid them when he first detected their auras, because even if he had tried to avoid them at that time, he likely wouldn't have been able to escape their pursuit. After flying for a few days, Yang Kai finally couldn't help asking the beautiful woman, "Where are we going now?" "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough," Bai Ye giggled, not answering Yang Kai's question. Lu Sha glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully, chuckling meaningfully. "Look, we're almost there." Bai Ye suddenly pointed to the front, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. Looking in the direction she was pointing, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he almost exclaimed. Somewhere in the dark and cold star field, a giant beast-like figure was rapidly approaching. This figure was at least 1,000 meters long, giving it a majestic appearance. Although its figure was large, its movements were silent and extremely fast. When they saw this huge figure, Lu Sha, and Bai Ye couldn't help showing a relaxed look, as if they had just returned home. They had been on tenterhooks all this time in the chaotic abyss. A vicious beast? Yang Kai frowned and muttered, releasing his divine sense at the same time, but quickly discovered that this giant figure didn't have the slightest vitality, and instead exuded energy fluctuations like an artifact. A vicious beast? Bai Ye glanced at Yang Kai in surprise before she giggled. "Yang, you're so cute. How could that be a vicious beast?" "That's my Purple Star's Saint starships." "Starship? S's could. T's of the star of a star is S." Lu Shan looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then slowly shook his head and sneered disdainfully. Yang Kai's words immediately exposed that he really came from a low-level world, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have never seen such a large artifact like a starship. When Yang Kai had answered him like this before, Lu Shan hadn't tried to get to the bottom of it because he wasn't prepared to leave Yang Kai alive. Now Lu Shan was certain that this idiot really came from a low-level world. As the distance closed, Yang Kai finally saw what he had mistaken for a vicious beast. It was a bronze ship that was 1,000 feet long. It was somewhat similar to the tattered ship that was sealed under Modu. However, this ship was a little bigger than the one under Modu. Did the Bone Race arrive in Tongxian realm thousands of years ago on this kind of thing? Yang Kai was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. He suddenly realized that his plan was probably going to fail. He had thought that these three people would use their star shuttles to leave the chaotic abyss, so he had cooperated and waited for an opportunity to find a way out. But now, facing such a huge bronze ship, Yang Kai discovered just how small he was. If he really entered this bronze ship with them, He would definitely become a turtle in a jar. Inside, there would undoubtedly be a Saint King Realm Master. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about how to escape, Lu Shan suddenly took out a palm-sized compass-like artifact from his sleeve. This compass-like artifact flashed with a faint light as Yang Kai released his divine sense and penetrated it, seemingly beginning to communicate with someone. A moment later, Yang Kai put away this artifact again and with a bang, the bottom of the bronze ship cracked open. "Let's go." Lu Shan waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards the crack, Lu Sha and Baya following closely behind. In a flash, the three of them took Yang Kai into the crack and arrived inside the ship. After the three of them set foot on the bronze ship, the crack closed automatically. Yang Kai was dazzled by this sight, like a country bumpkin who had just entered a prosperous city. However, the bitterness in his heart was unbearable because the moment he set foot on this ship, he felt extremely powerful life auras and life auras from all directions. Most of these auras belonged to Saint Realm Masters, and 2 or 3 of them were even stronger, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate uneasily, making him feel like he was powerless to resist. It was as if this aura alone was enough to destroy his will. Saint King Realm. There really was a Saint King Realm Master inside this bronze ship. "Lu Shan, you've come back too late." A third-order Saint Realm Master walked over and shouted. "We took a bit of a detour, but we did manage to obtain some information." "Oh." The man frowned. "What information?" "Those 2 little sluts really did come to the chaotic abyss, and their star shuttles were damaged in the previous battle, so they are now lost here." "Where did you get this information from? How reliable is it?" A light flashed across the man's eyes. "This little brat told us that he encountered those 2 sisters and had all the crystal stones and pills on him snatched away, so I estimate those 2 sluts won't be able to last much longer." Lu Shan pointed to Yang Kai. Only then did the man notice the existence of Yang Kai and swept his eyes over him before nodding indifferently. "That's good. As long as they are still in the chaotic abyss, they won't be able to escape from our grasp. We need to report this news to Master quickly and see what he decides." "I'm just about to go. Do you want to come with me?" Lu Shan asked. "Then let's go together." Saying so, the 2 walked side by side towards the depths of the ship. "This lady won't be going. I'll take him back to rest first." Baya smiled lightly before grabbing Yang Kai's arm and walking in a different direction. Lu Shan frowned unhappily but didn't stop her, instead just reminding her, "Don't go too crazy." I know what I'm doing," Baya smiled tenderly. Following Baya all the way through the ship's hold, Yang Kai saw that she was very familiar with the interior structure of the ship. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators, none of whom had a cultivation below the transcendent realm, all of them Saint Realm. However, when these people saw Baya, they all avoided her in fear, as if they were avoiding a poisonous scorpion. Only after Baya had gone far away did they relax. When they looked at Yang Kai, who was being held by Baya, a look of sympathy appeared on each of their faces, mixed with a hint of schadenfreude. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. He could almost predict what this beautiful woman was going to do with him, and from the looks of these cultivators, he could infer that if she really did something to him, his end would likely be very miserable. "Cheap slut." Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but his face remained expressionless, constantly observing the route they had taken, deeply imprinting it in his mind in an attempt to find a way out. After a while, Baya brought Yang Kai to a certain room. Opening the door, Baya beckoned to Yang Kai. "Come in." Yang Kai walked in meekly and glanced around, quickly discovering that this should be Baya's residence. The whole room was filled with a faint fragrance, not too strong but just right. The room was decorated with pink hues, making it look very warm and comfortable, causing anyone who entered to feel a sense of warmth and relaxation, letting down their guard. Inside the room there was a small incense burner. He didn't know what kind of incense it was, but when Kai Yang took a whiff of it, his body involuntarily had some subtle reactions. His blood began to flow faster, and deep within his heart, his instincts began to awaken. Yang Kai's clear eyes were covered with a faint layer of red light. There seemed to be a soft whisper in his ears, one that seemed to steal his soul, causing his breathing to become heavy. At some point, Baya had arrived in front of Yang Kai, her pair of peach blossom eyes glowing with a strange light, her jade white hand stroking Yang Kai's chest, her face flushed red, making her look even more alluring. She looked at Kai Yang with satisfaction, her fiery hot tender body taking the initiative to press her full breasts against Kai Yang's sturdy chest. Her ruby-red eyes wriggled, and a burst of suppressed moans came from her throat. She gently pushed Yang Kai towards the bed. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai's breathing was heavy as he stared at her, like a virgin. Baya seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. That kind of expression that was filled with conflict was always one of her favorite things to see. She often destroyed the rationality of men, turning them into wild beasts, deriving great satisfaction from it. Baya approached Yang Kai step by step, forcing him to continuously retreat, her breath fragrant as she said, "This is elder sister's room. No one will come in, you can do whatever you want." Her breathing also became heavy, her tender body constantly twisting, the two protrusions on her chest becoming stiff as they rubbed against Yang Kai's chest, bringing about a burst of indescribable pleasure. At this moment, Baya seemed to have transformed into a dissatisfied woman. Kai Yang fell onto the fragrant bed, and she took the initiative to mount him. Without any trace of politeness, she began to undress Kai Yang. Kai Yang continuously swallowed his saliva, as if he had already fallen into her gentle embrace. Without any hesitation, he took the initiative to stretch out his two big hands and grab Feng Ting. Chapter 988. Baya's tender body suddenly tensed up and she let out a soft moan before glaring at Yang Kai and whispering, "Be gentle, you're going to break me. Slut." Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement in the depths of his heart, especially when he saw the two peaks in his hands. Their amazing elasticity almost made him lose his ability to think, and the heat radiating from his palms was enough to destroy his psychological defenses. Baya seemed to be in a state of lust, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that the flow of power in her body had become strange. Her entire temperament was also changing without a trace, making her look even more charming and delicious. Any man who was ridden by her would not be able to resist her temptation. This beautiful woman was like a ripe peach, her exposed skin glowing with a strange red light, as if no matter which part of her body it was possible to squeeze out a handful of water. Such a woman had a fatal attraction to all men. Yang Kai's eyes became red as his pupils dilated, unable to control his body and mind, his two big hands mechanically kneading her peaks. It was as if he had lost his mind. After quietly observing for a while, Baya's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a smug look. She knew that the man beneath her had been completely conquered by her, and now she could do whatever she wanted to him. She had captured countless men, and as she entangled herself with them, she could absorb all of their blood essence and use it to enhance her own strength. The men she had played with would often become dried corpses and be discarded at will. Although she had played with many men, a Saint Realm cultivator was still very difficult to obtain. After cultivating to such a degree, they generally wouldn't just sit still and allow her to do as she pleased. As such, she was very fond of people like Yang Kai, especially this young man with a strong and handsome physique, which was more to her liking. After confirming that Yang Kai had fallen, Baya grinned and reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth, where saliva seemed to be leaking out. She unbuttoned her clothes, exposing her snow-white jade-like breasts to the air. Her jade-like hands reached out and grasped Yang Kai's erection. With a soft sigh, Baya's beautiful eyes rippled as she muttered to herself, "Quite the capital." She was secretly delighted. She slightly raised her body and prepared to sit down. A strand of sparkling and translucent viscous liquid flowed out from between her legs and slid down her slender legs. Right at this moment, her movements paused, and her eyebrows knitted into a line. A trace of anger and dissatisfaction surged out of her pretty face as she turned her head to look outside the room. The moment she shifted her gaze, Yang Kai's already relaxed pupils contracted slightly, and the power that he had secretly gathered quietly dispersed. A series of hurried footsteps came from the corridor outside the door. Immediately, the door was pushed open and Lu Shan and Lu Sha appeared at the door. The two of them just stared at Baya and Yang Kai, who were still in an ambiguous position on the bed, not showing the slightest intention of avoiding them. Lu Sha even whistled frivolously, his eyes constantly roaming over Baya's body. "It's time to go," Lu Shan said lightly. "Really?" Baya's expression became bitter. "Didn't we just come back? This is Master's order." If you have any complaints, just go to him. Lu Shan replied indifferently. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Saying so, he turned around and left. From beginning to end, he didn't pay any attention to Bai Ye, as if her perfect and seductive body was not attractive to him at all. Bai Ye stared down at Yang Kai, who was lying below her and had already lost all strength to resist, clenching her teeth, feeling a little reluctant and annoyed. After a moment, she turned her head and glared at Lu Sha. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Lu Sha grinned and shouted, Why didn't you say that to Lu Shan? He also saw it. He didn't get aroused, but you did. You cheap man, get out. Bai Ye waved her hand and the door was closed. Outside the door, Lu Sha pinched his nose and muttered discontentedly, It's not like I haven't seen it before. Really making a big fuss out of nothing. Saying so, he laughed loudly. But being interrupted at such a critical moment, anyone would be angry. Lu Shan, you did a good job. I was just following master's orders, Lu Shan coldly snorted. Inside the room, Bai Ye gritted her teeth and cursed as she put on the clothes she had just taken off, a moment later storming out of the room. The sound of the three people's footsteps gradually faded away. After confirming that they had gone far enough, Yang Kai's face sank and he sat up on the bed. If Lu Shan had come just a little later, he would have killed her already. Bai Ye thought he had completely fallen and was completely defenseless. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was sure he could kill Bai Ye with a single blow. As for what he would do after killing her, Yang Kai didn't know. He only knew that he absolutely couldn't have any physical contact with this slutty woman. The aura she exuded when she was aroused was too dangerous. It was an aura that would devour him alive. The star territory was really full of surprises, but at the same time, it was also accompanied by greater dangers. Neatly putting on his clothes, Yang Kai sat on the bed and began to think. Now that Bai Ye was gone and no one was here to care about him, Yang Kai was considering whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to escape from this ship. However, how to open the exit of this ship's artifact was something Yang Kai didn't know yet, so if he acted rashly, the gains wouldn't be worth the losses. Just as he was contemplating, the door to his room opened again. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man who was staring at Yang Kai with a strange look. This man was a second-order saint, which wasn't very high on this ship, so Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes. Boy, your luck is quite good, the middle-aged man suddenly said. I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai pretended to be confused. If you don't know, then forget it, come out, the man beckoned to him. Yang Kai frowned but didn't refuse, standing up and walking out of the room. The middle-aged man didn't say a word and began leading him through the cabin. Where are you taking me? Yang Kai couldn't help asking. Wherever I'm taking you, what nonsense are you spouting? The middle-aged man frowned unhappily and coldly snorted. It stands to reason that an inexplicable guest like you should be killed directly. A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. However, Master Bai Ye wasn't willing to kill you like this, so she ordered me to arrange a good place for you. When she returns next time, she will come to find you, the middle-aged man explained casually. Yang Kai took a deep breath, knowing that there was no danger for the time being. As long as Bai Ye still wanted something to happen between them, she wouldn't let anyone kill him. Following behind the middle-aged man, they walked for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before they arrived at a huge secret chamber. As soon as they entered, Yang Kai felt an extremely rich energy wash over him. Inside this secret chamber, this energy seemed to be so rich that it was almost tangible. Here at the bottom of the ship, Yang Kai glanced around, his heart filled with shock. He didn't know what this secret chamber was used for, but a series of flashing spirit arrays were scattered throughout every corner of the room, converging together to form a shocking spirit array. These spirit arrays also led deep into the ship's depths. Rows of top-grade crystal stones were arranged in a regular pattern in this secret chamber. Each of these top-grade crystal stones was the size of a wash basin and contained a rich amount of energy. This energy flowed along the lines of the spirit arrays, but Yang Kai didn't know where it was sent. Inside this secret chamber, there was also a grid of independent compartments, each of which had a cultivator sitting cross-legged, their strength varying from high to low. Most of them were Transcendent Realm cultivators, but there were also a few Saint Realm cultivators. The hands and feet of these cultivators were shackled by shackles that extended from the bottom of the secret chamber, making it so they could only move within a small area, unable to leave. These shackles also exuded a strange aura, faintly giving off a restraining effect. Young Kai's heart sank as he realized the situation was not good, because he found that each of these shackled cultivators was extremely weak, their faces sallow, the strength in their bodies silently draining away, all of them showing signs of overdraft. The situation was more serious, their auras fluctuating and their cultivations seemingly slipping. "What is this place?" Young Kai asked in a deep voice. "The starship's power room." The middle-aged man replied casually, "What you need to do is very simple. Just sit there like them, you don't need to worry about anything else." Before Yang Kai could ask any more questions, the middle-aged man shouted to the side, "Kumeng, I've brought you a newcomer." A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and swept his eyes over him, showing a satisfied look as he grinned and asked, "His cultivation isn't bad, where did you find him?" The middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders. "Master Baya and the others brought him back." "Master Baya?" The man named Kumeng frowned for a moment before showing a meaningful smile. She was willing to send this person to the power room? Master Baya went out to perform a task again, so there's no one to watch over him for the time being, so she wanted to put him in the power room. "You take care of him carefully, don't let him die." Kumeng grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of bestial fangs. "I can't guarantee that. Just now an unlucky guy died. You know the situation here, I don't have the final say." The middle-aged man frowned, seemingly understanding Kumeng's difficulties, nodding, "Anyway, try your best. When Master Baya comes back next time, if he really dies, it will only anger her." Kumeng's face changed dramatically, revealing a deep sense of dread, as if he was also afraid of this beautiful woman. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll distribute more Saint crystals to him and try not to weaken him." "Good." The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, staring deeply at Yang Kai before turning to leave. Chapter 989. The middle-aged man who led Yang Kai here had a brief conversation with the cultivator named Kumeng before leaving directly. While they were talking, Yang Kai didn't say a word and just silently observed his surroundings, a performance that made Kumeng very satisfied. "Boy, come with me." Kumeng beckoned to Yang Kai and led him around this huge secret room. A short time later they arrived in front of a separate grid. There was originally a cultivator here who had his hands and feet bound in shackles and could only sit cross-legged on the ground, but at this moment, he was already dead, his vitality gone. Before his death, he seemed to have suffered great pain. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and the meridians around his neck were bulging, giving him a terrifying appearance. He must have suffered unimaginable torture before his death. His entire body was so thin that he was nothing more than skin and bones, his skin so pale that there was no trace of blood. "Come here, throw this body out," Kumeng shouted to the side. Immediately, a cultivator came over, untied the body from the shackles, picked it up and quickly disappeared. Kumeng grinned meaningfully and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, be obedient and I won't make you suffer. After all, you are someone Master Baya wants, and I don't want to make her unhappy, so you should cooperate. It will be good for both of us." Yang Kai gently nodded. Kumeng laughed and said, "Good, good, you can sit here." He pointed to the spot where the dead man had just sat. Yang Kai sat down obediently and let him tie the shackles to his hands and feet. This place, which they called the starship's power room, was hiding many Saint Realm masters. Yang Kai could even feel the aura of a Saint King from this hidden place. As such, he didn't dare act rashly. After the shackles were placed on his body, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, because he found that the shackles were releasing a terrifying attractive force that was madly absorbing the Saint Chi in his body. The Saint Chi in his body flowed into the starship through the shackles and merged with the huge Saint crystals to power the starship's movements. Yang Kai finally understood why so many cultivators were bound here. He also understood why the cultivator who was bound here were all dispirited and weak. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to maintain their strength for too long. Those who were strong could maintain their strength for a longer period of time, but if they weren't strong enough, it wouldn't take long for them to die miserably on the spot because of this unrestrained extraction. The cultivator who had been sitting here before had probably died in this way. "Don't be afraid." Kumeng squatted in front of Yang Kai and comforted him. The starship's power is basically provided by the Saint crystals here. As he spoke, he pointed to the huge neatly arranged Saint crystals nearby. You people are only here to assist, so there's nothing to worry about. And these are for you, don't think too much about it, just focus on absorbing it. The ring on his hand flashed and a dozen fist-sized Saint crystals appeared in front of Yang Kai. These Saint crystals contained extremely rich energy, and although they couldn't be compared to the ones arranged nearby, they were still quite good. What do I do when I run out? Yang Kai picked up a piece of Saint crystal, held it in the palm of his hand and asked, "Call me when you're done, I'll give you more. You're one of Master Bai Ye's people, so naturally I won't be stingy with you." Kumeng smiled meaningfully. If that bitch Bai Ye came back and found this little brat unable to enjoy himself, he would definitely be punished. Good. Yang Kai didn't say anything more, directly closing his eyes and beginning to circulate his secret art to absorb the Saint crystal's power to supplement his own losses. Kumeng straightened up, nodded with satisfaction, and continued to hide in the dark, busying himself with his own affairs. After he left, Yang Kai opened his eyes and secretly glanced around. There were at least 50 to 60 cultivators imprisoned in this power room, and all of these cultivators were very weak, some of them gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of dying at any moment. While Yang Kai was secretly observing, he suddenly discovered that in the darkness, pairs of eyes were staring at him from all directions, like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow, all of them showing a look of greed. These eyes belonged to the imprisoned cultivator, but they weren't interested in Yang Kai, but in the dozen or so Saint crystals left behind by Kumeng. The shackles that bound them were constantly draining the power from their bodies, so the only way to replenish their strength was to absorb Saint crystals. They wouldn't be treated so well by Kumeng, and be given such a large amount of wealth. In this situation, Saint crystals meant life. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly understood why they were reacting like this. Unobtrusively, Yang Kai placed the dozen or so Saint crystals between his legs, obscuring these greedy eyes. Closing his eyes and feeling the speed at which the shackles were draining his strength, Yang Kai's heart gradually calmed down. Yang Kai found that the rate at which the shackles were draining his strength wasn't very fast, and he could use Saint crystals to supplement it. In other words, not only would he not face any life-threatening danger while sitting here, he could even use Saint crystals to improve his cultivation. However, faintly, Yang Kai still felt that things weren't so simple. After all, there were so many people here who were extremely miserable. Learning from the mistakes of others, Yang Kai felt that it was best to be careful. Friend. Suddenly, a soft voice called out in his ear. At first, Yang Kai didn't care, but the voice kept ringing, as if it was calling out to him. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as he turned his head to look at the source of the voice. Although there wasn't enough light, Yang Kai could still see to his right that a square-faced young man was smiling at him in a friendly manner. There was even a hint of flattery in this smile. Yang Kai's brow curled slightly as he guessed what this young man wanted to do, asking indifferently, "Are you calling me?" "Yes." The young man nodded quickly, revealing his white teeth in the darkness. "My name is Shuntu. How should I address you, friend? What does that have to do with you?" The young man still smiled cheekily, seemingly not caring about Yang Kai's indifference, saying in a familiar tone, "We're all in the same boat, so why be friends? There's no need to be so vigilant, right?" "I don't like to make friends with strangers." Yang Kai shook his head. "Don't say that." Shuntu's brow twitched, a wretched expression appearing on his face. As the saying goes, the first time we're strangers, the second time we're friends, and the third time we're not strangers. Yang Kai decisively closed his eyes and ignored this young man. Shuntu's expression became bitter as he grumbled, Hey, don't ignore me, it's boring to just sit here. Chatting with each other is a good way to relieve boredom. Don't worry, I don't have any ideas about your Saint crystals. This stupid shackle can't do anything to me. Even if I let it whip me for 100 years, it still won't kill me. I really don't have any ideas about your Saint crystals. Just look at my complexion, feel my life force fluctuations. I'm completely different from those people who are about to die. Shuntu chattered endlessly. Yang Kai ignored him, so he continued to nag endlessly, as if he wouldn't give up until Yang Kai spoke. Right, I just heard that man say you were captured by a woman named Bai Ye? TSK brother, you're really lucky. Out of all the people who caught you, you just had to be caught by that cheap bitch. I advise you, if she wants to do anything to you, don't agree. Her name has already spread throughout the entire star territory. Anyone who goes to bed with her won't have a good end. You'll only end up being sucked dry by her. That's the most tragic way to die. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. He tried to attract Yang Kai's attention with a topic of interest, awakening his sense of crisis. Yang Kai remained unmoved. Brother, haven't you heard my name? Since we're friends, when we get out of here, I guarantee you there will be benefits for you. I can let you enjoy glory and wealth. No need to worry about food and clothing, Saint crystals, artifacts, beauties, whatever you want. Yang Kai's eyes, which had been closed all this time, suddenly opened and a ray of light blossomed in the darkness. Shen Tu gawked for a moment before immediately grinning. He thought he had finally found something Yang Kai was interested in. But just as he was about to continue, something suddenly flew towards him. Shen Tu's eyes flashed and he quickly caught this thing in his hand, but after realizing what it was, his face filled with joy as he turned to Yang Kai gratefully. Brother, thank you, you're really easy to talk to. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually give him a piece of Saint Crystal without even saying anything. This was the purpose of his showing goodwill to Yang Kai. Although Kameng would distribute some Saint Crystals to the cultivator imprisoned here every day in order to maintain their strength and vitality, the amount of Saint Crystals he distributed simply couldn't cover the cost. Shen Tu hadn't been captured here for too long, and his strength wasn't low, so he was barely able to maintain his vitality, but if he continued like this, he couldn't guarantee how long he would be able to hold on. Today, Yang Kai had obtained more than a dozen pieces of Saint Crystal, and Kameng had even generously offered to ask him for more once they were used up. When Shen Tu, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, heard these words, he naturally became interested. In the past, Shen Tu had never cared about wealth and glory, but now, he had never thought that a trivial piece of low-rank Saint Crystal could make him so happy. This piece of low-rank Saint Crystal was even more tempting to him than the best woman he could find. Brother, can you give me another piece? In any case, you have so many, you won't be able to use them all up for the time being. Shen Tu shamelessly begged, somewhat unsatisfied. Yang Kai simply grinned at him strangely. Shen Tu didn't know what he meant, but just as he was about to lose his composure, he suddenly heard Yang Kai shout. Kameng quickly appeared and hurried over to Yang Kai, saying with some displeasure, "What are you doing? Little brat, did you forget what I just said to you? I'm telling you to behave yourself. He stole a piece of my Saint Crystal when I wasn't paying attention." Yang Kai pointed to Shen Tu next to him. Kameng followed his finger and saw Shen Tu gripping the piece of low-rank Saint Crystal tightly, holding it in his arms like a precious treasure, refusing to let go. The smile on Shen Tu's face suddenly stiffened and he was dumbstruck. Chapter 990. Inside the starship's power room, the young man who claimed to be Shen Tu was dumbfounded, seemingly having never expected that Yang Kai would actually frame him. Opening his mouth, Shen Tu wanted to defend himself, but when he saw the Saint Crystal in his hand, he knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. The current situation was like yellow mud falling on one's crotch. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. So he ignored the sharp glare Kameng shot him, nor did he care about Yang Kai's despicable actions, closing his eyes decisively, holding the Saint Crystal with both hands, madly circulating his secret art and beginning to absorb its energy. He was like a poor beggar who wanted to eat his fill before dying. This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be dumbfounded. "Little brat, daring to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, your courage isn't small." Kameng grinned as he rushed over to Shen Tu and began punching and kicking him. His blows were extremely heavy, causing a series of loud bangs to ring out, seemingly not caring about Shen Tu's life or death. However, Yang Kai keenly discovered that the places he attacked were all avoiding Shen Tu's vital points, only causing Shen Tu severe pain and not the slightest fatal danger. He also didn't want to kill any of the cultivators who provided power to the starship here. Kameng grinned as he beat Shen Tu, cursing him harshly as he did so. Shen Tu didn't say a word and simply let Kameng do as he pleased. His square face was distorted from the pain, but he still continued to absorb the energy from the Saint Crystal, as if he wouldn't give up until he had finished absorbing its energy. Yang Kai's expression became playful as his impression of Shen Tu underwent some subtle changes. Although this guy's performance just now was disgusting to Yang Kai, It was undeniable that he had an extremely strong backbone and was extremely patient. After a while, Kameng stopped attacking, scolded Shentu for a while, then turned around and left. He didn't take the Saint Crystal in Shentu's hand, seemingly tacitly agreeing that it belonged to him. However, the price Shentu had to pay for this wasn't small either. He had been beaten black and blue by Kameng, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth. Staring at Kameng's back as he disappeared into the darkness, Shentu wiped the corner of his mouth as a cold light flashed across his eyes. He glanced over at Yang Kai again and sneered softly. The Saint Crystal in his hand had also lost a lot of its energy due to his unrestrained absorption just now, its luster. After being absorbed for a while, it turned to dust and fell from his palm. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Just how much energy was contained in this Saint Crystal? As long as one was a cultivator, they would know. Shentu being able to absorb all of it in such a short period of time proved that the secret art he cultivated was not simple. Yang Kai's hand this time he didn't take this. Shentu didn't take it this time and instead just stared at Yang Kai coldly, wearing a wounded and vigilant look as he sneered. Do you think I'm a fool? Why would I fall for the same trick twice? Yang he to be in Yang BBBB. Shentu stared at him for a while but eventually felt it was pointless, so he didn't waste any more energy, nor did he care about the Saint Crystal thrown to him. Time passed slowly. The next day, Kameng distributed 2 pieces of Saint Crystal to each of the bound cultivator, Yang Kai being no exception. After Shentu received the 2 pieces of Saint Crystal, he immediately began to absorb them. After a day of consumption, he had already exhausted the strength in his body and was in desperate need of replenishment. After a short while, the 2 pieces were consumed. Licking his lips, Shentu hesitantly stared at the piece of Saint Crystal that Yang Kai had thrown to him yesterday, an internal struggle taking place in his heart. He wanted to take it, but he was afraid that Yang Kai would call Kameng over again, so he hesitated for a while before finally giving up, secretly cursing Yang Kai for being despicable and shameless. In the end, Shentu simply closed his eyes and refused to look at the temptation in front of him. Over the next few days, the situation remained the same. However, as time passed, Shentu felt that the strength in his body was becoming more and more insufficient. With his Saint Chi constantly being drained by the shackles and unable to replenish it, he was unable to maintain his peak condition no matter what and gradually began to weaken like everyone else. On the other hand, Yang Kai's situation was in stark contrast to Shentu's day. In addition to the dozen or so pieces of Saint Crystal that Kameng had given Yang Kai at the beginning, Shentu would also receive 2 pieces every day. During this time, Yang Kai would deliberately ask Kameng for more. Yang Kai had only used half of the Saint Crystals he had obtained to maintain his own consumption while the rest were stored in the Demon Mystic Tome in case he needed them in the future. Kameng didn't refuse Yang Kai's requests. It seemed that because of his relationship with the beautiful woman Baya, Kameng wasn't stingy with Yang Kai and was actually quite generous, not only giving him Saint Crystals but also 2 or 3 Saint Pills so he could maintain his physical strength and spirit in case Baya came back and took him away at any time. This caused Shentu's eyes to turn red with envy, and the way he looked at Yang Kai became different, as if he was looking at a gigolo who lived off a woman, filled with contempt and disdain. A few days later, Shentu's complexion became worse and worse. He felt that if he didn't receive sufficient supplements, his current realm would be in danger of slipping. Perceiving this critical situation, Shentu couldn't care less. One day, after absorbing all the energy he had been allocated, he finally couldn't resist the temptation of the Saint Crystal and picked it up. As he picked it up, he carefully observed Yang Kai's reaction, but what surprised him was that even after he finished absorbing the energy from the Saint Crystal, Yang Kai didn't even spare him a glance, nor did he try to frame him like last time. Shentu's expression relaxed, but at that moment, another piece of Saint Crystal flew over. Shentu's brow furrowed as he reached out and caught it, staring deeply at Yang Kai. His expression fluctuating as he whispered, "What do you mean by this?" "Nothing. In any case, I have more Saint Crystals than I can use." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Shentu's mouth twitched as he sneered, "Even if you give it to me, I won't be grateful to you because I've already suffered a loss from you once, so we're even. If I wanted someone to be grateful, there are so many people here I could give it to anyone, there's no need for me to give it to you." "What do you want?" Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years shy of ropes, Shen Tu didn't trust Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. An ally? Yang Kai whispered. An ally? Shen Tu's eyes narrowed as he glanced around for a while, making sure no one was paying attention before saying meaningfully, You have a lot of ideas? You don't have any ideas? Shen Tu was stumped for words and remained silent. Before, I framed you because you were too noisy. I didn't want to have anything to do with such a talkative person, but right now, you're the only one with any vitality around me, so I have no other choice. Then I'm really honored. Shen Tu grinned meaningfully. But having an idea doesn't necessarily mean you'll succeed. Take one step at a time, you can't just sit back and wait for death. Shen Tu's eyes lit up as he grinned, silently and mysteriously, staring at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. The smile on his face disappeared and he once again became frivolous as he sniffled and said, If you can give me a piece of St. Crystal every day from now on, our previous grievances can be written off. Good. Yang Kai nodded generously. Shen Tu grinned meaningfully. I suddenly find you quite pleasing to the eye. Saying so, he quietly stuffed the St. Crystal he had just obtained into his sleeve, preparing to use it tomorrow. With his cultivation, he generally only needed 3 pieces of St. Crystal every day to maintain his strength, but Kumeng had only given him 2 in order to prevent him from having enough energy to consider other matters. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Shen-Tuesday Yang Kai. The two exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. Baya had gone out on a mission and no one knew when she would return, but Yang Kai estimated that once she returned, his bad luck would follow, so he had to make some preparations before she returned. However, in the power room basically everyone was extremely weak. As Yang Kai had said, besides Shen-Tu, who still had some vitality, everyone else was basically a walking corpse that didn't even have the strength to talk to him. He couldn't get the information he wanted from these people at all. Regardless of what kind of person Shen-Tu was, whether he could achieve great things or not, he was the most suitable candidate right now. How much do you know about this big ship? Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense and communicated with Shen-Tuesday. How much do you know? Shen-Tu asked back. I only know that there are St. King Realm Masters guarding this place and that it belongs to a force called Purple Star. I don't know much else. Then I know more than you, Shen-Tu chuckled. Shen-Tu grinned meaningfully. They didn't hesitate to use a St. King grade high-rank starship to come to this dangerous chaotic abyss for 2 women. Those 2 women seem to have something they want. I've seen those 2 women. Yang Kai interrupted him. You've seen them? Shen-Tu's eyes lit up. And one is a second-order saint and the other is a third-order saint, both from Sword Union. What could they possibly have that would make Purple Star go to such great lengths? I don't know. Shen-Tu also wore a puzzled look. I just accidentally ran into them outside the chaotic abyss, and was captured by them as a laborer. Once I get out, I'll destroy Purple Star sooner or later. Yang Kai gave him a surprised look. That's my lifelong ambition. Shen-Tu added. What about the others here? They should all be hostile forces to Purple Star. After they were captured, they were placed in the power room and worked until they died. Every great force is like this, so it's best not to be captured easily, otherwise, the end result will be very tragic. These people aren't so bad. Some of them will be assigned to extremely dangerous places to mine, collect herbs. That kind of life or death situation is even more pitiful than the people here. Shen-Tu's expression was filled with regret, seemingly having experienced such a thing before, causing Yang Kai to be speechless. After speaking for a while, Shen-Tu turned to look at Yang Kai sympathetically. But the most tragic one is you actually caught the eye of that woman named Baya, ha ha ha. Shen-Tu laughed gloatingly, leaving Yang Kai speechless. Chapter 991. While conversing with the young man named Shen-Tu, Yang Kai deliberately inquired about the information he wanted to know, and gained a lot in the process. Gradually, he began to understand some of the common sense of things. The territory he was currently in was called the Hung Luo Star Field. Although it was extremely large and included countless stars, it was still only a small part of the vast universe. In the Hung Luo Star Field, there were several huge forces that dominated the fate of this territory. Sword Union was one, Purple Star was another, and in addition there was Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Galaxy Ridge, Abandoned Lair, and many other great forces that coexisted in this territory. Below these top forces there were countless other forces, large and small, too many to count. Determining whether a force was strong enough depended on whether it had the capital to operate a starship. Generally, a force that owned a super-large artifact like a starship could be considered a tyrant because the cost of building a starship was not cheap and it consumed a lot of resources to maintain. From the many Saint crystals arranged in the power room, it could be seen that such a super-large artifact consumed a lot of energy to operate. Generally, small forces didn't have the ability to do so. These great forces have many cultivation stars under their jurisdiction. Some have 2 or 3 while others have 7 or 8. Shen Tu obviously knew more about this territory than Yang Kai, and he could also see that Yang Kai didn't seem to know anything about these things, so he didn't hide anything. Cultivation stars? Yang Kai frowned. They are stars that are suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate, Shen Tu explained patiently. The universe is vast and there are countless stars, but most of them, for various reasons, are not suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate. Those that are suitable for living beings to live in are called cultivation stars. Is that so? Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. However, those stars that are not suitable for cultivation are not completely worthless. Some stars are rich in rare ores, while others are rich in spirit grasses and spirit herbs. Those are called or stars and medicine stars. Every major force has a lot of or stars and medicine stars. The resources produced by these stars can help them develop themselves well. Of course, there are also those kinds of dead stars. The entire star is lifeless. There are no minerals, no medicinal herbs, and even no energy of heaven and earth. Yang Kai could not help but be moved. On Tongxian realm, the great forces would often fight to the death over a small piece of land, but in the entire territory of Tongxian realm, there were some forces that could control many stars. This was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Compared to the splendor of the star territory, Tongxian realm suddenly paled in comparison. Every cultivation star has a star master, and the star master is the supreme ruler of that cultivation star. If you and I can reach that height one day, our lives will not have been in vain. Shen Tu chuckled, a look of yearning flashing across his eyes. What kind of cultivation does a star master have? Unfathomable. A Saint King grade high-rank starship like this. Any star master can destroy it with the snap of their fingers. Shen Tu took a deep breath. Yang Kai was speechless for a while. Although Shen Tu did not tell him what the cultivation of a star master was, Yang Kai could guess that it was definitely beyond the Saint King realm. Above the Saint King realm, there was an even higher realm. Look outside, Shen Tu quietly motioned. Yang Kai followed his gaze and saw the huge and beautiful stars outside the starship. The power room was at the bottom of the entire starship and was responsible for controlling the direction and speed of the starship, so from here one could see the situation outside. There were transparent and strong windows made of unknown materials all around, and through these windows one could see the situation in all directions. What do you think of these stars? Shen Tu asked. The world energy they contain is beyond imagination. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. As early as when he was lost in the chaotic abyss, he had been shocked by the energy contained in these stars. And, looking at the entire Hung Luo star field, there is no cultivation star that can compare to any of the stars here. All the great forces in star territory want to develop these stars in the chaotic abyss. Whether it is the blazing hot stars or the bone-chilling cold stars, they are all very suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Anyone who cultivates there can obtain unimaginable benefits. But I heard that this place is very dangerous, a forbidden area in the entire star territory. The territory of these stars is extremely chaotic. And it is precisely because the energy contained in these stars is so huge that they can produce these chaotic territory, causing people to lose their sense of direction. It is also for this reason that the chaotic abyss has always been a forbidden area in the star field. No one wants to develop it, let alone cultivate on these stars. Then this starship, you don't need to worry, any starship carrying a star is of the highest grade and is equipped with a chartmaster who is proficient in drawing star maps, so starships won't lose their sense of direction here. This is also why they dared to enter this place. Star shuttles are different though. Once affected by the chaotic territory, the star inside a star shuttle can easily be damaged, so no one dares to use a star shuttle here alone. If that's the case, this place can't be called a forbidden area in Star Territory, right? Are there any other dangers? Suddenly, Kai Yang realized some of the problems. There is indeed. Shen Tu nodded solemnly, his expression dignified. But what kind of dangers there are? No one can say for sure because no one who enters here has ever returned alive. Yang Kai's expression fluctuated as his thoughts turned sharply, suddenly muttering, if that's the case, what those two sisters have is something Purple Star desperately wants, otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a big risk to come here. Shen Tu was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, he nodded in agreement. I really hadn't noticed that. But what could make Purple Star not hesitate to send a Saint King grade high-rank starship into the chaotic abyss? Thinking hard, Shen Tu came up with nothing. At that moment, from the corner of the power room, a shout suddenly rang out, Baya Master and the others are back. Yang Kai and Shen Tu glanced at each other before turning their heads to look out of the cabin. Sure enough, they saw two blue lights rapidly approaching from the cold star field. Your good days have come to an end. Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. What do you want to do? Now that slut is back, she definitely won't let you off. Let me say this first, she wants your people. There's nothing I can do to help. Not necessarily. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the two blue lights that were rapidly approaching him. He seemed to have discovered something different. What do you mean? Shen Tu was puzzled, not understanding why Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. When they left, there were 3 of them, but now only 2 have returned. I'm afraid there's been an accident, Yang Kai muttered. Shen Tu was stunned for a moment before taking a closer look and discovering that there really were only 2 blue lights. A moment later, 2 figures appeared below the starship. Only Master Baya and Master Lu Shan are here. Master Lu Sha isn't. A cultivator nearby exclaimed, and Master Baya and Master Lu Shan seem to be injured. What's the situation? Kumeng stepped out of the darkness and asked coldly. I don't know, subordinate is asking. Saying so, the man poured his divine sense into a compass-like artifact in his hand, seemingly communicating with someone. Outside the starship, Lu Shan also took out an artifact of the same shape. Kai Yang immediately understood that this artifact should be used for long-distance communication. The last time he was brought back by Lu Shan and the others, he had seen Lu Shan use it. Looking out of the power room's window, Yang Kai saw Lu Shan and Baye's disheveled expressions, their bodies covered in wounds and blood, seemingly having just escaped death. The beautiful woman Baye no longer had her previous grace and charm. Her pretty face filled with fear and anger. From time to time she would look back, as if someone was chasing after her. Ha! You guessed it right. Shen Tu looked out and gloated. Serves them right, daring to break into the chaotic abyss. Now they've suffered a big loss. They seem to have been injured while fighting. Things aren't that simple, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. The 2 sisters I saw, one was a 2nd order saint and the other a 3rd order saint. It was impossible for them to be Lu Shan's opponent. But now one of them is dead and the other 2 are injured, escaping. There are others in the chaotic abyss? Shen Tu immediately understood. And they are definitely Saint King Realm Masters. Sword Union's people. Yang Kai shouted. Aha, now there's a good show to watch. Sword Union's people actually came to the chaotic abyss. They'll definitely fight. Once they do, we'll have a chance. Shen Tu's eyes flashed brightly in the darkness. I wonder if that's the case. Yang Kai was also secretly looking forward to it. In this current situation, if he didn't cause some kind of disturbance, what awaited him was only the fate of being pampered by that woman Baya. He didn't want to die on top of a woman's belly. As such, he couldn't wait for the situation to become as chaotic as possible. It's Sword Union's people. Sword Union's starship is also here. The cultivator who had been communicating with Lu Shan before shouted, confirming Yang Kai and Shen Tu's conjecture. What? Kumeng's expression changed. Their courage is quite big. As soon as these words left his mouth, he suddenly realized that his side had also come in a starship, causing his expression to darken. While they were talking, the cultivator who had been communicating with Lu Shan opened the starship's hatch and let them in. Where are Sword Union's people? Shen Tu stretched out his hand and placed it on his forehead. Looking around but finding nothing at all, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. If I were Sword Union, after finding those 2 sisters, I would have immediately left the chaotic abyss instead of chasing after Purple Star's starship, Young Kai said leisurely. Chapter 992. Shen Tu glanced over at Young Kai, pondered for a moment, and nodded. What you said makes sense. Those two sisters must have something extraordinary. As long as we can find them, Sword Union won't need to fight Purple Star here. I find that your way of thinking is somewhat different from ordinary people. Since Lu Shan and the others returned, Yang Kai had been able to infer the truth from various clues, but this was something he couldn't do. He truly admired Yang Kai. Shen Tu, we were placed in the power room mainly to provide power for the starship's operations, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked a random question. And what's wrong? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Yang Kai stared at him deeply. Shen Tu's expression changed as his mouth twitched. Don't scare me, what do you feel? Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't answer. The two of them suddenly fell silent as they quietly observed their surroundings, investigating the movements of the cultivator named Kameng, while secretly remaining vigilant. After about a stick of incense worth of time, the compass-shaped artifact in Kameng's hand suddenly flashed, and he quickly poured his divine sense into it to communicate with someone. A moment later, Kameng put away his artifact and shouted with a dignified expression, "Speed up! Chase after Sword Union's starship. Don't let them escape." As soon as this order came out, both Yang Kai and Shen Tu paled. You're right, I'm also feeling very bad right now. Shen Tu's expression was extremely ugly as he cursed angrily. You damned mouth. The next moment, a humming sound came from inside the huge St. King grade starship and its speed suddenly increased, quickly chasing after a certain direction in Star Field. At the same time, the shackles binding Yang Kai and Shen Tu released an even greater suction force than before, madly absorbing the strength in their bodies. This suction force was twice as strong as before, and in an instant the energy in their bodies was drained twice as fast. Shen Tu couldn't help groaning as his body trembled. Even Yang Kai felt pain all over his body. No matter how hard he tried to circulate his secret art, he was unable to resist the loss of his strength. The cultivator bound to the power room was normally only used to provide the starship with auxiliary power. The main source of energy was still the Saint crystals, but once this huge artifact moved, the amount of energy it required would also increase. At that time, disaster would befall people like Shen Tu and Yang Kai. The energy in their bodies would be extracted even more violently. Kamen shuttled through the power room, issuing orders with a ferocious expression. It seemed that because of the unrestrained and crazy absorption of the shackles, the cultivator who was restrained in the power room was already in a bad situation. Not long after the starship accelerated, a burst of mournful howls rang out from all directions. Occasionally, one or two people would foam at the mouth and fall to the ground dead. They really couldn't bear such torture any longer. With their strength drained away, they couldn't bear it any longer. Shen Tu was secretly shocked, a bitter look appearing on his face. He knew that in his current situation, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If the strength in his body was really drained, even if he didn't die, his cultivation would inevitably fall. Cursing in his heart, Shen Tu was powerless to change his fate. Sneaking a glance at Yang Kai, Shen Tu couldn't help feeling lost. He was shocked to find that although Yang Kai's expression was pained and his strength was constantly draining away, the energy fluctuations in his body didn't show any signs of weakening. It was as if his Saint Chi was constantly being replenished. This puzzled Shen Tu, not understanding why Yang Kai was acting so strangely. Master, 5 people have died. A cultivator suddenly came to Kameng's side and reported. Kameng froze for a moment before seeming to remember something, glancing coldly at the shackled cultivator on the ground and snorting, "A bunch of wastes. Give them some Saint crystals." "Yes," the cultivator responded, quickly walking over to the people who were still alive and dropping 3 pieces of Saint crystal in front of each of them. Pairs of dull gray eyes suddenly lit up as all of them picked up the Saint crystals in front of them and began to absorb their energy to supplement their own consumption. Shen Tu did the same. His secret art was somewhat different, so in less than half a cup of tea's time, he had absorbed all the energy in the 3 pieces of Saint crystal, licking his lips as if he hadn't had enough. However, with this replenishment, his complexion finally improved a lot. The St. King grade high-rank starship continued to advance through the star field at an unimaginable speed, Not something an artifact like a star shuttle could compare with. Sitting in the power room, Yang Kai watched as one asteroid after another flew past the transparent window like a meteor shower. The starship itself was extremely sturdy, and was able to rampage through the starry sky like a hot knife through butter. Some of the smaller asteroids were smashed to pieces by it, but the starship itself was completely unaffected. About half a day later, Kumeng's face suddenly showed a ruddy glow as he shouted, "Sword Union dogs, I've finally caught up to you. Let's see where you're going to run now." Hearing him shout like this, Shun Tu and Yang Kai both turned their eyes towards the window. In front of them, a giant starship that was basically the same size as the one they were in was sailing through the star field. On the hull of this starship was a huge sword-shaped mark. This mark was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen on the clothes of He Zhao and He Miao. Sure enough, it was Sword Union's starship. Ha 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 ha. I'll let you taste the power of my purple starship. Kumeng seemed to have become a completely different person. His expression ferocious and a bloodthirsty and violent aura flowing from his bones as he quickly issued orders. With a loud bang, the hull of the starship shook violently and a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from a certain part of the starship. This beam of light was extremely thick like the fangs of a snake, and instantly broke through the shackles of space, pierced through the star field's blockade, and blasted towards the Sword Union starship. All the asteroids blocking its path were instantly reduced to dust and purified. Yang Kai saw this beam of light and his face instantly went pale. Even though he was sitting in the power room, he could still feel the destructive power contained in the divine light. He had no doubt that this beam of light could flatten a mountain peak or evaporate a huge lake. That was truly the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. If such a beam of light were to hit him, Yang Kai estimated that even if he were to use his full strength, he would likely be reduced to ashes. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some sympathy for the Sword Union starship. However, the result was beyond his expectations. When the beam of light hit the Sword Union starship, a halo of light suddenly emerged, like a multicolored bubble that wrapped around the Sword Union starship. When the beam of light hit this halo, it created a series of ripples visible to the naked eye that quickly spread out into the depths of the star field. The Sword Union starship only shook slightly before coming out unscathed. Kumeng's excited face suddenly became gloomy. He hadn't expected that the sneak attack he had carefully prepared for this moment would actually be blocked by the other party. With a single order, the starship shook violently again and a second beam of light shot out. Fuck. Shen Tu cursed, his face pale. The strength he had just managed to restore had been completely drained in an instant. Quickly turning to Yang Kai, he screamed, "Yang Kai, help!" Yang Kai stared at him blankly for a moment before recovering. Just now, he had been so focused on the power of the beam of light that he hadn't noticed the changes in his surroundings. After hearing Shen Tu shout, Yang Kai was shocked to discover that the neatly arranged Saint crystals in the power room had dimmed significantly after the two streaks of light had been released, and the huge amount of energy contained inside them had also been reduced by more than half. At the same time, the Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body and meridians had also been drained dry by the shackles on his hands and feet. That beam of light required a huge amount of energy to be produced, Yang Kai suddenly realized. The two beams of light not only required a huge amount of Saint crystals in the power room, but also put an unimaginable burden on the cultivator bound here. After the two beams of light, half of the 50 to 60 cultivator bound here had died in an instant, their vitality vanishing and their souls dissipating. Those who were still alive were gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of death. As long as another beam of light struck, they would undoubtedly die. Shen Tu and Yang Kai's situation was the best. Yang Kai quickly took out a drop of yang liquid from the dantian and filled his body and meridians again, while tossing the Saint crystals he had previously hidden towards Shen Tu's day. Shen Tu's eyes lit up as he eagerly grabbed these Saint crystals and began absorbing them madly, his face gradually turning ruddy. "You dare fight back?" Kumeng shouted again. It seemed that because Purple Star's starship had launched an all-out attack, Sword Union's side was unwilling to sit back and wait for death, retaliating in kind. A beam of light shot out from the other side and a defensive energy shield appeared around Purple Star's starship. With a loud bang, the starship shook violently. Shen Tu's face turned pale again as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He didn't even have time to curse. Whether it was the starship's beam of light or the defensive energy shield, both required an unimaginable amount of energy. Every time the two starships collided, Shun-Tu and the others would have to bear an unimaginable burden. "Attack, I want them to be smashed to pieces," Kumeng shouted hysterically as if his dignity had been offended. "Master, the crystal cannons can't be used anymore, otherwise, the Saint crystals won't have enough energy," a nearby cultivator reminded. Kumeng's brow furrowed as his irritable mood gradually calmed down. He finally realized this problem. At that moment, the compass-like artifact in his hand flashed again. Kumeng's expression became serious as he poured his divine sense into it, communicating with it for a while before grinning and waving his hand. "Open the hatch, today we'll show these fools from Sword Union our strength." Yes. The next moment, the hatch of the starship opened and a number of figures belonging to Purple Star's cultivators appeared, flying towards Sword Union on their various artifacts. Chapter 993. The artifacts used by the Purple Star cultivators included star shuttles, war chariots, and flying carriages, all of which were suitable for fighting in the star field, dazzling everyone who saw them. On the Sword Union's side, a large number of people suddenly appeared outside the starship and fearlessly rushed over. When the two sides met, a great battle broke out instantly. Inside the star field, halos of light spread out as magnificent and powerful martial skills erupted, and the brilliance of artifacts shone brightly. Purple Star and Sword Union's two sides fought fiercely as soon as the battle began. In the chaotic battle, a number of high-grade artifacts were riddled with holes and shattered into pieces. Pieces of burning artifact fragments rained down like a rain of flames, dazzling the eyes with a dazzling light, like the most brilliant fireworks exploding, a breathtaking sight. But with them were countless lifeless corpses, forever lost in this chaotic abyss. In this chaotic battlefield, most of the figures were Saint Realm masters, while the Transcendent Realm cultivators were as weak as ants. There were even some figures who exuded a tyrannical aura that belonged to Saint Kings. These figures displayed earth-shattering divine abilities, as they slaughtered the weaker cultivators on the other side. Wherever they went, the cultivators on the other side would be reduced to ashes, their souls dispersing. Both sides of the battle suffered huge losses. No one was willing to show weakness, and no one was willing to admit defeat easily, so a steady stream of reinforcements were dispatched from their respective starships and joined the battle. For a time the two sides were evenly matched. In the Star Territory, whether it was Sword Union or Purple Star, they were both first-class forces. Each of them controlled at least 4 or 5 cultivation stars and countless stars and medicine stars. Using their huge reserve resources, they could provide unimaginable supplies for their respective cultivator to grow and develop. Their leaders didn't care about such losses at all. Young Kai was speechless for a long time. He was completely shocked. He was still immersed in the power of the divine light shot out by the starship. He never thought that such an incredible thing would exist in the vast Star Territory. Ever since he came to the Star Territory, everything he saw and heard was beyond his imagination. He immediately realized that the Star Territory was much more interesting than he had imagined. His eyes glistened with divine light as his blood boiled. He did not shrink back in fear because of what he had seen and heard. Instead, he looked forward to it. Because only in a wonderful place could he live a more wonderful life. Young Kai. Shun-Tu's voice called out again. Young Kai turned to look at him. Shun-Tu wore a bitter expression as he pursed his dry lips. "Can you give me some more Saint crystals? I can't hold on any longer." At this moment his strength was on the verge of drying up. It was obvious that he was at the end of his rope. Young Kai threw him 5 or 6 Saint crystals without saying a word. "Many thanks." A grateful look appeared on Shun-Tu's face as he sincerely thanked Young Kai before taking the opportunity to begin absorbing the energy. Young Kai calmed his mood and coldly glanced around, silently listening to the sound of footsteps and energy fluctuations coming from inside the ship, his eyes gradually lighting up. After a while, Shun-Tu breathed a heavy sigh of relief and muttered, "I've finally recovered. Damn, if they had fired that crystal cannon again just now, I would have died immediately. That was a close call." Saying so, he turned to Young Kai gratefully. "I can't thank you enough, I'll remember this time." "Shun-Tu, what is your true cultivation?" Yang Kai suddenly glanced over at him and asked in a low voice. Shen Tu was startled and his expression flickered, seemingly wanting to change the subject but soon grinned. Did you see through it? If I couldn't see through it, I'd be blind, Yang Kai said coldly. The aura fluctuations coming from Shen Tu's body were around the First Order Saint realm, comparable to Yang Kai. However, at the critical moment just now, when Shen Tu was absorbing the energy from those crystal stones, an unusual energy fluctuation had emerged from his body. Yang Kai judged that he was hiding his cultivation. Being able to hide one's cultivation inside the Purple Star starship was not something everyone could do. This Shen Tu wasn't simple. Third Order Saint. Shen Tu's expression suddenly became serious as he whispered back. Yang Kai nodded, knowing that he shouldn't be lying. Why do you ask? Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Nothing, but if you have the strength we can probably do something. Right now there aren't many people inside the starship and most of the masters have gone out to fight. Even this power room's defenses are much worse than before, Yang Kai said meaningfully. Originally there was a Saint King Realm Master guarding the power room, but after the battle broke out just now, the aura of this Saint King Realm Master had disappeared. Yang Kai guessed that he should have gone out. On top of that, the number of Purple Star cultivators in the power room had been reduced by more than half. Now besides Kameng, who was a Third Order Saint, the rest were First Order or Second Order Saints. There were less than 10 of them, all of whom were sitting in the spirit arrays in the power room, maintaining the operation of the starship. What do you want to do? Don't act recklessly, these shackles are mixed with primordial stones. We can't use our strength while bound by them. Shen Tu's expression changed as he suddenly understood what Yang Kai was planning. Then let's have someone untie them. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, his expression suddenly becoming extremely weak as his vitality dimmed. Yang Kai signaled to Shen Tu with his eyes. Shen Tu's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before he grit his teeth and said, Forget it, in any case, this father's life was saved by you, so I'll accompany you in your madness. Then he began to shout loudly. Kameng, who was watching the battle from the side of the power room, heard this shout and his expression suddenly became cold. Turning his head, he glared towards Shen Tu and Yang Kai and muttered, You two aren't dead yet? This was somewhat beyond his expectations. During the confrontation between the two starships just now, the cultivator who was shackled here had basically been drained of all their strength and died of exhaustion. Shen Tu and Yang Kai, however, were still alive, which surprised Kameng greatly. My vitality has always been strong, but he's about to die. Shen Tu continued to shout, Master, isn't this guy the one Baiya needs? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to just let him die like this? Kameng frowned as he stared deeply towards Yang Kai, sweeping him with his divine sense and noticing Yang Kai's weakness, saying impatiently, How troublesome, just die and end it all. What's the point of leaving him with a single breath? Saying so, he quickly walked over to Yang Kai. When he was commanding the starship just now, he hadn't thought too much about it, so he hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai's situation. Now that he had calmed down, he had to carefully consider whether that slut Baiya would take her anger out on him if Yang Kai really died. He couldn't afford such a responsibility. So he walked over to Yang Kai, took out a special key, and unlocked the shackles, releasing him from his shackles. He was caught off guard. After all, Yang Kai looked extremely weak, his strength barely fluctuating at all. What's more, Kameng was a Third Order Saint, so when facing Yang Kai, a First Order Saint, he had a psychological advantage. This kind of self-righteous advantage had brought him a lot of bad luck. The moment the shackles were unlocked, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and bit down hard. Immediately after, he wiped the wound on his fingertip towards his left eye. Golden blood poured into his left eye, causing the originally black and white eye to instantly turn golden. Yang Kai raised his head and stared at Kameng. When their four eyes met, Kameng suddenly became absent-minded. Staring at the majestic golden light, he actually felt a sense of panic, as if he had become extremely small in front of it. A vortex appeared in the golden eye and a strong suction force emerged from this vortex, pulling at his soul, causing it to tremble, as if it was about to be pulled out of his body. Paling, Kameng let out a strange cry and resisted with all his strength. Yang Kai had already used his demon god transformation, filling his body with evil energy, causing his temperament to change dramatically. The temperature of the entire power room seemed to plummet, becoming extremely cold. That evil and ruthless aura swept through the surroundings with a loud rumble. Yang Kai's body slammed into Kumeng's chest like a cannonball, an incredible power erupting from his body as he violently beat Kumeng. Blood splattered, and clear fist marks and palm marks protruded from Kamen's back. His clothes instantly turned into powder. Even someone as strong as Kumeng was unable to withstand Yang Kai's bombardment while he was absent-minded. Before he could even summon his divine technique or artifact, he was beaten dizzily. In the blink of an eye, Kumeng's body suddenly burst into a bloody mist, a rain of blood scattering in all directions, like a red rose in full bloom. An illusory figure that was exactly the same as Kamen stood where he was originally. It was Kumeng's soul avatar. Even now, he still didn't seem to have realized what had happened to him, staring blankly at Yang Kai, a blank look on his face. From the golden pupil in Yang Kai's left eye, a powerful suction force emerged and pulled Kumeng's soul avatar into his knowledge sea. Amidst the bloody mist, Yang Kai quickly grabbed the special key that could open the shackles and threw it directly to Shun Tuesday. "Open it yourself," Yang Kai exhorted before disappearing like a gust of wind. The next moment, a miserable howl rang out from the power room, followed by a great commotion. Shun Tu was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he learned about Yang Kai's intentions just now, Shun Tu had decided to accompany him in his madness, but he hadn't asked Yang Kai what his plans were or what they were going to do. He had thought that Yang Kai was going to leave here for a while and wait for an opportunity to act. As for whether Yang Kai would take care of him and take him away, Shun Tu didn't think much about it. After all, he had already been saved by Yang Kai once, so he didn't want to ask for too much. How could he have known that this guy would be so crazy and direct, launching a violent attack the moment the shackles were unlocked? What made Shun Tu even more speechless was that Kumeng, a third-order saint cultivator, was actually defeated by Yang Kai in a single blow. Chapter 994. How did he do it? How was this possible? Shun Tu held the key thrown to him by Yang Kai in his hand as he stared blankly at the bloody mist that filled the sky, a storm raging in his heart. Even if it were him, if he were to fight with Kumeng, who would win in the end was unknown. Yang Kai was just a first-order saint, so how could he instantly kill Kumeng? Even if Kumeng had been careless, he would not have been powerless to fight back. His realm and strength were clear for all to see. Everything had happened so suddenly that Shun Tu was caught off guard. He stood there dumbfounded, immersed in shock, forgetting his own situation and even forgetting to undo his shackles. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that this Yang Kai was extremely dangerous. He could kill Kumeng in an instant, which meant that if Shun Tu had been careless, he too would have been killed in the blink of an eye. Shun Tu was so shocked that he almost cried out. "How long are you going to stand there in a daze?" Yang Kai's low voice called out. Shun Tu suddenly came back to his senses and quickly used the key to unlock the shackles binding him. In the next moment, dense bolts of lightning suddenly spread out from his body, each one like a snake with sharp fangs, making him look like he was wrapped in lightning, a terrifying sight to behold. The lifelike electric snakes slithered around his body and suddenly shot out in all directions. In an instant, the entire power room was flashing with electric arcs. Shun Tu laughed fiercely. "Brother, you've played quite well, I admire you greatly." As he laughed, his figure suddenly disappeared and in the next moment, appeared next to a first-order Saint Purple Star cultivator. This Purple Star cultivator was about to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai, but Shun Tu quickly grabbed him by the neck. The violent thunder and lightning began to surge, and the martial artist began to tremble violently. The huge amount of energy that could even paralyze a person's soul poured into his body, causing him to instantly lose control of his body. A charred smell filled the air as plumes of smoke rose from the top of the cultivator's head. By the time Shun Tu released him, he had become a charred corpse that fell to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. The power room was the heart of the entire starship, so normally, it was heavily guarded and guarded by Saint King Realm Masters to prevent any accidents from happening. But this time it seemed that Yang Kai had been too focused on Sword Union's side. So most of the masters guarding this place had been dispatched as reinforcements, leaving only Kumeng behind. Kumeng died first. Everyone else, under the combined efforts of Yang Kai, who had already used his demon transformation and Shun Tu managed to escape, no one could resist. Relying on his powerful physique and surprise attacks, Yang Kai quickly killed 5 Saint Realm cultivator. After circling around the power room, he found that only he and Shun Tu were still alive. The last cultivator, who had seen the situation turn bad and was about to escape, was struck down by Shun Tu's lightning strike and ravaged to death. "I'm finally free, haha," Shun Tu shouted like a beast that had just been freed. "Where do we go now? You're more familiar with this place, lead the way." Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "There's no hurry before we leave, let's give Purple Star a big gift." Shun Tu suddenly smiled mysteriously, a crazed look appearing on his face. Entering the power room's central spirit array, Shun Tu sat down cross-legged. Releasing his divine sense, Shun Tu circulated the strength in his body and connected himself to the central spirit array. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression but did not stop him, simply waiting quietly. After being trapped in the power room for so many days, Yang Kai had also gained a certain understanding of the massive starship artifact and the role of the spirit array Shun Tu was currently in. This was the central spirit array that could control the starship. Shun Tu obviously wanted to use this Saint King grade high-rank starship to do something. The spirit array's veins lit up and the starship, which had been anchored somewhere in Star Field, slowly turned around for a moment before coming to a stop. "Hehe, today I'll let you know that Master Shun Tu is not easy to bully." Shun Tu suddenly opened his eyes, a violent light flashing across them as he poured the power from his body into the spirit array below him. The next moment, the starship's hull shook violently. A huge beam of light suddenly shot out from the starship's hull, carrying with it a destructive aura as it shot straight towards the chaotic battlefield. At the same time, Yang Kai keenly felt that the energy contained in the Saint crystals placed in the power room's spirit array had decreased in an instant, and their originally crystal-clear light had also dimmed significantly. As the beam of light shot out, the cultivators from both Sword Union and Purple Star, who were fighting, stopped what they were doing and stared in horror at the beam of light that was growing larger and larger in front of them, all of them screaming as they tried to use their flight-type artifacts to flee in panic. But it was too late. The beam of light was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye it fell on top of the heads of these cultivators. The entire world suddenly became clear. The noisy sounds of battle and the fierce confrontation all stopped at this moment. The people who were still alive stared blankly at this doomsday-like scene, as if they could not speak. Their mouths were open, and their throats were exposed to the air. The beam of light passed through the battlefield and shot towards a certain place in the vast universe. All that was left was a large area that had been cleansed. There many cultivators had been displaying their divine technique and using their artifacts to fight. But at this moment there was nothing left. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. At least 100 cultivators had their traces erased by the beam of light. Inside the power room, Shun Tu laughed wildly, as if he had done something he was proud of. Yang Kai frowned. Although he felt that it wasn't right for Shun Tu to kill so many people from Sword Union in order to take revenge, he didn't say anything. He had no friendship with Sword Union, and even He Zao and He Miao were only acquaintances with him, so he didn't want to meddle in their business. "Have you vented your anger? Since you've vented your anger, hurry up and leave," Yang Kai shouted. "After what you've done, there will soon be masters coming to inspect this place." "You're right." Shun Tu also suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly leapt up from the spirit array's core and flew out together with Yang Kai. Inside the entire starship, only a few cultivators were still active, and because of the beam of light that had just shot out, they were all alarmed and rushed towards the starship's power room. Shun Tu seemed to have a good understanding of the structure of the starship, and led Yang Kai along a path that no one had ever taken before. Along the way, the two of them were unimpeded and didn't encounter any trouble. "Where are we going? This isn't the way out of the starship, is it?" Yang Kai followed behind Shun Tu for a while before suddenly asking with a sullen expression. Although he wasn't familiar with this place, he still had his own keen intuition and felt that Shun Tu was leading him around the starship in a roundabout fashion, not intending to leave at all. "Leave!" Shun Tu concealed his aura as he quietly moved forward, glancing back at him. "Do you have the correct star?" Yang Kai shook his head. "How can you leave without a star?" Shen Tu chuckled. Do you have a star shuttle? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. But I heard that my star shuttle is broken and can't copy a star. It doesn't matter, we'll just grab someone and let them take us away, Shen Tu said casually. Who should we grab? If we can just grab anyone, there's a second-order Saint cultivator a few hundred meters to the left, we might as well grab him, Yang Kai proposed. Shen Tu shook his head, he won't do. Even if we catch him, we won't be able to leave the chaotic abyss. You know what happens if we get lost in the chaotic abyss. My goal isn't just to escape from this starship. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly realized. You want to capture the chart master on this starship? It's easy to talk to smart people. Shen Tu grinned. I want to find that guy. Do you know where he lives? I know his approximate location. As for whether we can find him, that'll depend on luck. Yang Kai didn't say anything and quietly followed behind Shen Tuesday. He had heard Shen Tu talk about chart masters before. In the vast territory of the star domain, there was a group of people who specialized in drawing star fields to provide cultivators with the correct flight path. These people were called chart masters. A powerful chart master could draw a star that would allow a cultivator to accurately avoid the potential dangers in the star field, allowing them to smoothly reach the place they wanted to go. The star chart masters could draw was extremely accurate, so no matter how far they flew, there wouldn't be much error. Basically, each chart master's star was different, and each star chart master drew had its own advantages and disadvantages. The prices they sold for were also different. The more expensive ones could be sold for tens of thousands of Saint crystals, hundreds of thousands of Saint crystals, or even more, while the cheaper ones could be bought for just a few pieces of Saint crystal. Map masters with outstanding craftsmanship were highly welcomed in any large faction. Their status was revered, and although they were not necessarily very powerful, they were treated as esteemed guests by various large factions. Inside a starship there would often be a chart master. Because a starship could change directions at any time, a chart master would be needed to determine the appropriate route and whether there was danger ahead. Becoming a chart master was several times more difficult than becoming an alchemist or artifact refiner, because a chart master needed to master the structure of the entire territory of the star field. Even the positions of the countless stars and the distances between them had to be memorized. Chart masters were also the rarest profession in the entire territory of the star field. They were often passed down to only one person and couldn't be trained in large quantities, because the growth of any chart master required a serious and responsible master to teach them over a long period of time. This was an extremely time-consuming and exhausting task. Even if an outstanding chart master accepted a disciple, they would only accept one or two anymore, and they wouldn't be able to teach them all. The basic star chart masters were also the foundation of their legacy, and wouldn't easily be passed down to outsiders. All kinds of information about chart masters flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he suddenly discovered that this profession seemed to be quite extraordinary. Chapter 995. Inside the Purple Star starship, in an extremely luxurious room, a short and fat old man anxiously poured his divine sense into a compass artifact, trying to contact Kameng in the power room, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any response. What the hell is going on? The short and fat old man wiped the sweat from his forehead and stamped his feet anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, he hurriedly opened the door and prepared to rush to the power room to see the situation himself. But as soon as the door opened, he saw two young men exuding malevolent auras rushing towards him. The old man didn't think too much about it and simply shouted to the two young men, "You two, come here." Shen Tu's eyes lit up as he whispered, "It's this old man. He's the chart master of this starship. I saw him enter the power room that day." Yang Kai nodded and followed behind Shen Tu, quickly arriving in front of the old man. "What's the situation in the power room? Why hasn't Kameng responded to this old master's message?" The old man shouted angrily. Shen Tu grinned at him, revealing his fangs. "Kameng is already dead. Of course he can't reply to you." The old man's expression froze for a moment before he realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to turn around and return to his room, a bright electric snake rushed out from Shen Tu's body and directly wrapped around the old man's body, binding him up. The powerful electric current instantly paralyzed the old man, making him unable to move. "Take him and run." Shen Tu glanced around and determined that no one was paying attention before turning around and flying off in another direction. Yang Kai's face remained cold as he lifted the old man tied up by the electric snake and said lightly, "If you want to live, cooperate obediently, or I'll kill you." Although this chart master from the Purple Star starship wasn't young, his strength wasn't high, only a third-order transcendent, so he had been easily taken down by Shen Tu in a single exchange. Yang Kai had even managed to grab him without any resistance. Generally, chart masters didn't have high cultivations because they devoted a lot of energy and time to studying the mysteries of star and star field, so they didn't have much time to cultivate. This also caused them to be unable to protect themselves when they encountered danger. "Who are you people?" the old man shouted. "Who we are is none of your business, you just need to take us out of this chaotic abyss. Once we leave here, we'll naturally let you go. We promise not to harm a single hair on your head." Shen Tu said coldly as he ran. "Okay, I'll take you away, but you have to go to the engine room of the battleship first or you'll die," the old man hurriedly shouted. Shen Tu sneered, "Do you think we're fools? It wasn't easy for us to escape from the power room, and there are now many Purple Star cultivators gathered there. If we go there now, wouldn't we be throwing ourselves into a trap? You don't understand. I have my reasons for asking you to go to the power room. I'm not asking you to throw yourself into a trap." The old man's voice was mournful. "If you don't take me there, not only will the three of us die, we won't be able to keep this warship either. It's best if the starship can't be saved. It's none of my business." Shen Tu gloated. "Why can't I get through to you? There's a great danger sweeping through the chaotic abyss right now. If we don't act quickly, none of us will survive." Shen Tu's footsteps came to a halt as he stared back at the old man. "What do you mean? Speak clearly. Look outside yourself." The old man didn't answer and instead gestured towards the outside. Shen Tu and Yang Kai glanced at each other, both feeling that this old man wasn't being an alarmist, quickly rushing to the side of the corridor and looking out through the transparent window. Outside, there were still huge and beautiful stars, but at this moment, there was a dense halo of light on the surface of these beautiful stars that were rich in heaven and earth energy. They looked illusory, as if they had fallen into the clouds. The powerful territory created by these stars seemed to have become somewhat chaotic. The cultivators from both sides, Sword Union and Purple Star, who were originally engaged in a fierce battle, also stopped fighting and instead flew towards their respective starships in a hurry. "They're coming back? What's going on?" Shen Tu's face changed drastically. "Is it because of the crystal cannon shot I fired?" Yang Kai just stared at him, not saying a word. Shen Tu felt quite embarrassed and shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't expect it to be like this, I just wanted to vent some of my anger. I don't think it has anything to do with you, otherwise, the people from Sword Union wouldn't have retreated and would have instead chased after us. Both sides are retreating, so they should have noticed some kind of danger approaching." Yang Kai looked at the old man in his hand and quickly asked, "What kind of danger is it?" "A riot in their territory. You won't be able to sense it from here. The reason they're all coming back is because they sense that the territory of the stars in the chaotic abyss is very different from before, so they don't dare stay outside. We have to leave here quickly if we're too late. Even if we hide inside the starship, we won't be safe." "A riot in their territory?" Shen Tu's expression changed. "The biggest danger in the chaotic abyss." The old man hurriedly explained. "Do you think the chaotic territory is simply a distraction? You're wrong. The stars in the chaotic abyss contain an unimaginable amount of world energy, and this world energy is constantly in a saturated state, the limit of what this space can withstand. Normally, it can maintain a kind of balance, but if there is excessive stimulation, this balance will be broken and the territory will explode. You can imagine what the result will be, right?" Yang Kai and Shen Tu glanced at each other, both of their faces going pale. "Do you understand or not?" The old man's spittle flew everywhere, not having the slightest awareness of his status as a prisoner. "Do you understand?" Shen Tu asked faintly. "Nonsense. This old master is a chart master. If this old master doesn't understand, who would?" The old man reprimanded, leaving Shen Tu speechless. "Since you understand, why didn't you stop the two sides before they fought? Isn't it because they fought that the balance of the territory here was broken?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. The old man's expression became awkward, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. He muttered. I only realized it after they started fighting. This old man's astrology is not omniscient and omnipotent. Who would have thought that this place would be so dangerous? Stargazing technique? Yang Kai frowned. It's a mystery that all chart masters are proficient in. I'll explain it to you another day. What do we do now? This old man doesn't look like he's lying. Shintu suddenly had no idea what to do. If what this old man said was true, then he and Yang Kai's efforts to capture him were meaningless. Once the territory of the chaotic abyss exploded, they wouldn't even have a place to hide. Staying inside the starship would at least provide them with a layer of protection. This was a Saint King grade high-rank starship. However, many of Purple Star's masters were about to return to the starship, so staying here wasn't a perfect solution. You have an idea? Aren't your thoughts very agile? Shuntu looked at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, hoping he could point out a way to survive. What is the status of this chart master in Purple Star? Yang Kai suddenly asked. His status is extremely high. Shuntu looked at the old man. Grandmaster Wu Suo ranks in the top 3 among all of Purple Star's star chart masters. He has always been a highly sought-after figure by the other great forces. You know this old master? The old man looked at Shuntu in surprise. I've heard of you, Shuntu grinned. Let's go to the power room, Yang Kai quickly said. Shuntu's eyes narrowed, seemingly hesitating, but after pondering for a moment, he nodded. I'll do as you say. If what he said is true, going outside is a dead end. Let's go. Yang Kai picked up the chartmaster named Wu Suo and returned to the power room. The corridor outside the power room was overcrowded with people. The cultivator who had returned from the chaotic abyss battlefield and the people who had been left behind on the starship had all rushed over, all of them wanting to know why the crystal cannon had fired just now, not only killing so many enemies but also their own people. They were all very angry because if they had been unlucky just now, they might have been the ones to be killed. But after learning about the situation inside the power room, their anger was immediately extinguished. There were no survivors inside the power room. Kumeng and a dozen other Saint Realm cultivator had all been killed by an unknown enemy. Inside the power room, a middle-aged man in brocade robe stood with his hands crossed behind his back, his expression dignified. His cold eyes swept the situation inside the power room before stopping at the 2 pairs of shackles that had been opened and coldly snorted, "Waste." With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see how Kumeng had died. Although he did not know exactly what had happened here, he could guess the general situation. The shackled cultivator had launched a desperate counterattack, taking advantage of Kumeng's carelessness to kill him, snatch the key, and release his companions, setting off a bloody storm inside the power room. After killing everyone, the 2 little rats who had escaped took control of the starship and fired a crystal cannon at the battlefield, causing heavy losses to the Purple Star cultivator. Kumeng, that waste. His death is not worth regretting. The middle-aged man was extremely angry. Just as he was about to order a search for the escaped cultivator, a stern voice suddenly came from outside the power room. Who are you? Quickly release Grandmaster Wu Suo, or else you'll suffer. The middle-aged man's expression turned cold as he looked outside. From the other side, a somewhat cynical voice called out, make way, and don't even think about doing anything. If you make a move, your Grandmaster Wu Suo will be finished. A moment later, a group of 3 figures appeared inside the power room. Of the 2 unfamiliar young men, one was walking in front while the other was gripping Wu Suo's lifeline with a cold expression, his divine sense and Saint Chi enveloping him, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "You dare come back?" Although he had never seen Yang Kai and Shuntu before, the middle-aged man was certain that these 2 little rats had escaped from the power room and fired the crystal cannons to kill dozens of Purple Star cultivator. Looking at them, the middle-aged man's heart filled with monstrous anger, wishing he could immediately kill them to vent his anger. Chapter 996. Looking at the angry and murderous middle-aged man, Shuntu couldn't help shrinking his neck and smiling awkwardly. We didn't want to come back either. No fool would return after escaping from a cage. If it weren't for the fact that they had no other choice, Shuntu and Yang Kai would have already escaped with Wu Suo. Grandmaster, you can rest assured with me here. No one will dare hurt you. The middle-aged man looked at Wu Sua and comforted him. If you try anything funny, I'll kill him immediately. Yang Kai's Saint Chi and divine sense were ready to explode as he coldly swept his eyes around. Little brat, you dare. The middle-aged man's complexion changed, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. On the other hand, Wu Sua, who was being held by Yang Kai, stretched out his hand and hurriedly said, Gui-chan, let's put aside your grievances for now. It wasn't easy for me to convince these two to bring me to the power room. The most important thing for us now is to leave here as soon as possible. Listening to him say this, Lu Guichen's expression also became dignified. The territory field outside seems to be undergoing some changes. Grandmaster, what is going on? The territory field is about to erupt. Quickly control the starship to turn around. Wu Sua commanded before turning to Yang Kai and saying, Boy, if you want to live, take me to the star array. Yang Kai nodded and followed his instructions, walking to a corner of the power room. Shen Tu followed closely behind, looking around vigilantly. The Purple Star Cultivator also took action, each of them performing their respective duties under Lu Guichen's command and beginning to take control of the starship. On Yang Kai's side, Wu Sua was still firmly under his control. The huge star array was lit up, and in front of Yang Kai, a three-dimensional image of the star field that had been shrunk countless times appeared, creating a magnificent sight. This was the huge star array stored inside the starship, similar to the star array stored inside the Star Shuttle, but much more detailed and complex. Wu Sua immersed himself in this miniature star territory array and began to work on it. He was the chart master of the warship and had the responsibility of guiding the warship. He could find the safest and fastest escape route for the warship in the shortest amount of time. Not long after, on the territory map, which had shrunk countless times, a bright line was lit up by Wu Sua. The source was the current location of the battleship, and the end was where the battleship was headed. If nothing unexpected happened, the warship would follow this route and sail out of the chaotic abyss. After finishing all this, Wu Sua let out a heavy breath and nodded to Lu Guichan. Lu Guichan nodded and ordered the starship to move quickly. Three Saint Kings, the pressure is great. Shen Tu stood beside Yang Kai and silently observed Purple Star's lineup. Inside the power room, in addition to Lu Guichan, the Saint King Realm Master, there were two other Saint Kings. In addition, there was an endless stream of Saint Realm cultivators. Wu Sua and Yang Kai were like sheep in a pack of wolves, surrounded by so many powerhouses. If they were even the slightest bit careless, they would be crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Wu Sua's status wasn't low, so Purple Star didn't dare act rashly. Do you have any good plans? Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai. No, let's take it one step at a time. We'll talk about it after we leave the chaotic abyss. Yang Kai shook his head. Shen Tu sighed faintly, feeling like his luck was extremely bad. He had just been cruising through the chaotic abyss and had accidentally been caught on this starship, but now he had to experience this life and death situation. It was truly torturous. How did these two get in? On the other side, Lu Guichan asked in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Lu Shan, who was standing next to him, pursed his lips and said, The one with the lower strength was brought back by Baya. Baya? Lu Guichen's gaze swept across the crowd and accurately landed on the enchanting beauty, a cold light flashing across his eyes as a cold and gloomy aura burst forth from his mind. Among the crowd, Baya screamed miserably, clutching her head as she screamed in pain. In an instant, her clothes were soaked in sweat, exposing her exquisite figure to everyone's eyes. No one dared to appreciate this beautiful scene. All the Purple Star cultivators were secretly on edge, not daring to breathe because they knew that Lu Guichan was extremely terrifying when he was angry. I'll spare your life for now. After this crisis is resolved, I'll settle accounts with you. Lu Guichan coldly snorted. Baya trembled in fear and trepidation as she hurriedly said, Many thanks, Master, for sparing my life. Subordinate will definitely atone for this crime. Saying so, her beautiful eyes turned towards Yang Kai, a deep hatred flashing across her eyes. She hadn't expected that this young man she didn't put in her eyes would cause such a big mess. If she had known this would happen, even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't have dared to bring Yang Kai back to the starship and would have killed him in the chaotic abyss long ago. She hated Yang Kai so much that she wished she could skin him alive and let him taste all the torture in the world. Master, the Saint Crystal's energy is not enough. Suddenly, a a cultivator hurriedly reported. Lu Guichen's cold eyes suddenly turned towards Yang Kai and Shen Tuesday. Shen Tu shrugged his shoulders indifferently. I just fired a crystal cannon shot. What are you looking at me for? If you have time to glare at me, you might as well reposition the Saint Crystal. The crystal cannon required an enormous amount of energy. Kumeng had fired it twice before he died, and Shen Tu had fired it again, almost draining all the Saint Crystal energy in the power room. Now that the starship had to escape the chaotic abyss at full speed, the remaining energy in the Saint Crystal was obviously not enough. There's no time to reposition it. Lu Guichan took a deep breath and shouted, all cultivators above the second order Saint Realm, come in and provide power to the starship. Many cultivator wore bitter expressions as they walked in unwillingly, but under Lu Guichen's gaze, they had no choice but to sit in the position where Yang Kai, Shan Tu, and the others had been sitting before, grabbing the shackles with both hands and allowing them to extract their strength, replacing the Saint Crystal's energy with their own Saint Qi. In an instant, the 50 to 60 Saint Realm cultivators trembled in pain. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. They kept stuffing pills into their mouths while holding Saint Crystals in their hands to supplement their own consumption. Shen Tu grinned as he watched the Purple Star cultivator endure the torture he had suffered before, seemingly very happy. With the 50 to 60 cultivators providing energy, the starship speed seemed to increase significantly. But in the next moment, with a loud hum, the starship speed suddenly slowed down. Not only that, there seemed to be a huge force pulling on the starship, preventing it from moving forward. Under the influence of this force, the starship began to retreat faster and faster. It's too late. It's too late. Wu Sui's face went ashen as his body trembled like a sieve, muttering unconsciously, it's all over now. As soon as he said this, the entire starship seemed to have lost control and began flying towards a certain spot in the star field, causing everyone to lose their footing and be thrown around in the power room. Look outside. Someone suddenly screamed. Everyone turned their eyes to the window. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as an uncontrollable sense of horror filled the depths of his heart. Outside, the huge stars were erupting with an unimaginable amount of energy. This energy was visible to the naked eye and was extremely rich. Halos of light and ripples spread out from these huge stars, spreading across the entire chaotic abyss. The territory fields created by these stars also exploded, creating a series of chaotic chain reactions. At the very center of the chaotic abyss, a huge black hole that seemed capable of swallowing all things appeared. The Saint King grade high-rank starship everyone was on was rushing towards this black hole. This black hole was like the maw of a great beast, ready to swallow it whole. Sensing the aura of death, whether it was transcendence, saints or Saint Kings, all of them realized how small and insignificant they were at this moment. In front of this black hole, no one could guarantee they would be safe. Lu Guichan shouted as he tried to command the Purple Star cultivator to stabilize the starship, but to no avail. So this is the real danger of the chaotic abyss. At this critical moment, Shen Tu suddenly said to Yang Kai, no wonder no one knows about it. Once you see this kind of danger, all you can do is wait for death. Wait for death. Yang Kai glanced over at him and coldly snorted. I won't just sit here and wait for death. Heh, neither will I. Isn't that Sword Union's starship? Shen Tu pointed out the window and shouted. Yang Kai looked over in that direction and was suddenly speechless. Purple Star's starship was being pulled by the black hole, and was quickly rushing towards it. Sword Union's starship was no exception. This starship was constantly rotating as it flew towards Yang Kai. As it rotated, the sturdy material outside the starship was constantly being peeled off and sucked into the black hole. Yang Kai estimated that the starship he was on was in the same situation. The two starships were originally fleeing in different directions, but none of them succeeded, both of them being pinned down. If things continued this way, before they were swallowed by the black hole, the two starships would collide. That kind of disaster would definitely be devastating. Brother, I wish you good luck. I hope you can escape this disaster, Shen Tu said solemnly. Shen Tu said solemnly before immediately sitting down cross-legged. In the next moment, electricity surged from his body and wrapped around him, forming a cocoon around him. He obviously noticed that something was wrong, and wanted to use his strongest defense to withstand the force of the collision, in order to find a way to survive. Young Kai didn't pay attention to him and even gave up on Wu Suo, who was originally in his hand. At this time, the people from Purple Star had no time to care about him. Everyone was in danger and the situation was chaotic, so no one came to find trouble with him. Young Kai's expression was dignified as he stared intently at the Sword Union starship approaching from the side. The distance between the two starships was getting closer and closer, and just as the two starships were about to collide, Young Kai pushed his Saint Chi to the limit. Summoning his Saint-grade top-rank silver leaf artifact first, Young Kai transformed it into a silver river that wrapped around his body. At the same time, he also used his 9 heavens divine skills. A series of grand heavenly shields appeared and surrounded Young Kai from all directions. Chapter 997. Inside the Purple Star starship, Young Kai wasn't stingy with his Saint Chi. He didn't know how many grand heavenly shields he had condensed, but there were at least 100 of them. The yang liquid stored in Young Kai's dantian had also been consumed by more than 20 drops. Next, Young Kai used his demon god transformation, filling his body with evil energy as invisible demon crests appeared on his physique, enhancing his vitality and physical defense. He had done everything he could, and the rest was up to fate. The sound of an earth-shattering collision reached Young Kai's ears, almost tearing his eardrums apart. At the same time, he felt the Saint King grade high-rank starship tremble violently and disintegrate in an instant. Screams rang out one after another as the originally exuberant life auras were suddenly annihilated. At the moment of impact, countless Purple Star cultivator were killed or injured. Young Kai also felt like he was a canoe sailing on a stormy sea, in danger of being overturned at any moment. The grand heavenly shields protecting him shattered one after another, filling the air with a despairing sound. More than 100 grand heavenly shields disappeared in just 2 breaths of time. Then he saw the cartographer named Wu Suo, driven by habit, fly in front of him and explode into a bloody mist, not leaving behind a corpse. Immediately afterward, a series of cracking sounds rang out from all over Young Kai's body, as if all his bones were being crushed into dust. Xiao xiao xiao. Fragments of the starship shot out in all directions like lightning as a huge shockwave swept out, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Young Kai felt as if he had been hit by something and immediately lost consciousness. Inside the chaotic abyss, the 2 Saint King grade high-rank starships collided and both shattered into pieces. Sword Union's Purple Star cultivator and the debris were all swallowed up by the huge black hole, leaving no trace behind. After a long time, the chaotic territory field of the chaotic abyss gradually stabilized. As the territory field stabilized, the huge black hole in the star field also gradually shrank and disappeared. Finally, the chaotic abyss regained its calm. No one could have imagined that not long ago, 2 starships had clashed here and the cultivator on both sides had launched a desperate struggle. Oh! Young Kai woke up slowly, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a 7-colored sky that was so beautiful it was as if he didn't belong to this world. Young Kai tried to move his eyes, but was unable to perceive his own existence. His whole body was in a state of paralysis and he couldn't feel anything. Young Kai began to move his hands and feet, trying to speed up the flow of blood in his body to ease the paralysis. Gradually, pain came from all over his body, as if he had been hit by a mountain from all directions, causing him to grimace in pain. He suddenly recalled everything that had happened to him before he fainted and panted heavily. He rejoiced at the fact that he had survived a calamity. Only then did he suddenly realize that he seemed to be in a state of weightlessness and was falling down at an extremely fast speed. Circulating his strength with great difficulty, Young Kai straightened his body and looked around. Young Kai's eyes sex origin star field, Estes body, SS forces star, S Young star field domain. Young Kite, as this continent was extremely strange, as if it was suspended in the air, without any force supporting it. This continent was not small. Young Kai, who was several thousand meters above the ground, estimated that it was as large as the entire Great Han country. The scenery was beautiful, lush, and filled with the fragrance of flowers. Where is this? Young Kai frowned. He knew nothing about the star territory. All he knew was some information he had obtained while chatting with Shun Tu in the power room. However, He knew that this place was definitely not any of the stars in the chaotic abyss. This was because he had seen those stars from afar before, and none of them matched the continent below. The Purple Star starship had an accident in the chaotic abyss, colliding with the Sword Union starship, and then being swallowed by the huge black hole. So how did it end up in this floating continent? In other words, the huge black hole might be a void corridor with a teleportation effect. However, no matter how he looked at it, this place didn't look like a mysterious small world. Instead, it looked more like a strange space in the chaotic abyss. In addition to the huge island-like continent, there was a seven-colored sky in all directions, and the air was filled with rich world energy, making one feel relaxed and happy. It seemed that the rich energy of the chaotic abyss had all gathered here. Yang Kai pondered as he let himself fall. After a while, he suddenly realized that his situation was not good. He could survive that devastating disaster, so naturally the Masters of Purple Star could as well. While he was lost in thought, a number of people woke up near him one after another, looking around blankly. Among them was the beautiful woman named Bai Ye. Yang Kai secretly hid his body behind a piece of starship debris and began searching for Shun Tuesday. What made him feel regretful was that he did not find Shun Tu, nor did he know whether he had survived the disaster or not. Up in the sky, many people set up streaks of light and began rescuing their companions who were still alive. Others took advantage of the fact that their enemies were still unconscious to send them into a deep sleep forever. In some places, small-scale battles had already broken out. The people of Purple Star and Sword Union had all fallen into the same place, so naturally, they would not get along well. Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to sneak away, trying to get as far away as possible from this place as possible. But as soon as his figure was exposed, a flustered and exasperated shout rang out in his ear, "Little bastard, where do you think you're going?" The first thing Bai Ye did when she opened her eyes was to look for Yang Kai. Because of Yang Kai, she was blamed by Lu Guichan and suffered a divine sense attack from him, almost leaving behind some internal injuries. She hated Yang Kai to the bone. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, she noticed it. As she spoke, a dragon bone whip suddenly appeared in Chen Jade's hand. This dragon bone whip was obviously of extraordinary grade, like an azure dragon emerging from its lair. In the next instant, the figure of a giant dragon appeared in the air, and a series of indestructible wind blades shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no intention of being entangled with her, and simply sent out a palm strike towards the dragon bone whip, using the rebound force to quickly fly downwards. Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded nearby and Yang Kai paled. Turning his head, he found that the Saint King Realm Master named Lu Guichan had at some point appeared beside him. He stared at Yang Kai indifferently and ruthlessly, as if he was looking at an ant, then stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. Lu Guichan's movements were not fast, but Yang Kai found that in front of him, he actually felt an irresistible sense of defeat, as if this man only needed to send out a single divine sense to destroy his mind. Yang Kai was horrified. The next moment, Lu Guichan caught Yang Kai in his hand and asked coldly, "Where is Grandmaster Wusa?" Before the starship's accident, the closest person to Grandmaster Wusa was Yang Kai. Lu Guichan had only taken the initiative to find Yang Kai because he wanted to ask about Wusu. Otherwise, with his status and strength, how could he lower himself like this? He's dead. Although he had already guessed this, when he heard Yang Kai's answer, Lu Guichan's expression still darkened. Now that their Purple Star cultivator was trapped in this place, their only hope was a chart master, because only a chart master had the most knowledge of the star territory and was most likely to find a way out. As such, Lu Guichan lost interest in Yang Kai and tossed him to Bai Ye. "If something goes wrong this time, you'll have to end your own life." Lu Guichan coldly snorted. "Master can rest assured. I will definitely suck his blood essence dry and let him die without a burial." Bai Ye ground her teeth, her beautiful face filled with a crazed light, like a viper or a scorpion. Saying so, her beautiful eyes glared towards Yang Kai, as if she couldn't wait to suck Yang Kai dry right now. Yang Kai wore a bitter expression and didn't say a word. He couldn't use his strength at this moment. He didn't know what Lu Guichan had done to him, but he couldn't use his strength at all. Yang Kai's physical strength was just a bit stronger, but he wasn't Bai Ye's opponent at all. It wasn't until this moment that Yongkai clearly realized the huge gap between the Saint King realm and the Saint realm. Moreover, this Lu Guichan wasn't an ordinary Saint King. In this realm he must have extremely high attainments, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to capture Yongkai so easily. Baya grabbed Yongkai and didn't pay any attention to the others, flying all the way down and landing on the floating continent a short time later. She took a deep breath of the fresh air of this continent, enjoying the joy of surviving a calamity as well as the palpitations of escaping death, her full breasts heaving up and down in an exaggerated manner. Her dress was also quite bold and unrestrained. The lapels of her robes were wide open, revealing a large expanse of tender white skin and charming cleavage. "Why don't we discuss this?" Yongkai suddenly asked. "Little brat, don't waste your breath," Baya sneered. "No matter what, you won't be able to escape this time. I'll definitely eat you up." Yongkai shrugged his shoulders and motioned to the front. "Those from Sword Union who are still alive have also come down. You'll probably have to fight soon, so I'll help you kill them, but you won't touch me, how about it?" "When did I touch you?" Baya seemed to become angry out of shame as she swept her eyes over him disdainfully. "Besides, you're just a first-order saint, who can you kill? Why don't you take a look at yourself first?" "I killed Kameng," Yongkai said lightly. Baya couldn't help curling her lips as she stared at him in shock. Kameng was too careless, wasn't he? She obviously believed that the reason Kameng was killed by Yongkai was because he was too careless, not because Yongkai was skilled enough to kill him. "No matter what, I won't believe you. This old lady has never been deceived by a man before. You're the first." Baya sneered. "So when the situation stabilizes, elder sister will take good care of you. I won't let you down." She grit her teeth as she spoke, seemingly holding a grudge. Yongkai shook his head and stopped talking nonsense with her, instead beginning to examine his own condition. Chapter 998. After a quick investigation, Yongkai was surprised to find that he wasn't seriously injured. Because his bones had been fused with the unyielding golden skeleton of the great demon god, they were exceptionally strong, so he hadn't suffered any damage in the disaster just now. Only his 5 viscera and 6 organs had been displaced, and there were many bruises and scars all over his body. These were all minor injuries, and with Yongkai's current restorative ability, he didn't even need to take any pills and would be fully healed in half a day. The only problem was the seal Lu Guichan had placed on him. The yuan qi in his meridian seemed to have been shackled and couldn't flow freely, but his spiritual energy wasn't affected. It was probably because Lu Guichan felt that Yongkai's strength was too low and wasn't worthy of being treated seriously. This gave Yongkai a glimmer of hope. If he could use his spiritual energy, he could find an opportunity to escape. He wasn't afraid of Baya. What he feared was a Saint King realm master like Lu Guichan. When he was looking down from the sky just now, Yongkai knew that this continent wasn't very large, so if he couldn't escape without leaving a trace, once they started searching, there would be no place for him to hide. After pondering for a while, Yongkai made a decision in his heart. Next, he immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. As soon as he entered his knowledge sea, Yongkai's soul avatar was stunned. This was because he had discovered that balls of divine soul energy had appeared in his sea of consciousness at an unknown time. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 to 50 balls of divine soul energy, and the energy contained within them varied in strength. Yongkai was stunned. Then he suddenly realized that these spiritual energy masses should have been left behind by the cultivator who had died beside him during the disaster. The demon eye of annihilation not only could purify the souls of others, but it could also autonomously draw in the spiritual energy left behind by others after they died. These things must have been drawn into his knowledge sea by the demon eye of annihilation while he was unconscious. This was really an unexpected gain. There wasn't enough time, so Yongkai didn't carefully investigate the spiritual energy masses suspended above his knowledge sea, only giving them a cursory examination. Most of these spiritual energy masses belong to a Saint Realm cultivator, but among them, Yongkai actually found a mass of spiritual energy that belonged to a Saint King Realm master. Yongkai couldn't help paling. Even a Saint King Realm master didn't survive that disaster, so it was obvious just how destructive the collision of the 2 starships had been when they were swallowed by the black hole. Those who were still alive today should be grateful that their luck was not as bad as this Saint King Realm master. By Ye's soul avatar. Spiritual energy masses of these spiritual energy masses, so he could only wait and wait until he had an opportunity to absorb them later. The comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao of a Saint King realm cultivator was something Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing. When Yang Kai avatars avatar Yang Kai, Hestius star, Anzus purple stars cultivator and Sword Union's cultivator were entangled in groups of 3 or 4. None of them had yet to recover from the disaster and were now venting their anger on the other side, fighting to the bitter end. Lu Guichan was also entangled by a dignified and mature beautiful woman. This beautiful woman exuded a noble and graceful aura, but her strength was surprisingly high, not inferior to Lu Guichan in the slightest. She held a square sword box in her hand, and from this sword box shot out a series of powerful rainbow lights towards Lu Guichan. These rainbow lights flickered in and out, varying in length and shape. Clearly, they were all high-grade sword artifacts. Lu Guichan didn't dare show the slightest carelessness when facing this beautiful woman. Wearing a set of golden armor, he held a short spear in his hand. This short spear exuded a strong energy fluctuation, giving him the appearance of a powerful general. Golden light danced in the air and clashed with the incoming swords. The two sides fought mid-air, exchanging blows back and forth, creating a lively scene. All the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators stayed far away from the battlefield, fearing they would be caught up in it. Yang Kai's eyes wandered around the battlefield, trying to find an opportunity to escape. While looking around, he turned to Bai Ye and asked, "They're really fighting, don't you need to help?" Bai Ye glanced over at him and giggled. "You want to find a chance to escape? My strength has been sealed, where can I run to? Don't worry, just go fight. I'll wait here for you. A woman like you, I also want to taste what it's like." "Is that so?" Bai Ye's face suddenly glowed, becoming even more alluring. Her red lips quivering slightly as her breasts rippled like a mountain, creating a mesmerizing wave that would make anyone who looked at her feel intoxicated, leaving no doubt that there was an amazing elasticity hidden in her body. Her smile disappeared as she stared coldly at Yang Kai. "Don't waste your time, I won't give you a chance. I'd rather watch the battle from here than let you escape." "Why bother?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, feeling helpless. Bai Ye had made up her mind not to relax her surveillance of him, so there was nothing he could do. At that moment, 2 beautiful white figures suddenly flew past in front of them, seemingly chasing a purple star cultivator. When they passed by Yang Kai and Bai Ye, a soft voice called out. Immediately, the 2 of them stopped at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai in amazement. The older woman showed a look of pleasant surprise. "How come it's you?" "It's you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. These 2 women were none other than the first group of cultivators he had encountered when he arrived in Star Territory, He Zhao and He Miao of Sword Union. Seeing them, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly. He suddenly discovered that the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. "You're here. So Sword Union's people found you?" Yang Kai asked casually. He Miao nodded heavily and said cheerfully, "Not long after we separated from you, Master brought some people to find us, but those Purple Star people were too hateful and kept chasing after us. As a result, all of us ended up here. Yet they still wanted to fight, so we decided to accompany them to the end." "Why are you here?" He Zhao was much more mature and quickly noticed that something was wrong. Yang Kai was standing next to a Purple Star cultivator, and although there were no signs of abuse, his strength was obviously sealed. He was under the control of his opponent. The Purple Star woman, on the other hand, was secretly circulating her strength as if she could attack at any time. "It's a long story." Yang Kai coughed dryly. "You wouldn't be this slut's gigolo, right?" He Miao covered her mouth and exclaimed, a look of disbelief filling her pretty face as her expression became ambiguous and disgusted. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected He Miao to actually recognize Bai Ye. Only now did he understand that Shun Tu's claim that Bai Ye's beauty was well known was not an exaggeration. "Little girl, you really have no manners." Bai Ye's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. He Miao calling her a slut obviously angered her. "Didn't your parents teach you how to treat others with courtesy? Bah, who in Star Territory doesn't know about your affairs? Yet you still have the nerve to talk about manners? Do you have any manners at all?" He Miao snorted as she waved the long sword in her hand, drawing a sword flower as she shouted, "Elder sister, let's not waste words with him, let's go." Hizeo didn't say a word, gently nodding as she signaled to Yonkai with her eyes. Together with her younger sister, the two of them covered their tender bodies in sword light and rushed forward. Before they even arrived, a biting cold sword chi swept out like a cold winter wind, causing the ground to crack as a series of sword scars appeared. Baya shouted and lashed out with her dragon bone whip, summoning the phantom of an azure dragon that opened its bloody maw towards the two sisters. At the same time, a series of wind blades were sent towards Hizeo and He-Miao's delicate necks. The three figures were instantly entangled together. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yonkai quickly escaped. Baya was just a third-order saint, Hizeo was also in the same realm, and although He-Miao was slightly weaker, she was still a second-order saint. With the two sisters working together, Baya would definitely not be able to win. As such, he wasn't worried about the safety of Hizeo and He-Miao at all. Right now, Yonkai's main concern was to escape as quickly as possible. Yonkai's speed was extremely fast, and although he couldn't use his Saint Chi, the strength of his physique allowed him to escape from the chaotic battlefield in just a few breaths. Finding a secluded place, Yonkai sat down cross-legged and vigilantly tried to circulate the Saint Chi in his body to resolve the seal Lu Guichan had placed on him. The battle between the Purple Star and Sword Union Cultivator continued. Both sides had a deep hatred for each other, and neither was willing to back down. More and more cultivators were being killed, their corpses strewn across the battlefield. Yonkai just stood on the sidelines and stayed out of this. Fortunately, no one came to find trouble with him. Suddenly, his eyes turned towards a certain direction and a strange look appeared on his face. There, a gray-haired old man in a blue robe was searching for something. He was indifferent to everything around him, and was simply searching the area where the starship fragments had fallen. From time to time, he would pick up a piece of the starship fragment from the ground and knock it with his hand, nodding with satisfaction. The ring on his finger flashed and he put it away into his space ring. After a short while, he had collected several dozen pieces of the starship. These pieces were of different sizes, but all of them were of good quality. To be able to survive such a disaster, these materials were at least refined from St. King grade high-rank ores. As he picked up the starship fragments, he would occasionally mutter to himself and laugh a few times, seemingly very satisfied. Such a strange person shuttling through the chaotic battlefield naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, Yonkai was surprised to find that whether it was the cultivator from Purple Star or the cultivator from Sword Union, they all wanted to find trouble with him. No matter who approached within 10 meters of him, they would be pushed back by an invisible force. The cultivator who had gone to find trouble with him immediately realized that this old man was not to be trifled with and quickly retreated, no longer daring to approach him. As such, Yonkai continued to collect the starship fragments peacefully. The strange behavior of this old man finally attracted the attention of the real masters. Lu Guichan and the beautiful woman from Sword Union, who were fighting in the sky, retreated at the same time, opening up some distance between them, exchanging glances with each other while paying close attention to the old man below. Chapter 999. This strange old man gave Lu Guichan and the beautiful woman from Sword Union an unusual feeling, so although the two of them had stopped fighting, they were still silently paying attention to this old man. Yushi, you and I are old acquaintances. We both know that neither of us can do anything to the other. How about we end today's battle here? I think whether it's your people or mine, both of them need to recover. Lu Guichan crossed his hands behind his back and said to the beautiful woman from Sword Union. The beautiful woman named Yushi hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. Good. I knew you'd be easy to talk to. Lu Guichan laughed, taking the lead to put away his golden armor and his short spear, frowning as he said, Yushi, I have a question I have to ask. If you have something to say, then say it. Yushi's pretty face showed a trace of impatience, her tone also quite impolite. Lu Guichan curled his lips disdainfully, stretching out his hand and pointing down. Is this old man from your Sword Union? Why haven't I seen him before? When he asked this, Yushi's expression suddenly became strange as she asked suspiciously. He's not one of your people? Lu Guichan was startled and slowly shook his head. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly their eyes lit up, shouting at the same time, "There was someone here before?" As soon as these words fell, the two of them turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the old man who was picking up the debris of the starship below. Where this place was and what kind of dangers lurked, neither Lu Guichan nor Yushi knew. But at this moment, right under their noses, a native had suddenly appeared. They naturally wanted to gain the upper hand by making the first move. They wanted to snatch this old man and get the information here before the other party. In this kind of unknown place, if they had enough information, they might be able to gain an absolute advantage. This was something they knew better than anyone else. As such, without saying a word, the two of them attacked simultaneously. The auras of two Saint King Realm Masters spread out in all directions, far stronger than when they were fighting just now. Both of them revealed an aura that indicated they were determined to win. Lu Guichan and Yushi had known each other for many years and knew each other very well. Their strength was roughly equal, so the two of them rushed up to the old man almost at the same time, each of them grabbing one of the old man's arms and staring at each other, neither willing to back down. The old man had just picked up a piece of starship debris, but before he could put it into his space ring, he was suddenly struck dumb and his body stiffened in place, unable to move. Then, his expression became strange as a look of interest appeared on his face. While the two Saint King Realm Masters were confronting each other, Yang Kai casually put the starship fragment into his space ring. This strange action stunned Lu Guichan and Yushi at the same time, but in the next moment, they realized that something was wrong. This old man was either a madman or a very capable person who didn't care about the two of them at all. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. The latter was more likely. As such, Lu Guichan and Yushi both let go, wanting to get away from this strange old man. However, at that moment, a crazy suction force suddenly emerged from the old man's body, and it was as if his body had turned into a swamp that Lu Guichan and Yushi were unable to extricate themselves from. In the next moment, the two of them felt their Saint Chi rapidly drain and pour into the old man's body. The two of them were horrified and Yushi even screamed. As the strength of the two of them was absorbed, the old man's complexion became more and more ruddy, as if he had been greatly nourished. Even his white hair gradually became glossy and dark. The old man grinned towards the two of them silently and mysteriously. Only then did an extremely dangerous aura emerge from the old man's body. As this aura spread out, everyone couldn't help shivering and stopping what they were doing. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling in their ears as a cold wind blew. This old man's aura alone was enough to make everyone feel as if they had fallen into the 9 hells of purgatory, experiencing a mental torture worse than death. You two little things are looking down on people too much. This old man hasn't seen such a lively scene for many years. This time I'll spare your lives. If you dare to do it again, I'll definitely make your souls scatter. The old man laughed maliciously. His body shook and an incomparably huge impact burst out from his body. Lu Guichan and Yushi both screamed as they were sent flying backwards, like kites whose strings had been cut, coughing up a mouthful of blood as they flew through the air, their expressions becoming sluggish and dispirited. Being crazily absorbed by the old man, they almost died on the spot. Steadying themselves, they turned to look at the old man again, their eyes filled with horror. Yang Kai's eyes also trembled violently, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Lu Guichan's heaven-defying cultivation was something he had personally experienced. In front of Lu Guichan, he had no room to resist at all. Lu Guichan was at least a second-order Saint King, possibly even a third-order Saint King. But such a master in front of this strange old man was no different from a 3-year-old child. What kind of cultivation did this old man have? Yang Kai couldn't even begin to imagine. And right, it's rare for so many people to come here. Tell your people to stop fighting. If one of them dies, it'll soon be deserted again. The old man thought for a moment before suddenly ordering. Lu Guichan and Yushi stared at him blankly for a moment before nodding quickly. We'll obey senior's instructions. After witnessing the strength of this old man, they no longer dared to act rashly. This was because they all knew that if this old man wanted to, he could easily kill everyone here. His strength was not something they could resist. Even if you die, you can't let it go to waste. I'll let you in. The old man seemed to be muttering to himself. With a flick of his hand, A pitch-black flag suddenly appeared. This flag exuded a gloomy aura, and many illusory figures of people and beasts could be vaguely seen surging within it. These figures were clearly soul avatars, and each one of them was incomparably powerful, causing one's heart to palpitate. All of them were bound to this flag and seemed to have lost their consciousness, turning into bloodthirsty and cruel resentful spirits. As the flag fluttered in the wind, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling filled the air. A series of translucent soul avatars emerged from the bodies of the dead cultivator, and as if they were being summoned, they all rushed towards the flag. A short time later, the black flag had accepted 30 to 40 cultivator soul avatars. As if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, ripples began to appear on the surface of the black flag. The resentful spirits that had been bound to it began to surge madly, competing to devour the new soul avatars that had just entered. The sound of chewing was incessant, directly reaching one's soul. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen soul avatars belonging to the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were completely devoured, as if they had never existed. The gloomy aura emanating from the black flag thickened a little. "If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll take you all in." The old man looked around with a sinister smile and put away the black flag. Everyone's face was pale, and no one dared to answer. After witnessing the scene just now, how could they dare to act rashly? After death, even one soul would be devoured. This was even more terrifying than death. So, everyone became obedient and restrained their strength. Find a place to live and familiarize yourself with the environment first. And I have to tell you that there is no danger here, and there are plenty of resources and world energy very suitable for cultivation. Do not approach within 50 kilometers of that mountain. That is where this old master lives, and anyone who dares to approach will have to bear the consequences. The old man then pointed at a nearby mountain peak and spoke endlessly as if he hadn't spoken for many years. Only then did he float away and disappear in the blink of an eye. Even after he left for a long time, no one dared to make any moves. Everyone was frozen in place. Everyone's hearts were beating violently, and people were constantly swallowing their saliva. Lu Guichan and Yushi stared at each other from a great distance, speechless for a while. Immediately, they took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths before taking out St. Crystals and beginning to restore their strength. After an hour, the two of them stood up one after the other. It wasn't until they moved that the surviving Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator dared to breathe and gather around the two of them. Not far away a voice called out. Yang Kai looked up and saw He Miao waving at him with a pale face. Yang Kai stood up and walked over to them. A few dozen meters away, Baya grit her teeth and glared towards him hatefully, but she didn't dare to make any move to stop him. That old man had said that if anyone dared to cause trouble again, he would take their soul avatar into the black flag. Baya didn't dare provoke that old man. "Many thanks." Yang Kai walked over to He Zao and He Miao and sincerely thanked them. If it weren't for them restraining Baya just now, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to escape and wait for that old man to show his power. "No need." He Zao shook her head. "We owe you." "Who was that old man?" "He scared me to death just now." He Miao patted her chest, a look of lingering fear on her face. "Master should have noticed something." He Zao looked at the beautiful woman Yushi thoughtfully. In any case, with his words, Purple Star's people won't dare act recklessly, so this place is safe for the time being. "Yang Kai, is your strength sealed?" That Lu Guichan must have done something to it. Yang Kai nodded. "Come with me, I'll take you to see Master and ask him to help you lift the seal on your body." "I'll have to trouble you too." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "No need to be so polite." He Miao giggled, finally recovering some of her spirit. "If you hadn't given me and my elder sister some restorative pills before, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until Master came to save us. We still owe you our lives." "Small matter." Kai Yang faintly nodded his head, neither warm nor cold, just like how he would treat a stranger he had met by chance. Following He Zao and He Miao towards the place where the Sword Union people were gathered, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of the beautiful woman Yushi. Chapter 1000. The Sword Union's Yushi was a middle-aged beauty. She had a voluptuous figure, a graceful waist and slender legs. The pure white dress that covered her body was just right, and on her chest was the unique sword symbol of the Sword Union. Her delicate body exuded a mature and dignified temperament. The two sisters, Hizeo and Himiao, led Yongkai over to her and called out respectfully. Yushi's face was still a little pale and her white robes were stained red. But after hearing these words, she turned a suspicious look towards Yongkai behind them and asked slightly vigilantly, "Why did you bring someone from Purple Star here?" She had never seen Yongkai before, so naturally, she thought Yongkai was a cultivator from Purple Star. "Master, he's not from Purple Star." Himiao walked up and took Yushi's arm, pointing to Yongkai and smiling as she introduced him. "He's the one who gave me and my elder sister those crystal stones and pills in the chaotic abyss. His name is Yongkai." "It's him?" Yushi raised her brow, seemingly a little surprised. When she found Hizeo and Himiao in the chaotic abyss, she had heard the two sisters talk about what had happened during that time and knew that if it weren't for Yongkai providing them with some restorative pills, the two sisters would have long since collapsed. However, she still had some doubts about Yongkai's origins. How could a little first-order saint cultivator run to the chaotic abyss for no reason? Did he have such ability? Thinking so in her heart, Yushi's expression didn't change as she lightly opened her mouth and said, "Young man, thank you for taking care of my two disciples before." "Senior is too polite." Yongkai nodded lightly. "It was only a slight effort." "Good, you provided some help to Hizeo and Himiao before, so I'll give you 1,000 saint crystals as a thank you gift." Saying so, Yushi stretched out her hand and gestured to the side. Immediately, a cultivator came over, looked Yongkai up and down, and asked, "Friend, where is your space ring?" Yongkai was stunned and shook his head. "I don't have such a thing." The cultivator looked at Yushi with some embarrassment. Yongkai didn't have a space ring, so even if he wanted to hand over 1,000 saint crystals, he couldn't. Yushi frowned and ordered, "Give him your space ring. It's not something too valuable anyway." "Yes." The cultivator nodded, the space ring on his finger ring, and handed it over to his companion for safekeeping. A moment later, he took off his space ring and handed it to Yongkai. "There are still 1,000 saint crystals left in here, count you count." "I didn't come here for a reward," Yongkai said with a strange expression. He suddenly felt that Yushi seemed to be in a hurry to get rid of him, fearing that he would continue to stay here. He didn't know why. "Then what do you want?" Yushi frowned, looking a little displeased. The cultivator who handed over the space ring also grinned and said, "Friend, 1,000 saint crystals is not a small amount. I also gave you a storage artifact, you should be satisfied, right?" "I said I don't want a reward." Yongkai also frowned, suddenly realizing that the other party seemed to think he was trying to get something in return. This made him feel very uncomfortable. "Master, it's like this." Hizeo walked up and said, "He has been sealed by Lugue-chan and can't use his strength, so he wants to ask you to help lift the seal." "He can't use his strength?" Yushi looked at Yongkai in surprise, sweeping him with her divine sense to confirm before saying, "Let me see." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and pointed towards Yongkai. Yongkai didn't move. Although the other party's misunderstanding made him a little unhappy, the most important thing right now was to lift the seal on his body. So he obediently cooperated. Yushi's finger touched Yongkai's forehead and a stream of energy flowed from her finger into Yongkai's body. He didn't know why, but Kaiyong suddenly had a wonderful feeling. Wherever the energy flowed, he felt extremely comfortable, and his whole body involuntarily relaxed. In the next moment, Yongkai's face changed, as if he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling as he retreated a few steps, avoiding Yushi's finger as he stared at her gloomily. This woman. Just now, she had actually secretly inserted a strand of divine sense into his sea of consciousness. If he hadn't reacted quickly and sealed off his knowledge sea, Yongkai estimated that the secrets of his knowledge sea would have been exposed to her. In Yongkai's knowledge sea, there was the six-colored soul-warming lotus, his conflagrated knowledge sea, and the demon eye of annihilation that had merged with his body. No matter which one it was, he could perfectly hide them normally, but once someone spied on his knowledge sea, he could no longer hide. Regardless of what Yushi's purpose was, she had already violated Yongkai's bottom line. So he immediately avoided her. Yushi's pretty face showed a trace of surprise, seemingly not having expected Yongkai's senses to be so sharp that he was able to perceive her actions. Young Kai, what's wrong? He Miao saw Young Kai's expression change and was shocked, quickly asking. It's nothing, Senior's cultivation is too high, so I couldn't bear the force that entered my body, Young Kai explained casually, not telling the truth because it wouldn't benefit him at all. Yushi was startled for a moment before smiling. My hands and feet were too heavy, causing you to be frightened. Master, has the seal on his body been broken? Hizeo asked with concern. Yushi shook her head and said bitterly, if it was before, I could have undone it, but I was injured by that old man just now, so I am temporarily unable to undo the seal on his body. Hizeo and He Miao suddenly showed a look of disappointment before turning to Young Kai, the two sisters both wearing apologetic looks. It's nothing, if you can't undo it then forget it. Young Kai wasn't disappointed at all, reaching out and taking the space ring from the cultivator next to Yushi, cupping his fists and saying, in any case, many thanks for Senior's kindness and generous gift. Saying so, he turned around and left. Young Kai, don't worry. Master will be able to help you after a few days of recovery. He Miao called out innocently, but receiving no response, she couldn't help but pout. Why does he seem a little angry? This little brat is very suspicious. The cultivator next to you, she stared at Young Kai's back. According to what two junior sisters said, he should be wandering the chaotic abyss, so how could he be with someone from Purple Star? For him to appear here, he was clearly on Purple Star's starship. On top of that, he's just a little first-order Saint cultivator. Why would Lu Gui-chan spend so much effort to restrain his strength? What do you mean? Hizeo looked at the man. The cultivator grinned meaningfully. I just think that two masters shouldn't have been deceived by him, right? Perhaps he really is someone from Purple Star, who pretended to accidentally meet you in the chaotic abyss, and then inquired about information from you. I remember you saying that you met him twice, right? So what? Hizeo's brow furrowed. Nothing, junior sister, don't be angry, I just wanted to remind you. You've been cultivating with Master all this time and haven't come out much. The outside world is chaotic, the man explained with a smile, as if he really was just casually saying this. Elder sister, he wouldn't really be someone from Purple Star, right? Hearing what her brother said, He Miao also became a little suspicious. Unlikely, Hizeo shook her head slowly. Hizeo slowly shook her head. The two times she had met Young Kai, he had not inquired about any important information from her and her sister, and the second time they had met, he had even given them some crystal stones and pills for free. If he really was someone from Purple Star, there was no need for him to do such a thing. All he needed to do was leak the news to Lu Gui-chan, and they wouldn't have been able to wait for their master to arrive. As such, she didn't believe her brother's speculation. There's nothing wrong with being careful, Yushi said. Master. Hizeo looked at Yushi strangely, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. What do you want to say? No, nothing, Master, you should rest first. Hizeo swallowed the words she was about to say. She originally wanted to ask her master if she really couldn't lift the seal on Young Kai's body, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Looking at the lonely figure of Young Kai leaving, Hizeo couldn't help feeling a little upset. Strictly speaking, Young Kai had saved her and her sister's lives, something that a single space ring and 1,000 Saint crystals couldn't offset. Sighing faintly, Hizeo winked at her sister and the two of them quietly walked out. After the two sisters left, Yushi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes and said to the cultivator, Wei Wu, pay attention to that young man's movements. Don't let Hizeo and He Miao have too much contact with him. I think there's something wrong with him. Wei Wu's eyes lit up and he quickly cupped his fists. Yushi's beautiful eyes became deep as she whispered softly, Why is he so strange? The moment her divine sense pierced into Young Kai's knowledge sea, she suddenly felt a sense of panic, but because Young Kai had sealed his knowledge sea in time, that feeling had only lasted for a moment, so Yushi hadn't noticed it too clearly. She didn't know what kind of secrets were hidden in his knowledge sea. However, after this incident, his origins became even more thought-provoking. Yushi had no choice but to act cautiously, lest her two apprentices really be deceived by this young man. She understood the personalities of her apprentices best. They were kind, didn't cause trouble, and knew how to repay kindness. This young man had saved their lives, so they would definitely want to repay his kindness. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it would definitely be troublesome. Yang Kai stayed away from the Sword Union people and found a place to sit down alone. He felt that it was best for him not to approach Yushi. This beautiful woman was obviously suspicious of his knowledge, and her attitude towards him wasn't very good. Purple Star's people didn't dare to provoke him now, so Yang Kai estimated that he would be safe for the time being. Relaxing his mind and body, Yang Kai finally felt the richness of this world's world energy. At the moment, he couldn't use the power in his body or circulate his secret art, but the surrounding world energy still flowed into his body on its own accord, penetrating his skin and merging into his flesh, allowing him to enjoy himself to his heart's content. Chapter 1001. On this inexplicably strange floating continent, the scenery was picturesque and the world energy aura was extremely dense. Above the entire continent, a thick layer of mist was formed when the world energy aura reached a certain level. The clear spring water flowing from the nearby mountain peak was sweet and clear, and had great nourishing properties, as if this spring water was not ordinary water, but rather spirit liquid. Purple Star had a total of more than 100 cultivators, but after a great battle, both cultivators found a place to sit down and recover. Soon they were surprised to find that on this floating continent, their recovery speed was several times faster than normal, because the world energy aura here was simply too abundant. All of them were inexplicably excited, thinking that after surviving a great disaster, they were bound to have good fortune in the future, working hard to absorb the world energy around them. Only the strange seven-colored sky made them feel uneasy. The sky was filled with seven-colored mist, making it impossible to see the sun, moon, or stars. It was completely different from where these cultivators had lived before, and this kind of scenery made them feel somewhat at a loss. After a day, most of the cultivators had almost fully recovered. They had also brought a lot of pills with them, and with the rich world energy aura here, their minor injuries were basically healed. Lu Guichan of Purple Star suddenly came to Sword Union's side and, under the hostile and vigilant gazes of the Sword Union cultivator, walked towards Yushi. Perceiving the sound of footsteps, Yushi slowly opened her eyes and waited for him to come closer before asking, "What do you want?" Lu Guichan gestured towards the mountain peak not far away and asked pointedly, "Aren't you curious about the identity of that senior?" "So what if I'm curious?" Yushi's expression was indifferent, not showing much interest. But how could she not be curious? Over the past few days she had been thinking hard about the identity of this old man, but she couldn't come up with any clues. She believed that Lu Guichan was also thinking about the same problem, and him coming to find her was the best explanation. The black flag used by that senior shouldn't be a nameless artifact, but after thinking about it for 1,000 years, I can't find any artifact similar to that flag used by a master. What do you think? I don't recognize what that flag is either. Yushi shook her head. As expected. Then how about the two of us join forces to investigate it? Join forces with you? Yushi disdainfully curled her lips. Isn't that the same as asking a tiger for its skin? You can't say that. Lu Guichan didn't care. Lu Guichan didn't care. Now that your Sword Union's people and my Purple Star's people have all fallen here, and there is a powerful senior here, it stands to reason that we should pay him a visit. You think he's here? I don't know, but where there is a will, there is a way. At the very least, you should inquire about his intentions. This won't be a bad thing for your Sword Union, Lu Guichan persuaded. Yushi frowned and pondered. Lu you of the sect of this place. Forced by the current situation, she could not refuse Lu Guichan's proposal, so after a while, she gently nodded. All right, I'll go with you to visit that senior. Don't worry, I won't play any tricks this time. You've seen the strength of that senior. I won't act recklessly. Lu Guichan smiled bitterly. Lu Guichan smiled bitterly. A master of that level was almost on par with a star master. Lu Guichan knew that even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be their opponent. Yushi said a few words to the people from Sword Union before standing up and walking with Lu Guichan towards the mountain peak where the old man lived. After the two of them walked away, Hizeo and Himiao glanced at each other before quietly approaching Yang Kai. What happened yesterday made them feel very apologetic, so they had been trying to express their apologies to Yang Kai, and comfort him to wait a few days until Yushi recovered so she could help him lift the seal in his body. However, Hizeo was keenly aware that her master didn't trust Yang Kai very much, so she hadn't tried to communicate with Yang Kai in front of her, lest her master's misunderstanding of Yang Kai deepen. It wasn't until now that she found a suitable opportunity. Just as they were about to leave, the cultivator named Wei Wu suddenly stopped in front of them and asked with a smile, "Where are two junior sisters going?" Hizeo frowned, "Just walking around." Wei Wu smiled and volunteered, "Big brother will accompany you." "No need." Hizeo looked unhappy and decisively refused. Wei Wu shook his head and said, "Junior sister, Master just said that we shouldn't act on our own accord because no one knows what dangers are hidden here. The two of you are Master's precious pearls. If something were to happen to you, who would bear the responsibility? Let Big Brother accompany you. If something really happens, Big Brother can help you delay it for a while." He put on an awe-inspiring appearance, as if he was willing to sacrifice himself for Hizeo and Miao, holding his head high and puffing out his chest, pretending to be mature and reliable. "Didn't that senior say yesterday that there was no danger here?" Miao blinked her big eyes. Who knows if what that senior said was true or false? His strength is profound, so this place probably isn't dangerous to him, but we are different. It is because we don't know the mysteries of this place that Master went to inquire about it with Lu Gui-chan. "Big brother, tell me the truth. Does Master have some doubts about Yang Kai's origins and identity?" Hizeo looked at Wei Wu with her beautiful eyes. "Why does junior sister say that?" Wei Wu looked surprised. "Just this feeling. Master gave me the feeling that he didn't want us to have too much contact with Yang Kai. And when we brought Yang Kai here yesterday, Master seemed to have done something to him." Hizeo said bluntly, recalling Yang Kai's frightened and angry appearance at that time. If Master hadn't secretly done something to him, he definitely wouldn't have been angry. Wei Wu grinned meaningfully. "Junior sister thinks too much. What kind of character is Master? How could he care about such a small character? Besides, everything Master does is for the good of us disciples, so let's not waste any more time here. If two junior sisters want to go out, please let Big Brother accompany you. I also want to take a look around." "No need, we don't want to go." Hizeo shook her head, returning to her original position with Miao and sitting down cross-legged. Wei Wu pinched his nose helplessly and could only sit down to restore himself and pass the time. The movements here didn't escape Yang Kai's prying eyes, and although this place was safe for the time being, he was now alone, so it was always right to be careful. In particular, Bai Ye, that cheap slave from Purple Star, was still eyeing him covetously. If it weren't for the deterrence of that mysterious old man, she would have already attacked him. As such, Yang Kai had been paying attention to the movements of the two cultivator groups. He saw Lu Gui-chan and Yushi leave together, and he also saw Hizeo and Miao come to his side but were stopped by the male cultivator. Although he didn't know the details, he could vaguely guess what was going on. Suddenly, a strange sound came from not far away, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and stare blankly. Immediately standing up with a strange expression, he approached the source of this sound. A moment later, he came to a nearby bush and called out, "Shun Tu?" Shun Tu's head poked out from the side of the bush and quietly waved to Yang Kai before quickly shrinking back. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and walked over to him, frowning slightly as he asked, "What are you doing?" "Hiding from those people, of course." Shun Tu replied in a low voice, grinning widely, "Brother, it's good to see you again. I thought the two of us were dead for sure this time, but I didn't expect we would both survive. The two of us are really lucky." After saying these words, he began gasping for breath, his face pale. Only then did Kai Yang notice that this guy's injuries from yesterday's disaster were much more serious than his own. There was a pool of blood on his abdomen and his clothes were torn. It was obvious that something had pierced through his body, and then forcibly pulled it out. There were also traces of flesh and blood on his square face, making him look incomparably ferocious. "You're a bit miserable." Yang Kai squatted down. Shun Tu's face became bitter as he shouted, "That's right, I didn't think anything of it before, but now that you mention it, I suddenly feel like I'm a bit miserable. Why are you unharmed?" "It's just luck. How did you end up like this?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "How should I know? When the starship was destroyed, I fell unconscious directly. When I woke up, I found myself here. Fortunately, the starship fragment didn't pierce my vitals. Otherwise brother would have to collect my corpse, Shen Tu muttered, grimacing in pain as cold sweat dripped down his back. Didn't you take any pills? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Looking at Shen Tu's appearance, it seemed he hadn't been able to recover properly. My things were snatched away by those bastards from Purple Star long ago. How could I have any pills? Even my artifacts are gone. If I had some kind of artifact, I wouldn't have ended up like this, Shen Tu said angrily. Brother, do you have any pills? Yang Kai nodded, pretending to take something out of his space ring, but in reality he was taking out a healing saint pill from the demon mystic tome. Oh, a saint pill with pill veins? Shen Tu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly accepted the saint pill. It seemed that such a pill was also a good thing for him, so he didn't hesitate to swallow it, gasping for breath as he said, "Give me some time, I should be able to recover. Sit down and meditate, I'll keep an eye out for you." Yang Kai took the initiative to propose. Now that he and Shen Tu were on the same side, it was only natural for him to help him out a little. Should I stay a little further away? Shen Tu stared off into the distance with some worry. If we're discovered by Purple Star or Sword Union, don't worry, they won't dare act rashly right now. What do you mean? Shen Tu was puzzled. He seemed to know nothing about the old man who had appeared yesterday. Shen Tu guessed that when that old man appeared, he was still in a comatose state. Yang Kai immediately gave a brief account of the old man's story. When Shen Tu heard this, his expression changed greatly as he muttered under his breath, "Doesn't that mean that old fogey is at least an origin returning realm master? No, that's not right, he should be even higher." Muttering to himself, Shen Tu's expression became particularly interesting. Chapter 1002. Origin Returning Realm? Yang Kai was stunned. Above the Saint King Realm is the Origin Returning Realm, and above that is the Origin King Realm. I told you before, every cultivation star has a Star Master, and every Star Master is an Origin King Realm Master. What was the highest cultivation level of the cultivator on the continent you came from? Third Order Saint. What a low-level continent. I wonder which corner of Star's territory they're located in. Shen Tu spat disdainfully. However, there are indeed many such continents in Star's territory. They don't even have the ability to explore Star's territory, so their descendants can only remain trapped on their own continents, unable to see the wonders of Star's territory. These words resonated with Yang Kai. Thinking back to the cultivators of Tongxian Realm, they were indeed like this. If what you say is true, then why should I hide? None of them dare do anything to me now. After learning the situation, Shen Tu immediately relaxed and sat down cross-legged on the spot, beginning to dissolve the medicinal efficacies of the Saint Pill. While healing himself, Shen Tu chatted with Yang Kai, inquiring about the current situation. He seemed to be very interested in the old man and constantly asked about his situation. That old man. ****, why did that old senior pick up so many starship fragments? Shen Tu frowned and pondered, but couldn't figure out why. You'll have to ask him that. Hey Yang Kai, do you think? If we can obtain the protection of that old senior, wouldn't we no longer have to fear Purple Star and Sword Union? Do you have anything that can tempt such a powerful master? Where there's a will, there's a way. Shen Tu smiled mysteriously. Just wait, once I recover, I'll see if I can help you unlock the seal in your body. You're currently in such an inconvenient state. Yang Kai gently nodded. Although he didn't have much hope, this was still Shen Tu's good intentions. Both of them fell silent for a moment. Shen Tu began to concentrate on his recovery, while Yang Kai could only sit to the side and help him stand guard. About 2 hours later, Lu Guichan and Yushi returned, both of them wearing somewhat helpless expressions. It seemed that things hadn't gone well and had returned to their respective camps. Master, what did Senior say? Wei Wu walked up and asked respectfully. Yushi bitterly shook her head. We didn't even see his face. Lu Guichan and I were 50 kilometers away from that mountain peak when we sent him a divine sense message, requesting an audience, but he didn't respond. We don't know if he's there or not, Yushi sighed. Dealing with such a mysterious master was really a laborious task. Not knowing his identity, not knowing his origins, and not knowing his cultivation, whether it was Yushi or Lu Guichan, Both of them had to act extremely cautiously when meeting him this time. But the result was still disappointing. The only fortunate thing was that although this old man looked ferocious and ruthless, and his aura was extremely evil, he didn't kill at will. Otherwise, on this continent, they wouldn't even have a place to hide. We're going to visit him again tomorrow. Let's leave it at that for today. Yushi shook her head and was about to rest when he Meow suddenly called out, Master. What's wrong? Yushi turned to look at her. He Meow pointed to the sky in the distance, a look of fear appearing on her pretty face. That senior seems to be coming. Yushi's tender body shook as she quickly looked in the direction. He Meow was pointing and found that the mysterious old man was quickly approaching them. Her expression immediately became tense as she anxiously exhorted the people from Sword Union while waiting solemnly. Lu Guichan of Purple Star apparently also noticed this, and his figure flickered as he arrived beside Yushi, standing side by side with her. The two of them had formed an unreliable alliance. After all, when facing this old man, the pressure they felt was too great. In the blink of an eye, the old man landed in front of Yushi and Lu Guichan. Senior. Lu Guichan immediately cupped his fists and squeezed out a smile. When the two of us went to pay our respects, Senior didn't seem to be at that mountain peak. Do I need to tell you where this old master is? The old man glanced over at Lu Guichan. I wouldn't dare. Lu Guichan's expression changed as he fell silent. Good. I came here this time to ask for something from you. Although this continent is rich in world energy and materials, the only thing that annoys me is that there are no rare ores here. The old man muttered to himself. Lu Guichan's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, what kind of ores does Senior need? If it's convenient, please tell us, we may have some. Yushi also eagerly looked towards the old man and echoed, Senior doesn't need to be polite with us. Of course I won't be polite with you. The old man snorted and said casually, Space Spirit Crystals, do you have any? Lu Guichan and Yushi, who had been looking forward to taking this opportunity to build a good relationship with this old man, couldn't help wearing bitter expressions when they heard him mention Space Spirit Crystals. Lu Guichan awkwardly said, Senior, if you want other ores we may have some, but Space Spirit Crystals, they are too rare, we don't have any on us. If Senior needs them, you might as well return to Purple Star's main continent with me. That place is rich in Space Spirit Crystals. My Sword Union also has some, Yushi quickly added. You want to win me over? The old man squinted at them, a strange smile appearing on his face. Senior is too worried. This junior just wants to invite Senior to visit Purple Star's main continent for a few days. If it is convenient for Senior, Lu Guichan hurriedly explained. Being a guest is fine. This old master also wants to go out for a walk. The old man put on a very amiable look, a trace of yearning appearing on his face, but in the next moment his expression suddenly became cold. If this old master could leave this damned place, why would he ask for Space Spirit Crystals from you? Idiot! Lu Guichan and Yushi both wore dumbfounded expressions, not knowing why this old man suddenly became angry, but neither of them dared to answer casually. What is Space Spirit Crystal? Not far away, Yang Kai heard the old man shout and asked Shin Tuesday, it's an extremely precious crystal ore. One that is extremely rare and expensive throughout the entire star territory, Shan Tu explained casually. Shin Tu explained casually. The space ring in your hand was refined using Space Spirit Crystal as the main material. Space rings were refined from Space Spirit Crystals? Yang Kai was stunned, only now understanding why he had always felt that the material of this ring was different from the Demon Mystic Tome. It turned out that they were two completely different materials. Strange, why does this old senior want Space Spirit Crystals? Shin Tu frowned, and listening to what he just said, it seems he has been trapped here for many years. On the other side, the old man cursed and scolded Lu Guichan and Yushi for a while, but he still refused to give up. The two of them could only silently endure, their hearts filled with grievances. Forget it, if you don't have Space Spirit Crystals, hand over your space rings to me, the old man ordered casually. As soon as this statement came out, whether it was the Purple Star cultivator or the Sword Union cultivator, both of their expressions changed greatly. Don't worry, I don't want the garbage in your rings. I only want your space rings. The old man added. Lu Guichan and Yushi glanced at each other, not knowing what to do. Hand them over to me or die. The old man shouted impatiently. Although this old master doesn't want to kill you, I don't want anyone to disobey me. Perceiving that this old man's attitude was not good, Lu Guichan smiled bitterly and waved to the purple star cultivator, asking him to come over and hand over his space rings. Yushi saw Lu Guichan compromise and could only compromise. The space rings were collected by Lu Guichan, and Yushi handed over to the old man. After a short while, the old man had collected over 100 space rings. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered all the things stored in the hundreds of space rings. In front of him, a small mountain immediately appeared. In that hill, there were countless saint crystals, bottles of spirit pills, precious spirit grasses, spirit medicines, rare ores, martial arts secret tomes. All kinds of things were dazzling to the eye, making it difficult to take in. Such a large sum of wealth made everyone's eyes burn with desire. The old man only glanced at those things and didn't have the slightest intention of being tempted. He faintly ordered, "Take the things back yourselves. Behave yourselves. If anyone dares to snatch something that doesn't belong to them, this old man will make them behave themselves." "Yes, Senior," Lu Guichan quickly expressed. "Good, do you have any more space rings?" The old man looked around for a while before his cold eyes suddenly stared at Yushi's hand and sneered, "Woman, do you want to die?" Yushi clutched the space ring on her hand and said with a bitter expression, "Senior, can you leave one for me to hold my things? Here you have no use for space rings." Saying so, the old man directly stretched out his hand towards Yushi. Yushi, who was a saint king, couldn't even summon up any thoughts of resistance before the ring on her hand was snatched away by this old man. Her expression was extremely bitter. The old man waved his hand and scattered the things inside the ring. Sweeping his eyes over them, he was suddenly attracted by a token. Reaching out and grabbing this token, he looked at it for a while and couldn't help calling out, "A star sect command? No wonder you didn't want to hand over your ring. It turns out you obtained a star sect command." A star sect command. Lu Guichan couldn't help muttering, his originally gloating eyes suddenly becoming hot as he stared greedily at the token in the old man's hand, a look of excitement appearing on his face. The looks in the eyes of the numerous martial practitioners also changed. Their gazes were all fixed on the star sect command with burning desire. "Senior, this token." Yushi pursed her dry red lips, her tone low and pleading. The old man didn't say a word and simply tucked the star sect command into his sleeve. It seemed that this token was also quite valuable to him. Yushi's voice came to an abrupt halt. She knew that now that the token had fallen into the hands of this old man, she would never be able to get it back. Her mood suddenly became extremely depressed, as if she had lost something precious. Chapter 1003. On the floating continent, the old man left, leaving behind a group of Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators, all at a loss. Especially those from Sword Union. All of them looked as if their parents had just died, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Yushi's pretty face was twisted as she stared in the direction the old man left, not daring to say anything. Lu Guichan glanced over at her and laughed. "Now that's good, everyone fought over it. But in the end it all ended up being a wedding dress for someone else. You dare say that?" Yushi turned her head sharply and glared at him, grinding her teeth. "If it weren't for your purple star chasing after my two disciples, they would have already returned to Sword Star with their star sect tokens. They wouldn't have broken into the chaotic abyss and we wouldn't have fallen here, forced to act according to others' wishes. This is all your fault." Lu Guichen's face became cold. "You're mistaken. The place where your two disciples found their star sect tokens was on one of my purple star's continents. Strictly speaking, they belong to my purple star. I haven't even asked you for the crime of stealing them, yet you want to accuse me? Lu Guichan, you'd better remember this. If one day I manage to escape from here, I'll make sure you suffer eternal damnation." Yushi shouted bitterly, blaming Purple Star for the theft of her star sect command. "If you can escape, then we'll talk." Lu Guichan sneered, not caring about her threat as he beckoned to the Purple Star cultivator. "All of you, come over here and count the things here. See how much belongs to us. Don't let anyone steal anything else." The several dozen Purple Star cultivator immediately rushed over to the mountain-like pile of supplies. Yushi's tender body trembled slightly as she ordered the people from Sword Union to begin counting. More than 100 people suddenly gathered together and began searching for their own things. A starsect token, it's actually a starsect token. Heavens, it's actually a starsect token. Shuntu kept shouting, his face filled with excitement. Since the old man took away the starsect token, Shuntu had become excited and had not calmed down even now. Yang Kai sat beside him without saying a word. When he stopped talking, he asked, "What is that thing? Why does it seem like everyone wants it?" "Of course I do," Shuntu shouted. "That's a starsect command we're talking about. Once the Stargate order is out, the territory of the Stargate will submit. That is a great killing weapon. If I can get that thing." He muttered to himself as his eyes flickered. He was like a hungry wolf searching for food in the snow, as he imagined all the wonderful things that would happen after he obtained the Stargate command. "I understand now. No wonder Purple Star and the others didn't hesitate to enter the chaotic abyss to chase after Sword Union. So it was for a starsect token. Ha, that's right, a single starsect token is indeed enough to attract them to take such risks." Shuntu mused, what a pity, in the end it was actually taken away by that old monster. Ha, now that it's in his hands, I'm afraid it's impossible to get it back. He looked like he was wringing his hands and sighing, as if the Stargate order belonged to him. Just as Yang Kai was about to inquire more about the Starsect command, he suddenly discovered that the beautiful woman named Yu Shi was actually quickly walking towards him. He couldn't help but furrow his brow as he became vigilant. Yang Kai didn't feel at ease with this woman. It seemed that because of the treatment she had just suffered, Yu Shi's expression was quite ugly at the moment. She came straight up to Yang Kai and pursed her red lips, hesitating to speak. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. "Can you return that space ring of yours to me? You saw what happened just now, that old senior took away all our space rings. We don't have any artifacts to store things with right now, it's very inconvenient," Yu Shi said somewhat awkwardly. Her attitude towards Yang Kai yesterday wasn't very good, and now she had to take back what she had already given him, so her expression was somewhat unnatural. If she hadn't been forced to do so, she wouldn't have done so. After speaking, she quietly stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his reply. "If I remember correctly, this ring was given to me by you yesterday, so it's already mine," Yang Kai said with a strange expression. "Yes." Yu Shi nodded, "But we need this ring now, so I want to take it back. Rest assured, as long as we leave here, I'll give you a much better reward. I'll definitely satisfy you. What do you think?" "I can't refuse, right?" Yang Kai smiled indifferently. "You can refuse," Yu Shi's expression was indifferent. "And since we're still here, even if you refuse, I won't do anything to you. That is to say, once we leave here, what will you do to me?" Yang Kai pondered over the meaning of her words. Yu Shi didn't admit it, nor did she deny it, simply saying, "I can help you undo the seal on your body now, allowing you to restore your strength, so it'll be easier for you to move around." "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. After what happened yesterday, it was impossible for him to allow Yu Shi to use her strength on him again. Saying so, with a flick of his divine sense, Yang Kai poured out the 1,000 saint crystals from his ring, took off the ring on his hand, and tossed it to Yu Shi. "I just want to tell you that the restoration materials I gave He Zao and He Miao before weren't for your compensation, but I'll keep these 1,000 saint crystals. Now we don't owe each other anything." Yu Shi took the ring in her hand, her expression becoming strange, as if she was feeling a little apologetic, lightly opening her lips and saying, "Without my help, no one here will be able to undo the seal placed by Lu Gui-chan. Don't bother." Yu Shi's pretty face changed slightly as she coldly snorted. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." She hadn't expected that her good intentions would be rejected by Yang Kai. In her opinion, this young man should be grateful. After all, this was an unknown continent, and no one wanted to be unable to use their own strength in this place. This made her a little angry, feeling like she had just been given the cold shoulder. In the past, with her status, how could she speak directly to a minor character like Yang Kai? But now that she had fallen into such a difficult situation, she had no choice but to lower herself. Not willing to waste any more words with Yang Kai, she took the space ring and turned to leave. "Brother, do you have some kind of grudge with that woman?" After Yu Shi left, Shuntu quietly asked, "How did you end up provoking her?" "I didn't provoke her, she was just too suspicious," Young Kai shook his head, not caring. But she's right, without her help here, you won't be able to undo Lu Guichen's seal. Even if I restore myself, I won't be able to help you, Shen Tu said helplessly. I'll find a way myself. Forget it, let's not talk about this, it's really annoying. How do we deal with these 1,000 Saint crystals? Just leaving them here isn't good, is it? I have these, Yang Kai said, suddenly taking out a number of small bags. Tossing 2 of them to Shen Tu. He then picked up one of them and began filling it with Saint crystals. When the fist-sized Saint crystals were placed into the bag, they disappeared as if they had been swallowed whole, causing Shen Tu to stare dumbfounded and couldn't help asking, what are these things? How come they also have a storage function? Universe bags, they're used as storage artifacts in our world, Yang Kai casually explained. These universe bags were all trophies he had collected before or obtained from adventures. He had stored them inside the Demon Mystic Tome and hadn't used them much, but this time they had come in handy. That mysterious old man had set his sights on the space spirit crystals, so Yang Kai didn't want to expose the secret of his Demon Mystic Tome. If he wasn't careful, the Demon Mystic Tome might be snatched away by that old man. Right now Yang Kai could only use these universe bags to deceive them. Shen Tu was amazed, copying Yang Kai's actions and stuffing the Saint crystals into his universe bag. Smiling as he said, not bad, your low-level world was actually able to develop this kind of artifact. It seems it's not completely useless, it's just that the space inside is a bit too small. He seemed to be very interested in these universe bags and stuffed them into his sleeve after filling them up, saying, these Saint crystals are mine, I'll return them to you later. And Yang Kai nodded indifferently. The Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were still sorting out and distributing the small mountain of supplies when Shen Tu took out some Saint crystals from his universe bag and began restoring himself. Yang Kai sat cross-legged next to him and tried to mobilize the power in his body, but his meridians were all sealed and blocked, making it impossible for him to circulate his strength, making him feel helpless. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only immerse himself in his soul avatar and send it into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai was preparing to swallow these spiritual energy first. Several dozen large and small masses of spiritual energy floated in the air above Yang Kai's knowledge sea. These were the souls of the cultivator who had died near him during the recent disaster. Basically, all of them were Saint Realm cultivators, with one of them being a Saint King Realm master. Yang Kai observed them for a while before gathering them together and beginning to mobilize the power of his demon eye of annihilation. A dazzling golden light burst forth, capable of extinguishing anyone's soul. This was a divine technique cultivated by great demon god. With a series of sizzling sounds, the balls of spiritual energy seemed to have been thrown into boiling water. A pitch-black mist-like substance emerged from them and was purified. These were the memories and experiences of the deceased before they died. Yang Kai couldn't absorb these, nor did he dare absorb them, otherwise, his thoughts would become chaotic and he wouldn't even know who he was. In the blink of an eye, several dozen masses of spiritual energy had been purified, leaving behind only the cultivator's unique insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Among these masses of spiritual energy, one of them was somewhat different. Under the golden light of the demon eye of annihilation, it actually persisted for a while before being purified. This was the spiritual energy of a Saint King Realm master. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. Looking at it carefully, the nutrients contained in this mass of spiritual energy seemed to be much richer than the others, causing Yang Kai to be overjoyed. Not wasting any time, Yang Kai immediately began to swallow and refine this pure spiritual energy into his knowledge sea, integrating it into his own strength. Time passed by little, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai had almost completely refined these dozens of masses of spiritual energy. He found some problems with them. These cultivators' comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao was much deeper and purer than that of a cultivator from Tongxian realm. Their comprehension of the use of strength and principles was also far superior to that of a cultivator from Tongxian realm. This also meant that the combat effectiveness of these cultivator was higher than that of a cultivator from Tongxian realm because they had a deeper understanding of the use of strength. Chapter 1004. After absorbing these spiritual energy wisps, Yang Kai's understanding of the Saint Realm reached an incredible level, and his control over his own strength became far more proficient than before. The benefits were far greater than this though, because every time he swallowed the spiritual energy wisps of others, Yang Kai's spiritual energy would increase in strength, enhancing his own spiritual energy. Although the increase in strength 1 or 2 times was small, it was enough to make his soul several times more powerful than any other cultivator in the same realm. The sea of flames condensed from Yang Kai's spiritual energy also seemed to have become more intense as a result. Yang Kai swallowed the last of these wisps of spiritual energy. However, as he was swallowing one of these wisps of spiritual energy, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange and he quickly stopped what he was doing and stared at it blankly. In front of his soul avatar was a wisp of spiritual energy that wasn't too powerful, even weaker than the others, only at the level of a third-order transcendent. This wisp of spiritual energy was left behind by the chart master named Wusuo after his death. Yang Kai immediately understood because he had seen Wusuo explode into a bloody mist in front of him, not even his bones remaining. At that time in the entire starship's power room, only Wusuo had reached the transcendent realm while the others were all saints. The wisp of spiritual energy left behind by Wusuo after his death seemed to be somewhat different. Indeed, it was only at the level of a third-order transcendent, weaker than the others, but there was something else hidden inside it, something completely different. Yang Kai condensed his divine sense and probed it. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt as if he had left his knowledge sea and was standing in a vast star field, surrounded by countless stars. These stars exuded a charming and dazzling brilliance, some exuding a vibrant vitality while others were dull and lifeless. Yang Kai's entire being seemed to have become infinitely large at this moment as he stood in the middle of the star field, overlooking the entire starship territory. No corner, no stars could escape his eyes. These stars seemed to be driven by some kind of mysterious force and were rotating in a very complex pattern, making it impossible for Yang Kai to grasp them. At a glance, Yang Kai was able to see a certain place at the center of this entire starship territory. Some of the stars there seemed to be particularly bright. Some were as red as burning fireballs, some were as white as frost, some had wind energy that had condensed into substance, turning into wind dragons that reached the sky, and some stars were like ancient trees. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai's shock. He immediately realized that this unique star field he was seeing was the chaotic abyss he had been lost in before. These dazzling stars and surging energies were all too familiar to him. The first place he entered after coming to the star field was the chaos abyss. He had long since memorized the appearance of those stars in his mind, engraving them into the depths of his soul. It was no different from what he was seeing now, but this one was Yang Kai. Wusuo's spiritual energy actually contained a star map. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, unable to understand why this was happening. While his divine sense was floating around the star, secretly observing it, the seawater in his knowledge sea seemed to be evaporating, the water level rapidly dropping, and his spiritual energy draining away at an incredible speed. A tearing pain spread from his knowledge sea to his entire body. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly withdrew his divine sense, only then discovering the changes in his knowledge sea. In this short period of time, nearly half of the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea had been consumed. This tearing pain was a sign of excessive spiritual energy consumption, and it seemed to have something to do with the mysteries of the star he had just spied on. Yang Kai took a deep breath and no longer dared to act recklessly, quickly withdrawing his divine sense from his knowledge sea. His consciousness returned to his body. A cold wind blew and his entire body felt cold. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his flesh was taut. His body trembled slightly. Shen Tu, who was sitting nearby, stared at him dumbfounded. Seeing Yang Kai's pained expression, Shen Tu couldn't help trying to persuade him, "Yang Kai, take your time, there's no need to rush. After all, this barrier was placed by a Saint King Realm Master. You won't be able to break it in a short time." He obviously thought that Yang Kai was trying to break through the barrier left behind by Lu Guichan, which was why he was in such a sorry state. "I know, don't worry about me," Yang Kai responded casually, quietly taking out a spiritual energy replenishing Saint Pill from the demon mystic tome and stuffing it into his mouth, adjusting his breathing to restore his spiritual energy while pondering. According to Shen Tu, Wusuo was one of the top 3 chart masters in Purple Star, which was why he was qualified to sit on Purple Star's starship and be responsible for guiding the starship's progress and repairing the star. Such a top-level chart master must have his own unique insights into the study of star territory. In addition to spending a small amount of time on cultivation, he must have spent the rest of his life studying the star. However, this couldn't explain why the star still existed after being purified by the soul-extinguishing golden light. The soul-extinguishing golden light could erase all the memories and experiences of a cultivator, leaving behind only pure energy. This was why Yang Kai had only been able to obtain other people's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, but not their secret arts and secret scriptures. The knowledge of the star could be regarded as the territory that Wu Suo had devoted his life to cultivating, so it stood to reason that it should have been purified. However, it was still preserved in perfect condition. This phenomenon was very strange and had never happened before. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before suddenly thinking of a possibility. This preserved star was not something that Wu Suo had obtained through his own research, but rather something that he had fused with this star during a fortuitous encounter. It did not belong to Wu Suo, so it had not been purified. It was of a higher grade than the demon eye of annihilation. Only this possibility could explain the current situation. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai looked at Shun Tu and said, "Let me ask you something." "What?" Shun Tu looked at him. "How much do you know about that chart master named Wu Suo? Why are you suddenly asking about him?" Shun Tu asked with a strange expression. "He seems to be dead, I don't see him here." "Why did you know him before?" "I don't know him, I'm just curious." Shun Tu chuckled. "He's not a beautiful woman, so I don't know much about him. But Wu Suo was a top-level chart master, so I know a few things about him. And it's said that this man came from a small force and his family had declined. He didn't have any extraordinary talent in cultivation, and only managed to reach the transcendent realm when he was nearly 200 years old. 200 years old and only transcendent realm, he really is a waste." Shun Tu knew a lot, so as soon as he opened his mouth, he began chattering away. Yang Kai didn't interrupt him, simply listening to this useless information with an indifferent expression. Right, him becoming a chart master is a bit of a legend. Before reaching the transcendent realm, he was just a small character who no one knew about. But after breaking through to the transcendent realm, he suddenly bloomed with amazing brilliance in the territory of Star Realm. The star chart he drew was extremely accurate and could avoid many potential dangers. He was born on a mainland of Purple Star, and after he became famous, he was recruited by Purple Star. He only became a chart master after reaching the transcendent realm? Yang Kai's expression changed. And isn't that strange? Some people have inquired about this, but haven't been able to obtain much information. However, basically everyone thinks that there should be a very powerful chart master secretly teaching Wu Suo. The reason his cultivation hadn't improved so quickly before was definitely because he had been delayed in studying Star Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a top-level chart master in such a short time. The profession of chart master is too rare, and it takes a lot of time and effort to cultivate one. Every great force in Star Territory has its own chart master training organization, but those chart masters who can be trained are extremely rare. Shun Tu explained with a smile, "If you ask a chart master to draw the star chart from one star to another nearby stars, any one of them will be able to do it. However, once the distance is too great, those chart masters will become useless. The star chart they draw won't be able to provide a safe and accurate route." "I understand you can continue cultivating." Yang Kai had inquired about the information he needed and wasn't prepared to continue chatting with him, quickly closing his eyes again. "Hey, you still haven't told me, why are you inquiring about Wu Suo? Could it be you want to become a chart master?" Shun Tu muttered to himself, letting out a laugh. "I advise you to give up on that idea. Without a few hundred years of immersion and studying the star territory of Star Realm, it's impossible. The things a chart master needs to master are far too complex." Yang Kai ignoring him made Shun Tu feel very bored, so he immediately closed his mouth and began silently circulating his secret art. Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea again, and after communicating with Shun Tu, he basically confirmed his previous conjecture. Wu Suo really did become a chart master because of a fortuitous encounter, And that fortuitous encounter was the star chart hidden in his soul. With such a star chart, anyone could become a chart master. The reason why Wusua's soul only began to shine after breaking through to the transcendent realm was likely because the amount of spiritual energy required to spy on the mysteries of this star was simply too great, making it impossible for anyone below the transcendent realm to explore it. This was something Yang Kai deeply understood. Just now, after only a stick of incense worth of time, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. If it had been a cultivator like Wusua, at most half a cup of tea's time, he would have died from exhaustion. Yang Kai didn't have much interest in becoming a chart master, but he was still very interested in the structure of the star territory and the distribution of stars. In the star field, there were many hidden dangers that even Saint King Realm masters would flee at the sight of. Chart masters were a group of people who could detect and avoid these dangers in a timely manner. If he could integrate this star chart into himself, Yang Kai felt that he would no longer have to worry about getting lost in the star territory. He had suffered a big loss in the chaotic abyss and had always been brooding over it, so he decided to refine this star chart. This was originally Wusua's fortuitous encounter, but now that it had fallen into his hands, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it go. Chapter 1005. Back on the floating continent, the people from Sword Union and Purple Star maintained their respective camps, each of them living in peace. Since the mysterious old man came here and snatched the space rings of more than 100 people, he had disappeared for more than 10 days. No one knew what he wanted to do with those space rings, let alone why he wanted to pick up those starship fragments. Yang Kai and Shun Tu formed an alliance and stayed away from the people from the two great forces. After such a long period of recovery, Shun Tu's condition had finally stabilized, and all of his previous injuries had basically been healed. However, because Yang Kai had been meditating all this time, he didn't dare to run around. The people from the two great forces began to inquire about the situation of this unknown continent, and after some investigation they found that, as the mysterious old man had said before, there was no danger here. They didn't find any living creatures here, as if the mysterious old man was the only living being here before they arrived. While they feared this old man, they couldn't help feeling some sympathy for him. Living alone in such a place with no one to communicate with was indeed a dull and tedious thing to do. Lu Guichan and Yushi also used their star shuttles to fly deeper into the sky, trying to leave this unknown continent and return to star territory, away from this old man. But what made them feel desperate was that no matter how high they flew, no matter how far they flew, they were unable to see the twinkling stars. The seven-colored sky was like a cage that trapped them all on this continent. As time passed, everyone's mood began to become restless. If it weren't for the old man's words before, the two sides would likely have immediately begun fighting. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's burning spiritual energy wrapped around Wu Sua's soul and began swallowing it. He had been refining this soul for more than 10 days now, but even with the strength of his spiritual energy, he was still unable to completely refine the star. He had underestimated the quality of this star. However, he now saw hope. Wu Sua's divine soul energy had already disappeared, leaving behind only a cluster of twinkling starlight and an exceptionally beautiful star atlas. Yang Kai continued to use his spiritual energy to invade the star, leaving behind his own soul brand and engraving his own life aura onto it. The whole process was like refining an artifact. The star began to become unstable. It gradually expanded and became bigger and bigger, as if it could explode at any time. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of uneasiness. His soul avatar flew to the six-colored island and continued to stimulate the power of his knowledge sea to refine the star. A slight noise suddenly came out from the star, as if something had cracked open. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt his spiritual energy madly pouring into the impregnable star, causing the seawater in his knowledge sea to rapidly decrease. Multicolored rays of light exploded in his sea of consciousness. Numerous shining stars shot out in all directions. Yang Kai's sea of consciousness was in turmoil. It was incomparably chaotic, making him feel dizzy and disoriented in an instant. The stars in the sky were like a swarm of locusts, densely packed and innumerable. They continuously flew out from the sea of knowledge and began to decorate the originally empty sky. Slowly, the sky above Yang Kai's knowledge sea became colorful, as if a small invisible hand was arranging the scenery of his knowledge sea for him. Yang Kai fell into a daze. His soul avatar stood on the six-colored island and stared blankly, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. The scenery in his sea of consciousness was undergoing tremendous changes at an extremely fast speed. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the turbulent knowledge sea finally stabilized. At this moment, the scenery in his knowledge sea was very different from before. The six-colored island was still standing at the center of the sea, and the demon eye of annihilation was still floating in the air. Night had fallen, and the sky was covered in a layer of dazzling starlight, as if it was covered in a layer of gauze. This was not an illusion created by Yang Kai's spiritual energy, but a real one. This was the sign that the star and Yang Kai had merged into one. Yang Kai was overjoyed and stood on the six-colored island, grinning widely. With a thought, Yang Kai's eyes stared at a certain position in the star field, where several stars suddenly appeared. The stars slowly rotated, and under the guidance of a mysterious force, they moved in the same direction as the stars in the real world. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered among the stars, witnessing the various mysteries in the territory of the star field, his spiritual energy rapidly draining away. Although spying on this star consumed a lot of spiritual energy, Yang Kai was very satisfied. With such a star in his knowledge sea, he would no longer have to worry about getting lost. He could accurately find the destination he wanted to go to, and he could even use this to become an excellent chartmaster. Restraining his thoughts, Yang Kai began to investigate his current position. On this star there was a white dot of light that was constantly flashing. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate this, the white suddenly gave off a strange fluctuation, allowing him to understand that where this white was located was where he was now. Yang Kai's expression became strange, because he found that on this star the white dot was actually at the very center of the chaotic abyss, the place where the black hole had swallowed everyone. Whether this star was accurate or not, Yang Kai wasn't sure and would have to wait until later to verify. So Yang Kai calmed his thoughts and no longer wasted his spiritual energy. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai immediately heard a low cry of surprise. Following this sound, Yang Kai suddenly found that on Purple Star's side, Lu Shan and Bai Ye were holding some herbs and saying something to Lu Guichan excitedly. Lu Guichan's expression also gradually became excited, his eyes flashing as he took the herbs from the two of them and examined them with rapt attention. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Purple Star's people seemed to have found something incredible. Shen too had been paying attention to the situation over there, and although he didn't hear what they were saying, he had his own speculations. "What is it?" "Saint King Great Herbs," Shen Tu shouted. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. They found them when they were exploring this continent, and there seems to be a lot of them. That old man seems to have said that the world energy aura here is rich and there are plenty of materials. Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. He also said that the only regrettable thing was that there were no rare minerals here. Shen Tu suddenly glanced over at him. No minerals but rich materials. Could it be that this place is rich in herbs? That's possible. Yang Kai gently nodded. Purple Star's people are about to act. Shen Tu shouted again. Shen Tu shouted again, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and look over. Sure enough, he found that the Purple Star cultivator had set off in all directions. A moment after they left, Yushi of Sword Union also gathered her subordinates and anxiously gave them a few instructions. The next moment the people from Sword Union also set off. Before Hizeo left, she glanced over at Yang Kai and nodded apologetically. Yang Kai smiled lightly in response. These days, he had noticed that Hizeo and He Miao wanted to come to his side several times, but each time they were stopped by a male cultivator from Sword Union. He knew that this was Yushi's idea, so he didn't care. Yang Kai, let's go find some. Shen Tu was quite tempted. In any case, there's nothing to do here. And the world energy aura here is so rich. The grade of the herbs produced here is definitely not low. Good. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment but didn't object. We can also collect some herbs for alchemy. You can perform alchemy? Shen Tu looked at him in surprise. And just barely. If I can find the right materials, I may be able to refine a barrier-breaking pill that can unlock the seal on my body. Yang Kai nodded. Then what are we waiting for? It's better to rely on yourself than others. Let's go, I'll take you with me. Shen Tu said as he pushed his Saint Chi and enveloped Yang Kai in it before flying off in a certain direction. All around them were cultivators from Sword Union and Purple Star. Shen Tu and Yang Kai flew all the way. From time to time they would hear someone laughing and shouting. Saint King grade high-rank blue bloodgrass, such a big piece, ha, we're rich. Saint King grade mid-rank soul calming flower. Come here, there's a dark moon spirit grass here. Saint grade high-rank earth emperor fruit, it's not that valuable. It seemed that because the quality of the herbs produced here was extremely high, the vision of these cultivators had become much higher. In the past, although Saint grade high-rank spirit grasses and spirit medicines weren't too high-end, they were still quite valuable and there was no reason to ignore them. But now, these cultivators didn't care about these Saint grade herbs at all. Everyone's eyes were focused on searching for Saint King grade and above spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Shen Tu's face was bitter as he listened to the cultivators sharing their joy with their companions, his heart feeling like it was being scratched by a cat, fearing that these cultivators would move too quickly and sweep away all the herbs on this continent. And I don't have a star shuttle, I can't fly as fast as them. Shen Tu flew for more than an hour but still couldn't find a suitable place to land. Everywhere he flew, there would be cultivators searching. Keep going. Yang Kai's eyes were deep as he stared ahead. Off in the distance he vaguely saw a jungle. Jungles had always been rich in herbs. How come they didn't discover that this continent was rich in herbs until now? During the flight, Yang Kai asked suspiciously. It had been almost half a month since they arrived here, so they should have discovered this long ago. They were afraid of that old man and didn't dare act rashly before. It wasn't until a few days ago that they began exploring the surrounding area and the sky to see what was happening nearby. After exploring for a while, they made some discoveries. Shen Tu explained casually, his eyes suddenly lighting up. No one should have entered that jungle before. Let's go take a look. A group of 2 figures flashed through the air and rushed into the jungle. As soon as they entered the jungle, both of them were shocked because the world energy aura here was much richer than elsewhere. Exchanging a glance, both of them knew they had come to the right place. The richer the world energy aura, the higher the grade of herbs produced. Releasing their divine senses at the same time, Yang Kai suddenly pointed in a certain direction. There's something here. Shen Tu looked at him in amazement. Are you sure? I'm sure. Because there's a medicinal fragrance in the air. You're not really an alchemist, are you? Shen Tu was surprised. Chapter 1006. Inside the jungle, Yang Kai and Shen Tu moved like the wind, collecting high-grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines one after another. The herbs produced here were all at least Saint grade, with most of them being Saint King grade. Shen Tu's face twisted with excitement. He had never imagined that this continent would be so rich in materials. Almost every few dozen meters or so, there would be a spirit herb that had grown for countless years waiting for him and Yang Kai to pick. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines on this continent were more than 10 times more abundant than on any other medicine star in star territory. The most valuable thing was that they seemed to be in a state where no one cared about them. The mysterious old man's cultivation was profound, so most likely he didn't care about the herbs here. So collecting them wouldn't be of much use, allowing these spirit grasses and spirit medicines to have plenty of time to grow. Shen Tu didn't know much about herbs. He usually only took pre-refined pills, but even so, he was dazzled by the abundance of herbs before him and couldn't help feeling excited. Under Yang Kai's precise guidance, Shen Tu swept up all the mature herbs he passed. Hey Yang Kai, come over here and take a look. Shen Tu suddenly called out from the side, his voice trembling slightly, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Kai Yang hurried over and arrived in front of him. He saw him squatting in front of a strange orchid. That orchid exuded a faint fragrance, which made people feel refreshed and comfortable. Its pure white petals were overflowing with brilliant colors, making it look extraordinary. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he muttered, 7-colored thousand-knot orchid? The spirit grasses and spirit medicines produced on this continent were basically the same as those on Tongxian realm, the only difference being that they were of much higher grade. However, there were many that even Yang Kai didn't know the names of, as they were not on Tongxian realm. If such a 7-colored 1,000-knot orchid were to grow on Tongxian realm, it would at most be Saint grade mid-rank, but at this moment this orchid was exuding astonishing energy fluctuations and a terrifying medicinal efficacies that far surpassed Saint grade mid-rank. Yang Kai, what kind of grade is this? Why do I feel like it's different from the rest? Shun Tu exclaimed as he stared at the 7-colored 1,000-knot orchid in front of him. According to the Star Territory's classification of cultivator strength, this should be an origin grade herb, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Shun Tu sucked in a breath of cold air as his expression changed several times, muttering to himself, "There are origin grade herbs here. Heavens, there are origin grade herbs here." Even in the entire territory of the star, origin grade herbs were extremely valuable, yet they had found one not long after arriving. It was easy to imagine how rich the resources of this world were. Yang Kai carefully picked up the rainbow 1,000-knot orchid and placed it into his Qingkuan bag. Deep in his heart he was a little excited. Exchanging a glance with Shun Tu, the two of them continued to search without saying a word. The floating continent was rich in herbs, so the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were stimulated by these herbs, and seemed to have temporarily forgotten their current awkward situation, all of them wandering around like crazy. Whether they could leave this continent or not, these herbs had a huge effect on the improvement of a cultivator's strength. Yang Kai and Shun Tu also had a huge harvest. The floating continent was not small, and the total number of cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union numbered less than 100. After they scattered in all directions, it was basically impossible for them to run into each other. Thus they could safely search for herbs as much as they liked. 10 days later Yang Kai came to a stop. "What's wrong?" Shun Tu was still in high spirits, his eyes shining as he looked around. Noticing that Yang Kai had stopped, he couldn't help turning around and asking, "I've collected enough herbs, I'm going to start alchemy. Are you going to refine the pill that can lift your seal?" Shun Tu asked. But you can't use your strength, how are you going to perform alchemy?" Shun Tu was puzzled. "I have my own way, you can go find the herbs yourself. There's a cave over there, I'll be staying there for the time being. You can find me there." Yang Kai pointed to a spot not far away. When the two of them were walking over, Yang Kai had found a good place to rest. "Good." Shun Tu didn't insist, knowing that Yang Kai was anxious to restore his strength. "Then be careful, I'll go search for a while." After saying this, he left in a carefree manner. Yang Kai identified the direction and headed towards the cave he had discovered before. A short time later, he arrived in front of the cave and used his divine sense to search it. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Yang Kai walked inside. The cave should have been naturally formed. At the top of the mountain there was a large amount of stalactite hanging upside down. From the tip of this stalactite, there were drops of mountain water filled with rich world energy. Yang Kai took a few drops and drank them, immediately feeling refreshed. The mountain water here was not ordinary. It contained a huge amount of world energy, almost as if it had been transformed from world energy. Anyone who took it would have great benefits, having the same effect as the myriad drug liquid in that it could improve one's physique and enhance one's strength. However, its effect was slightly worse than the myriad drug liquid. Yang Kai went all the way to the innermost part of the cave, found a dry place and sat down cross-legged. The bottom of the cave was not small, about the size of a few houses. Although the light was dim, this environment gave Yang Kai plenty of room to practice. His physical strength was indeed unable to be used, but his spiritual energy was not restricted. Since a long time ago, Yang Kai had no need to use his physical strength to perform alchemy. With just his conflagrated knowledge he could refine any pill he wanted much faster and more convenient than using his Saint Chi. After a long time of alchemy, Yang Kai first found some Saint-grade herbs and prepared to refine a few Saint pills to familiarize himself with. Taking out a small pill furnace, he placed it in front of him. Yang Kai wrapped the herbs with his divine sense and released his conflagrated knowledge to condense the medicinal liquid. After a short while, the several Saint-grade herbs were purified, leaving behind a rich medicinal liquid. Engraving the various spirit arrays used in alchemy, Yang Kai engraved them into the pill furnace, then poured the medicinal liquid into it to control the heat. Kai was very familiar with this process, so he was very familiar with it. Even if it had been a long time since he had refined a pill, this process had become second nature to him. Not a single detail was wrong, and his precision was impeccable. Gradually, the cave was filled with the fragrance of pills. When the pill fragrance reached a certain level, Kai withdrew his conflagrated knowledge sea and waited for a moment before flicking his finger on the pill furnace. A round pill flew out and was pinched between Kai's fingers. It did not form pill veins, which was a bit of a pity, but it was still a genuine saint-grade mid-rank pill. Gently nodding, Kai was very satisfied and put the pill into the demon mystic tome before closing his eyes to restore himself. Refining a saint pill didn't consume a lot of spiritual energy, but it wasn't a small amount either. Kai couldn't squander his spiritual energy at will, so he had to maintain his peak state at all times. After an incense stick worth of time, Kai continued refining. Back in Tongxian realm, Kai was able to refine saint-grade high-rank pills. At that time, 9 Heavens Holy Land had gathered a lot of herbs and wealth, allowing him to improve his alchemy skills at will. However, a saint-grade high-rank pill was probably not enough to lift the seal Lu Guichan had placed on him. Lu Guichan was a Saint King realm master, so only a Saint King grade pill could break his seal. As such, Kai's top priority right now was to use the resources at hand to improve his alchemy skills. When he left Tongxian realm, Kai had brought a lot of materials with him. On this continent, he and Shintu had also collected many Saint King grade and origin grade herbs. Kai didn't need to worry about materials at all. Time flew by and Kai immersed himself in the world of alchemy. Living alone in the cave. The floating continent, on the other hand, was very lively. The cultivator from Purple Star and Sword Union had a huge harvest and was in high spirits every day. However, Lu Guichan was a little unhappy, because they didn't have any storage artifacts on hand. Without any storage artifacts, even if they collected herbs, there was no place to store them. This was only a small matter. The most serious problem was that after these herbs were collected, their medicinal efficacies were constantly fading. This made Lu Guichan's heart bleed. Feeling the medicinal efficacies of these Saint King grade and origin grade herbs diminish with each passing day, he felt extremely pained every day. He couldn't wait to find that mysterious old man and take back his space ring. But he only dared to think about it. If he really faced that old man, Lu Guichan couldn't even think of resisting. Oh, atop a mountain peak, the mysterious old man wore a nervous expression as he carefully arranged something on a large piece of flat ground. On this flat ground, there were many extremely high-grade saint crystals arranged in rows to form a large spirit array. At the center of this spirit array, there was something that looked like a door standing on the flat ground. This transparent door was made from the fragments of the starship he had picked up before. The 2 fragments of the starship were both Saint King grade high rank, so the materials used to make them were also extremely high grade, just perfect for the old man to refine this door. There were no rare ores on this continent, so the old man had been unable to find suitable materials to refine this crucial door. Only the heavens knew how excited he had been when the fragments of the starship fell from the sky and landed on this continent. The frame and base of this door were also inlaid with top-grade Saint crystals, making it look extremely beautiful. A strange energy fluctuation slowly flowed out from this door. Even a character as strong as the mysterious old man didn't dare approach this door casually, as if there was some great danger hidden inside. The old man's expression was ferocious and crazy as he wandered around to make his arrangements, muttering to himself, "Soon, soon, soon." A terrifying light flashed across his eyes, causing all who saw it to shudder. After a while, he suddenly stopped and spread out his divine sense, covering the entire continent in the blink of an eye. The movements of everyone who was active on this continent were clearly displayed in his mind. Grinning strangely, the old man muttered, "Heh, everyone is quite lively. Good, this old master is most afraid of lifeless people. This old master has been alone for 2,000 years, and can no longer bear this kind of torture. If you all become lifeless, this old master will have a headache. Oh, this little brat is quite interesting." Chapter 1007. The mysterious old man's cultivation was unfathomable, and with a single thought, the situation of the entire world could not escape his perception. He had discovered something strange about Yang Kai. His divine sense quickly gathered towards the cave where Yang Kai was located. Inside the cave, Yang Kai, who was trying to refine a Saint King grade pill, suddenly stiffened and opened his eyes, looking up with a dignified expression. Faintly, he felt as if there was a pair of invisible eyes spying on his movements, making him nervous. However, after carefully examining himself, Yang Kai did not find anything wrong, so he couldn't help shaking his head, a look of confusion on his face, wondering if he was being too paranoid. After such a delay, the Saint King grade pill Yang Kai was trying to refine immediately failed and a burnt smell came from the pill furnace. The medicinal liquids he had worked so hard to condense were all mixed together, and could no longer be used. Yang Kai sighed faintly and took out the discarded medicinal liquids from the pill furnace, temporarily not using his conflagrated knowledge see, and instead closing his eyes to meditate. Seeing this scene, the mysterious old man, who was 10,000 kilometers away, took back his divine sense and muttered to himself suspiciously, "His senses are so sharp?" He believed that with his own methods, it was impossible for this little brat to detect his divine sense, but he was still vigilant. This was clearly an instinctive sense of danger. Shaking his head, the old man no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and focused on dealing with the matter at hand. For a small cultivator like Yang Kai, the old man would not pay too much attention to him. Inside the cave, Yang Kai closed himself up and continued to refine pills. Yang Kai did not know how much time had passed, but he had refined several hundred Saint-grade mid-rank and Saint-grade high-rank pills, many of which had pill veins. Yang Kai's alchemy skills had greatly improved, and now he was even able to refine Saint King grade pills. One day, Yang Kai took out some herbs from the demon mystic tome with a dignified expression. These herbs all contain rich Saint King grade energy. He was going to start refining the seal-breaking pill. Yang Kai was very familiar with the seal-breaking pill's pill recipe. This was a pill recipe that originally existed in Tongxian realm, and according to the grade of the herbs used, the grade of the seal-breaking pill would also be different. Now that he had chosen Saint King grade herbs, the seal-breaking pill he refined was naturally Saint King grade as well. He didn't have a few of the herbs on hand, but he had found substitutes. Yang Kai was now considered an outstanding alchemist, so changing a pill recipe was naturally not a difficult task for him. Calming himself down, Yang Kai adjusted himself to his best state and began to refine. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. His expression was indifferent, without nervousness or anticipation, as if he was refining an ordinary pill. That was because he had full confidence in refining this pill. He didn't think he would fail. In fact, this was indeed the case. After about half an hour, a light yellow barrier-breaking pill with restrained energy was refined by him. Taking this pill out of the pill furnace, Yang Kai held it in his hand and silently examined it for a moment before slowly shaking his head. This pill was a genuine Saint King grade pill. However, according to his observation, it should only be a Saint King low rank. Yang Kai didn't know if such a pill could unlock the seal. If Lu Guichen's strength was also at this level, then there would be no suspense, but Yang Kai estimated that Lu Guichen was at least a second-order Saint King or even a third-order. Yang Kai didn't have much confidence. Frowning for a moment, Yang Kai stuffed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground and waited for the medicinal efficacies to dissolve. A moment later, Yang Kai's face changed to one of extreme pain. He felt waves of heat surge out from his lower abdomen. That heat wave was like lightning, like a torrent, and suddenly exploded, spreading to his limbs and bones in all directions. His blocked meridians were stretched and a tearing pain spread throughout his body. Yang Kai grit his teeth and remained unmoved, his divine sense following the flow of the medicinal efficacies to perceive his own situation. Yang Kai clearly saw shackles appear on his physique, each of which contained Lu Guichen's aura. These shackles were the seals he had planted. The seal-breaking pill's medicinal efficacies were like a trapped dragon emerging from its lair, using Yang Kai's body as a battlefield as he struggled desperately against these shackles. The whole process caused him unimaginable pain. Although the seal-breaking pill's medicinal efficacies were quite good, it was obviously not enough to shatter these shackles and restore Yang Kai's freedom. After repeated collisions, the medicinal efficacies were gradually consumed, But the shackles remained motionless, firmly locking down Yang Kai's Saint Chi and meridians. Half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes weakly, a helpless look upon his face. The Saint King grade low-rank seal-breaking pill really didn't work. However, with his current means, the best he could do was refine a pill of this grade. It wasn't a matter of materials, nor was it a matter of skill, but rather a matter of his cultivation realm. Yang Kai was only a first-order saint right now. Being able to refine a pill a great realm above him was already a manifestation of his skill. If he wanted to refine a higher grade pill, he would need to improve his strength first. However, Yang Kai wasn't discouraged and instead his eyes lit up. Just because an ordinary Saint King grade seal-breaking pill didn't work didn't mean that a seal-breaking pill that formed pill veins would be the same. Once a pill formed pill veins, the efficacy of the pill would increase by at least 2 times or even more. As long as he could refine a seal-breaking pill that formed pill veins, he was confident he could break this seal. Yang Kai didn't dwell on his failure just now, and instead used the myriad drug liquid to quickly restore himself before starting again. During this time, Yang Kai had collected a lot of herbs with Shun Tu, enough for him to refine 4 or 5 seal-breaking pills. Inside the cave, Yang Kai busied himself, producing a seal-breaking pill almost every hour. All of these pills were ordinary and didn't form pill veins. It seemed that it was much more difficult for Saint King grade pills to form pill veins. Yang Kai wasn't anxious, his mood was calm, unaffected by any failure, because even if he ran out of these materials, he could always collect more. In this world where materials were abundant, herbs were inexhaustible. Thinking this through, Yang Kai felt that even if he failed every time, it wouldn't be a big problem. When the 5th seal-breaking pill was taken out of his pill furnace, his eyes lit up and his mood lifted. Lines similar to those of a human's meridians appeared on this pill, causing its medicinal properties to be extremely restrained and its medicinal efficacies to become much more potent. Success! Looking at this pill that he had painstakingly refined, Yang Kai grinned. It had been almost 2 months since his cultivation had been sealed by Lu Gui-chan. Here, he had no one to rely on except for Shun Tu, who had gotten along well with him, who hadn't been able to help him break this seal. Yang Kai had to rely on himself for everything. Now that he had this seal-breaking pill in hand, a strong sense of excitement and pride welled up in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai didn't rush to take this pill, and instead began to restore himself again. Half a day later, Yang Kai popped the pill into his mouth and waited expectantly. Worthy of being a pill with pill veins, as soon as the medicinal efficacies began to dissolve in his abdomen, a violent torrent of energy rushed out, the intensity of which was several times greater than the last time. Yang Kai's face flushed red as his blood began to boil rapidly. Enduring the unimaginable pain, his expression twisted as he opened his eyes wide. He noticed that the shackles in his body were breaking apart inch by inch. His meridians, which had been sealed for more than 2 months, finally began to loosen, and his Saint Chi, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to show signs of flowing. Ka ka ka. The sound of the shackles breaking rang out in Yang Kai's mind, and his Saint Chi began to flow faster and faster as his strength began to recover. According to this situation, it would take less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea to completely break the seal. But at that moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he spread out his divine sense. He noticed that someone had come nearby, and couldn't help feeling a little vigilant. While he had been performing alchemy, 1 or 2 cultivator had occasionally passed by this place and noticed his life aura, but none of them had entered the cave to cause trouble for him, because no one dared to cause trouble in the old man's territory. But this time something seemed to be different. After the cultivator outside the cave noticed the existence of Yang Kai, not only did he not go far, he instead walked straight in. Yang Kai frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. Although he wasn't worried about being disturbed here, it was still very unpleasant to have someone disturb him at such a critical moment. Urging the medicinal efficacies even more frantically, Yang Kai sped up the speed of breaking the seal while remaining calm on the surface. A short time later, a ray of light appeared in front of him and a figure appeared. This light was emitted by a strange stone, giving off a soft light that illuminated a large area. The cultivator holding this strange stone walked over to Yang Kai and grinned meaningfully, curling his lips as he said, "I was wondering who was hiding here, so it was you, little brat." As he spoke, the light from the strange stone illuminated his face, giving it a gloomy and terrifying aura. Are you Hizeo and Himiao's brother? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. He knew this guy. Every time Hizeo and Himiao wanted to come over to find him, they were intercepted by him. Listening to Yushi's words, this person seemed to be called Wei Wu. Indeed, Wei Wu nodded and admitted, "Boy, what are you hiding here for? There's nothing good here." "Nothing, it's dangerous outside." "It is indeed very dangerous, especially for you." Wei Wu smiled gloatingly. "Your cultivation has been sealed by Lu Gui-chan, right? How pitiful, all alone with no one to rely on. You can only hide here and drag out an ignoble existence. TSK. Just thinking about it makes me feel miserable." He ridiculed him, as if he was very happy to see Kai Yang's miserable and helpless appearance. Yang Kai didn't say a word. "Boy, how about I show you a clear path?" Wei Wu suddenly squatted down in front of Yang Kai. "What clear path?" Yang Kai frowned. "You see, in this strange place you have no one to protect you, and your cultivation has been sealed. Once you encounter some kind of danger, you won't be able to fight back. For example, if someone with malicious intentions were to approach you." He sneered coldly as he stared at Yang Kai. Chapter 1008. Inside the mountain, Wei Wu stared at Yang Kai, his face becoming more and more gloomy under the illumination of the strange stone. Yang Kai stared back at him, his expression indifferent, unmoved. Wei Wu's face twitched a few times, apparently not expecting Yang Kai to show no fear at all. Suddenly feeling bored and curling his lips, he said, "I can persuade my master to help you release the barrier, but in return, you must hand over your soul brand and do whatever I tell you to do in the future." After a pause he added, "Here you can't use your strength and there are many dangers, but as long as you hand over your soul brand, I will naturally protect your safety in the future. You won't suffer a loss, and if you're lucky, you may even be able to join Sword Union in the future." "Are you done?" Yang Kai impatiently interrupted him. Wei Wu was stunned and he stopped speaking. "If you're done, please leave." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Wei Wu's face instantly became gloomy as he slowly stood up and grinned coldly. "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You'd better think carefully before answering, otherwise you may regret it." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I don't know why you want my soul brand, but I absolutely cannot allow my life to be controlled by others. You don't have that qualification. Boy, you're quite arrogant." Wei Wu laughed out loud as if he had heard something funny. He lowered his voice and threatened, "Tell me, if I kill you here, who will know?" Yang Kai's face sank as he narrowed his eyes at him. Although the mysterious old man had said before that no one was allowed to cause trouble here, who knew if he could protect everyone's safety? What reason did he have to do this? "I'm indebted to your two junior sisters, and not only did you misunderstand me, you even want to kill me?" Yang Kai's voice was cold and murderous intent surged. "It's because you're indebted to them that you deserve to die. If it weren't for you meddling in other people's business, they would have already died." Wei Wu roared fiercely, but halfway through his words, he suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly stopped. In the darkness, the two of them looked at each other with strange expressions. Yang Kai originally thought that the reason this guy hated him so much was because he was afraid that he would snatch away his love. He thought that he was interested in Hizeo and Himiao. Who would have thought that things were not what he thought at all? He seemed to want Hizeo and Himiao to die as soon as possible. Yang Kai did not know what kind of secrets were involved in this. It was probably related to the internal disputes of the Sword Alliance, but Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. However, because of Wei Wu's careless words, the temperature in the cave dropped significantly. "Kid, if you want to live, then it's best that you forget what happened earlier. Otherwise, I'll surely tear you into pieces." Wei Wu went silent for a moment before he grunted coldly and threatened Chanxi, and then he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, a cold light suddenly flew out from his sleeve. That cold light was like a silent snake, accurately finding Kai Yang's position in the darkness. Climbing up his neck, it circled around his neck. "Humph, only the dead won't reveal secrets." Wei Wu chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, the cold light returned to his hand with a whoosh. This cold light was actually a flexible sword that was incredibly sharp. Then he turned his head and prepared to deal with Yang Kai's body, not leaving any clues behind. The moment he turned around, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the soft light of the strange stone, Wei Wu could clearly see Yang Kai's face twisted in anger. On this young man's neck, there was a bloody wound from which golden blood flowed out. Wei Wu called out in alarm, unable to understand why Yang Kai hadn't died yet. This young man's strength had been sealed, and Wei Wu had launched a sneak attack with his third-order Saint cultivation, so there was no reason for him to fail. Wei Wu's expression was one of panic, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His reaction was extremely fast, and the moment he realized that something was wrong, he quickly recondensed his strength and the flexible sword in his hand suddenly shot out a dazzling cold light towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's body was filled with a cold aura as a bloodthirsty and violent aura filled the air. His temperament was completely different from just a moment ago. Now, he was like an ancient beast that had suddenly awoken after a long period of hibernation. Allowing the cold light to hit him, Yang Kai charged straight towards Wei Wu, raising his hand and sending out a punch. Kong. This punch landed squarely on Wei Wu's face. Wei Wu only heard the sound of bones breaking as his entire nose collapsed, and a bloody taste filled his mouth. Dizzy, he was sent flying backwards. When he was hit by this fist, Wei Wu was shocked to find that his Saint Chi didn't play any defensive role, as if it didn't exist at all. The fierce power of this fist directly bypassed his Saint Chi's protection and struck his bones, shattering them in the process. Wei Wu was stunned by this punch. His body bounced a few times in the cave, sending stone fragments flying everywhere before he finally landed on the ground, barely managing to catch his breath. Not daring to delay the slightest, he hurriedly got up. Before he had time to identify the direction, a strong force came head-on. A large hand grabbed his neck and pressed him to the ground. Yang Kai gasped for breath as his eyes became as red as a bloodthirsty beast's in the darkness. The evil aura of his unyielding golden skeleton erupted like a tsunami as he rushed towards Wei Wu. He had really been provoked by this opponent. Because the strength of this mysterious old man was too profound, and because his previous warning was still ringing in Wei Wu's ears. And because Yang Kai was at the last moment of resolving the seal on his body, he had no time to think about anything else, so he thought that Wei Wu wouldn't dare attack him. The moment he was attacked, Yang Kai hadn't even been able to react. It wasn't until he felt a sharp pain in his neck that he hurriedly condensed his strength to resist. Even so, there was still a large wound on his neck, which was dripping with blood. He had almost been beheaded. If it weren't for his powerful physique, and if the seal on his body had not been completely lifted at that moment, allowing him to restore his strength, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yang Kai was furious and his murderous intent surged like a tide. How did you? Wei Wu's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. He didn't understand how he was able to launch such an attack when his strength should have been sealed. At this moment, the evil energy in his body was extremely abundant. How could there be any trace of it being sealed? The evil aura coming from Yang Kai's body was like the sky was collapsing, making Wei Wu feel as if he had been plunged into the depths of purgatory. Wei Wu couldn't help feeling a sense of panic as his body trembled. He felt like he wasn't facing a first-order Saint cultivator, but rather an unimaginable demon. There's one thing you were right about. Yang Kai's eyes were cold and emotionless as he coldly declared. If I kill you here, who will know? The evil energy in Yang Kai's body surged even more violently as it poured into Wei Wu's body. Wei Wu's body instantly swelled up like a balloon as blood gushed out from the wound on the bridge of his nose like a fountain, splattering all over Yang Kai's face, drenching him in blood. Perceiving the call of death, Wei Wu frantically struggled, using all kinds of methods to resist, but he was still unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Yang Kai simply held him down unmoved, allowing him to taste the despair of death before he died. After a dozen breaths of time, accompanied by Wei Wu's miserable scream, his body exploded, his 5 viscera and 6 organs scattering all over the ground. An invisible suction force emerged from Yang Kai's left eye and Wei Wu's soul was sucked into it. Yang Kai closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, stirring up monstrous waves as he used his conflagrated knowledge sea to burn Wei Wu's soul. Yang Kai's actions were extremely measured. The scorching power of his knowledge sea would not immediately incinerate Wei Wu's consciousness. Instead, Yang Kai wanted to torture Wei Wu's soul and make him suffer before completely erasing it, using this as a warning to himself not to lower his guard at any time. A cry of fear from the depths of Yang Kai's knowledge sea reverberated, as if it would continue forever. At the same time as Wei Wu's body died, somewhere tens of thousands of kilometers away from the cave, the beautiful woman from Sword Union, Yushi, was leading He Zhao and He Miao to collect herbs. Suddenly, Yushi's tender body shook and her face became extremely ugly. Hurriedly stretching out her hand, a mirror-like artifact appeared in her palm. "What's wrong, master?" He Zhao saw her take out this soul mirror and her pretty face immediately changed color as she hurriedly asked. Because this mirror had no use in normal times, she would only take it out to investigate the few people who were close to her master when they were in danger. For her master to take out this soul mirror at this time, obviously someone had an accident. Something happened to Wei Wu. Yushi replied with a frown. "What happened to brother?" He Miao also hurried over and asked with concern. Yushi shook her head, stretched out a finger, put it in her mouth, bit the tip of her finger, and dripped a drop of blood into the soul mirror. The smooth surface of the soul mirror suddenly rippled like a lake, and from the bottom of the lake, a strange fish covered in 7 colored scales swam up. This strange fish was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the soul mirror, leapt into the air and burst into pieces. The next moment, a 7-colored light enveloped the soul mirror and an incomparably clear image was projected in front of the 3 of them. This image was the last thing Wei Wu saw before he died. It seemed that in a dim cave, a ferocious and distorted face appeared on the mirror, its eyes flashing with a rich murderous intent that seemed to penetrate the soul mirror and envelop the 3 of them. Under this gaze, the 3 of them couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. What terrifying murderous intent! Yushi shouted, her eyes filled with anger. It was this little brat who killed Wei Wu. It was him? He Zhao's expression became strange. When she saw this face, she almost couldn't believe her eyes, because this appearance was very different from the one she was familiar with before. It was almost as if they were 2 completely different people. How could it be Yang Kai? He Miao was also stunned and shouted innocently, "It can't be him, right? His strength hasn't recovered yet, and even if he did with his strength, it's impossible for him to be Brother Wei Wu's opponent." Chapter 1009. Yushi and her 2 disciples all stared at the angry face in the soul mirror, and couldn't help showing a look of disbelief. Because just as He Miao said, Yang Kai had Lu Guichen's seal in his body that he couldn't unlock with his current strength. On the entire floating continent, there were only 2 people who could unlock this seal. One was Yushi, whose strength was comparable to Lu Guichen's, and the other was the mysterious old man. Although the mysterious old man's methods were heaven-defying, his temperament was strange and he probably wouldn't be so kind as to help Yang Kai. Yushi also didn't help him unlock the seal. So how did he restore his strength? And even if he was restored to his peak state, he was still just a first-order saint. How could he be the opponent of Wei Wu, a third-order saint? In any case, Wei Wu was definitely killed by this little brat. Yushi's pretty face was filled with anger. "Daring to kill my Sword Union's people, I'll make him pay the price." "Master, let's investigate this matter first." He Zhao hurriedly tried to persuade. Yushi glanced over at her and said lightly, "I know he has shown you sister's kindness and we have misunderstood him. But this little brat is really strange. You don't need to worry about this matter. I'll handle it myself." Perceiving the resolute attitude of their master, He Zhao and He Miao glanced at each other bitterly. Although Wei Wu was their brother, they didn't have much affection for each other. The 2 sisters actually felt that he was quite annoying, so even if Wei Wu was killed, they didn't care. However, Yang Kai was probably in trouble now. They were secretly worried and didn't know how to deal with this matter, so they couldn't help sighing. Inside the cave, Yang Kai looked as if he had been drenched in blood, his entire body blood red, giving him a terrifying appearance. Yang Kai stood in place, adjusting his state, restraining his evil and bloody aura while experiencing the pleasure of recovering his strength. The strength he had lost and then regained gave him the illusion that he had been reborn as a human. The huge wound on his neck felt a burst of numbness and his flesh seemed to be wriggling. But under the powerful restorative power of his demon god golden blood, the wound quickly healed. With a casual wave of his hand, Yang Kai wiped off the blood and his neck was once again as good as new, with no trace of his head being nearly decapitated just now. Just as he stared at Wei Wu's corpse and was about to burn it and destroy the evidence, a strange laughter suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang's face went pale and he quickly turned his head to look, only to see a figure standing quietly in the darkness. The strange shining stone that Wei Wu had been holding earlier fell at the feet of this figure, and the light from the stone illuminated this person's face clearly. Seeing his face clearly, the power Yang Kai had just gathered dissipated involuntarily. His expression was solemn, and his heart was filled with bitterness. Facing this person, he had no intention of fighting him at all. This was because the person who was laughing strangely was the mysterious old man who originally lived on this continent. Being able to easily injure Lu Gui-chan and Yushi meant he was at least an origin-returning realm master. The First Order Saint Yang Kai was like an ant in front of him. "Senior." Yang Kai frowned and called out. He didn't know when this old man had arrived here, but it was as if he had been standing there the entire time, drifting about like a ghost. From this old man's body, there was an uncomfortable gloomy aura that filled the entire cave. Vicious and merciless, not bad, not bad. The old man laughed strangely, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest. With just a First Order Saint, you were actually able to kill a Third Order Saint in a head-on confrontation. Do you have some kind of external force you can borrow? Hearing this question, Yang Kai immediately understood. This old man had not seen the conflict between him and Wei Wu just now, otherwise, he would not have asked such a question. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded, not intending to conceal anything. Little brat, it seems you've had a lot of fortuitous encounters. No wonder you were able to cultivate to such a degree at such a young age. The old man looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded with satisfaction. Good, very good. Your physique is also very strong. Far stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm. Almost as strong as a Saint King realm cultivator. On top of that, there are also 2 or 3 different types of power in your body that can perfectly coexist. The old man casually exposed Yang Kai's background, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything and clearly see what kind of capital Yang Kai possessed. Yang Kai shuddered and his face couldn't help paling. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Rest assured, I won't rob you of your things. They don't have much use for this old master. However, suddenly changing the subject, his expression suddenly became gloomy. Didn't this old master say before that no one can cause trouble here? No one is to stir up trouble here. In my territory, your lowly lives belong to me. Whoever dares to take them away will have to pay the price. He made the first move. Yang Kai tried to defend himself. I don't care who made the first move. The old man coldly snorted, a trace of cold and dark evil energy suddenly gushing out from his body. This evil energy was like the incarnation of a demon, full of evil and violent aura. As soon as it appeared, it all pointed its spearhead at Yang Kai and rushed towards him. In an instant, Yang Kai was enveloped by this evil energy, as if he had fallen into a black curtain, all the light around him disappearing. An aura of despair spread out. Yang Kai shuddered and couldn't help but have the illusion that he was about to be gnawed away, as if these demons could eat away at his flesh and blood and devour his strength. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai silently resisted with all his strength. The old man's strange laughter rang in his ears. 10 breaths, if you can last 10 breaths, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll become their food. When these words reached Yang Kai's ears, Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his spirit as he once again saw a glimmer of light. So he pushed his strength even harder to resist the evil energy invading his body. As time passed by, the old man who was quietly observing Yang Kai's movements couldn't help his eyes from flashing as his expression changed. He hadn't expected that not only was Yang Kai's physique strong, but even his consciousness was so tenacious. Even masters like Lu Gui-chan and Yushi, once these demon phantoms invaded their bodies, would not necessarily be able to last more than 10 breaths. Under the influence of this evil aura, they would lose consciousness and become mad demon before being gnawed away by these demon phantoms. However, this young man, who was only a First Order Saint, was still resisting, doing his best to maintain his consciousness and not be confused by these external forces. After 10 breaths, the old man waved his hand and the demon phantoms that had invaded Yang Kai's body flew back into the old man's body. Yang Kai collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, his body dripping with sweat and his face pale, but he still stared firmly at the old man and anxiously said, "I hope Senior won't go back on his word." The old man was startled and couldn't help laughing loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the cave, causing anyone who heard it to feel their blood run cold. "Little brat, I have to say, although the yang attribute energy in your body displeases this old master, there is a completely different kind of energy that I like very much. Hehe, it seems you're also a cultivator of this Tao. And you live, this old master keeps his word." Yang Kai exhaled heavily. "You refined a pill to remove the restriction on your body?" The old man suddenly asked without rhyme or reason. "Yes." Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a pill, and stuffed it into his mouth to restore himself. "What kind of pill can you refine?" The old man seemed to be interested in this. "With my current strength, I can only refine St. King low-rank pills. It seems that not only are you proficient in the martial Tao, but you also have a high level of attainment in alchemy." The old man looked surprised for a moment before grinning. "But little brat, if you keep dividing your attention like this, you may be too busy in the future. Either concentrate on the martial Tao or concentrate on alchemy, otherwise in the future your two territory will be stuck in a difficult position and you'll regret it." "Many thanks for Senior's reminder. I only study alchemy as an auxiliary to the martial Tao. Your future has nothing to do with this old master." This old master was just speaking casually. "Enough nonsense, come with this old master." Saying so, the old man waved his sleeve and a thin layer of energy accurately enveloped Yang Kai. The next moment, Yang Kai felt himself fly up like a bolt of lightning. His speed was even faster than when he used his star shuttle, causing Yang Kai to pale slightly, wondering just how profound this mysterious old man's cultivation was. A moment later, the old man suddenly stopped, put down Yang Kai and said, "Wait here, don't run around if there's nothing important." Yang Kai looked around and quickly discovered that this was the mountainside where the old man lived. There was a large flat area halfway up the mountain, and in the center of it, there were rows of Saint crystals arranged in a strange pattern, forming a strange spirit array. In the center of this spirit array, there was a large bronze door, its frame and base inlaid with many high-grade Saint crystals. The entire mountainside was filled with world energy and a thick fog formed from this energy filled the air, making this place look like a paradise. The old man, who was as gloomy as a ghost, did not fit in with the scenery here. Yang Kai remained silent, not saying a word as he sat quietly, observing his surroundings while recovering his strength. He didn't know why the old man had brought him here, but being around such a temperamental and eccentric master gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure, so he didn't dare to make any strange movements lest he cause a misunderstanding. The old man shuttled back and forth through the spirit array, adjusting the position of the Saint crystals and the structure of the spirit array from time to time. A short time later, streaks of blue light suddenly flew over from all directions. These were the cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union approaching on their star shuttles. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding as they all gathered at this flat area halfway up the mountain, each of them carrying large and small bags as they searched for a suitable location, whispering to each other in groups of 3 or 5. They had obviously been summoned here by the old man, but from the blank looks on their faces, it was obvious they didn't know why the old man had summoned them. A moment later, 3 more beautiful figures landed nearby. Naturally Yushi, Hizeo, and Himiao of Sword Union. As soon as Yushi arrived, her pair of phoenix eyes swept around, instantly fixing on Yang Kai. Her pretty face filled with anger as she quickly walked over. Chapter 10:10. Yushi arrived directly in front of Yang Kai. Her eyes filled with anger as she coldly stared down at him, her pretty face filled with ill intent. Yang Kai frowned, somewhat unsure why she suddenly had such an attitude. She had misunderstood him before, but she had never been full of hostility. But now she seemed to be itching to kill him immediately. This made Yang Kai very puzzled, not knowing how he had offended her this time. "You killed Wei Wu?" Yushi suddenly asked. "What did you say?" Yang Kai's eyes filled with confusion as he pretended to be calm. "You think I don't know?" Yushi sneered. Wei Wu died at your hands just half an hour ago. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly realizing that this beautiful woman should have some special means to discover what had just happened. Or perhaps Wei Wu had sent her a message before he died. However, Yang Kai had not seen Wei Wu take out this communication artifact before he died, so the former was most likely the case. He immediately understood why Yushi was hostile to him. Why did you kill him? What kind of conspiracy did you use to kill him? Yushi asked sharply. He brought trouble upon himself. His death is not to be regretted. Yang Kai snorted. Why did he look for trouble with you? Yushi continued to ask. You have no grievances with him? You might as well ask him, I also want to know. Good, just you wait, if one day I can leave here, I will make you pay with your life. Yushi grit her teeth and threatened, her tender body trembling, revealing the anger in her heart. She obviously thought that Yang Kai had taken advantage of Wei Wu's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack, otherwise, with Wei Wu's strength, he could have easily defeated Yang Kai. Her disciple had died so tragically, Yushi, as his master, naturally had to avenge him. Those who threaten me never end well. Yang Kai suddenly became annoyed and resentful. Speaking of which, he could have gotten along well with the people from the Sword Union. After all, he had shown kindness to Hizeo and Himiao before, so as long as Yushi had the slightest intention of repaying his kindness, she would not have made things so awkward. The first time he met this beautiful woman, she had tried to spy on Yang Kai's knowledge see. Although she might have been cautious at the time, fearing that Yang Kai was a spy for Purple Star, Yang Kai was still very upset. What happened after that made the relationship between the two sides worse and worse, to the point where it could no longer be salvaged. Yang Kai had killed Wei Wu. No matter what the reason was, Yushi would not let him off. I want to see what will happen to me. Yushi gritted her teeth and said leisurely, I hope you won't disappoint me. Yang Kai grinned and suddenly said evilly, for a beautiful woman like you, the best ending is to be humiliated to death. Yushi's pretty face turned cold as her tender body trembled even more violently, her beautiful eyes bursting with cold murderous intent. She seemed to be unable to suppress the anger in her heart, and was about to attack Yang Kai. Have you never tasted a man before? Yang Kai observed her expression, a strange evil grin appearing on his face as he continued to viciously provoke her. Very good, very good. I will make up for your regret and let you become a real woman before you die. His appearance at this moment was that of a shameless rogue, a shameless villain. Yushi's murderous intent became even stronger, and her face became extremely ugly. Her strength surged as she clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, she closed her beautiful eyes and took a deep breath to calm her anger. She knew that if she were to make a move in front of that mysterious old man, she would not have a good ending. She was afraid that before she could even kill Kai Yang, she would already be dead. You want to provoke me into attacking you? Yushi opened her eyes again and grit her teeth as she shouted, Junior, you will pay the price for your arrogant words today. She had never been humiliated by a man using such provocative words, especially when this man was a young man who was many years younger than her. Yushi's anger was almost impossible to suppress. Fortunately, she had seen through Yang Kai's intentions in time, and did not let his plot succeed. Saying so, Yushi turned around and walked away, no longer willing to look at Yang Kai's ugly face. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and really attack Yang Kai. Looking at Yushi's back as she quickly left, Yang Kai frivolously whistled, his eyes roaming over her waist, buttocks and thighs unbridled and burning like fire. Being stared at like this, Yushi could not help but feel goosebumps rise all over her body. Her heart was filled with anger, and her desire to kill Yang Kai became even more resolute. Only when she was far away did Yang Kai's playful eyes flash with a trace of hidden regret. He really wanted to provoke Yushi here just now and force her to take action. In any case, it was already a matter of life and death. Naturally, he would take the initiative to gain the upper hand, but to his disappointment, Yushi actually managed to swallow her anger. Now that she was enduring, the next time she would erupt would only be more violent. Yang Kai sighed secretly, feeling a headache coming on. The conflict here did not escape the observation of others. Lu Guichen of Purple Star had been watching, and after Yushi left, he actually smiled at Yang Kai and gave him a big thumbs up, a look of praise on his face. Baya covered her mouth and giggled, constantly casting a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai. I really didn't expect you to be such a hoodlum. Elder sister suddenly found herself falling for you. I also like you. Yang Kai grinned at her. Baya suddenly trembled and shouted angrily. Lies, only a ghost would believe you. Master, are you okay? On the other side, Hizeo looked at the pale Yushi and asked softly. I'm fine. Yushi took a deep breath, her full breasts almost bursting out of her clothes as she quickly said. Now that you've seen his ugly face, don't approach him again. If there's a chance, kill him for your master and avenge your brother. Hizeo pursed her lips and nodded obediently. Yes. Himiao frowned, the look in her eyes as she stared at Yang Kai also changing. She firmly believed her master's words and thought that was Yang Kai's true face. Yang Kai had dared to tease her master in public and even dared to do that with Baya of Purple Star, making her feel disgusted. She secretly felt that she had misjudged Yang Kai before, believing him to be a good person. The small storm gradually subsided, and as time passed, more and more cultivator arrived. After another hour or so, Shun Tu suddenly appeared. Looking around for a while, Shun Tu quickly arrived beside Yang Kai and noticed the fluctuations of power coming from his body. His eyes couldn't help lighting up as he exclaimed, "Did you succeed?" And Yang Kai nodded. "Congratulations. I didn't expect you to really succeed. It seems this brother underestimated you." Shun Tu sincerely congratulated, happy that Yang Kai had recovered his strength. "My luck was good. What did you gain during this time?" "A huge harvest." Shun Tu's eyes flashed as he smiled proudly and patted the universe bag on his chest. Basically, it's filled with St. King grade and Origin grade herbs. There are even some Origin King grade herbs. You have no idea how rich this damn place is. Everything the two of us collected before was nothing but garbage. Yang Kai couldn't help being shocked. Origin King grade? The best herbs there are. Shun Tu laughed. I've struck gold this time. If I can find an alchemist to refine these things into pills, at least before I break through to the St. King realm, I won't have to worry about pills. Saying so, Shun Tu's expression became bitter. However, if I alone obtained so much, those people from Purple Star and Sword Union must have obtained even more. Damn it, I really want to kill them all. Shun Tu's face was filled with indignation, as if those people had snatched away all the good things that belonged to him. By the way, brother, you arrived early. Do you know why this old senior called us here? Shun Tu asked again. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. After getting along with Shun Tu for a while, he had become accustomed to the other party's constant chatter. So whenever he opened his mouth to speak, Yang Kai would never interrupt him. Hearing this question, Yang Kai replied, Were you really summoned by him? I was looking for herbs when this old senior's voice rang in my ears. Otherwise, who would dare come here? Shun Tu said, his face suddenly becoming heavy. Everyone here is scattered across the continent. Yet he was able to communicate with everyone with his divine sense. It seems he really is an Origin King realm master. I really don't know where he came from. There weren't many Origin Kings in the entire Hungluo star field, and all of them were masters on the same level as star masters, living in seclusion and revered. Not only are we curious, but so are the people from Sword Union and Purple Star. Just wait, the truth will come to light. The two of them immediately stopped talking and coldly observed their surroundings. At this moment, most people's eyes were focused on the old man, watching him busily shuttling back and forth, moving the Saint crystals and arranging the structure of the large spirit array, all of them confused, not knowing what he was doing. Even Lu Gui-chan and Yushi couldn't recognize the function of this large spirit array. The complexity of this spirit array was beyond their scope of understanding. However, they could also see that the gate-like thing was refined from the previous starship fragment. After half a day, the old man suddenly stopped what he was doing and released his divine sense to probe the spirit array, laughing wildly as he shouted, Success! Ha ha, it's finally done. His laughter rolled like thunder, causing everyone's blood to boil and their faces to pale greatly. The old man seemed to be in a very good mood, his face filled with joy and excitement. After a while, he restrained his laughter and turned his eyes towards the place where the crowd had gathered. And you've been here for some time now, so I know you have a lot of questions. This old master didn't have time to answer you before, but now I can answer your doubts. Is there anyone who wants to ask something? He looked around, sweeping his eyes over everyone's faces one by one. Senior, may I ask where this place is? Lu Guichan cupped his fists and asked respectfully. This old master really doesn't know. All I know is that this is a dark star. A dark star hidden in the chaotic abyss. Dark star? Many people exclaimed, their faces suddenly becoming fanatical, as if the words dark star had an unparalleled attraction to them, making them all excited. Chapter 10-11. On the flat ground halfway up the mountain, everyone wore excited expressions, their eyes shining brightly. What are dark stars? Yang Kai turned and asked. It's a general term for stars that haven't been discovered and haven't been explored. Shen Tu's eyes lit up as he quickly explained. Now the entire Hung Luo star field is divided between several great forces, but there are still some places no one has ever been to and no one dares to go. There may be some special stars in those places, but these stars are all dark stars. Each dark star represents an unexplored territory that may contain astonishing wealth and materials. Over the years, the great forces have been working hard to discover and develop dark stars, hoping to find some unique stars. Strictly speaking, the stars in the chaotic abyss can barely be considered dark stars. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. But from what this senior said, it seems we are still in the chaotic abyss? Probably. Yang Kai had already confirmed this through the star in his knowledge sea, so he wasn't surprised. Haven't you noticed that the world energy here is even more concentrated than in the chaotic abyss? The old man continued. That's because the energy of the chaotic abyss gathered here through an unknown channel. And this place is like a cage. Spirit chi can enter but can't leave. Over the years it formed the current scale. If it wasn't so, this old man would rather live here. This is a holy land for cultivation. Senior, you're saying this place is a cage? Are you also trapped here? Lu Guichen's expression changed. He and Yushi had flown deep into the sky on their star shuttles a few days ago, but no matter how far they flew, they still couldn't see the sun, the moon, and the stars. They couldn't see the scenery of the star territory, and could only shuttle back and forth above this floating continent. They knew that they were trapped by the seven-colored sky that surrounded this floating continent from all directions. They thought this was the work of this old man, some kind of barrier. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Lu Guichen's words seemed to have poked a sore spot in the old man's heart, and he couldn't help wearing a fierce expression as a gloomy aura spread from his body, and he snorted, yes, this old master is indeed trapped here. And he's been trapped for almost 2,000 years. 2,000 years. A series of gasps rang out as everyone stared at the old man dumbfoundedly. When this old master was trapped, he was just a nobody who had just broken through to the Saint King realm. But now, haha. He chuckled, his expression arrogant, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Everyone knew what he wanted to say, so they couldn't help but gulp. The mysterious old man was definitely on par with the Star Lords. How should I address you, senior? Yushi shouted. In front of such an expert, she no longer dared to be the slightest bit presumptuous, directly lowering her posture to the extreme. The old man frowned and fell into deep thought. It seemed that he had not introduced himself to others for a long time, so he did not think of it for a while. After a while he said, "It's fine if you don't mention my name. You don't know anyway." He was obviously unwilling to reveal his name. Everyone thought about it carefully and felt that this was indeed the case. When they were trapped here 2,000 years ago, this old man had only just broken through to the Saint King realm and was indeed a nobody. Then how should we address senior? Lu Guichen asked. Although he and Yushi were enemies when they communicated with this old man, their cooperation was quite good. Guizu. From now on you can call this old master Guizu. Guizu. Everyone was speechless. Senior Guizu, you've been trapped here for 2,000 years. Have you been unable to find a way out? Lu Guichen boldly asked. If even this old man who called himself Guizu couldn't find a way to escape, there was no need for them to even think about it. This was a prison that could even trap an Origin King Realm Master. Guizu shook his head. This space is very strange. It has always been hidden in the chaotic abyss, hidden by the chaotic territory field. Normally, it is impossible to discover or explore. Only under special circumstances will this place open for a moment. Special circumstances? Lu Guichan was surprised. It's what happened when you came in last time. I don't think this old master needs to remind you. Everyone recalled the scene of the black hole swallowing their starship in the chaotic abyss territory field, causing them to feel some lingering fear. But that moment was too short, so this old master couldn't take advantage of it to escape. Guizhu sighed. Obviously, when everyone came to this continent last time, he had also noticed that the black hole had opened, but it was too late to escape, causing him to sigh. This old master has been here for 2,000 years, and there have been some people who have accidentally entered this place. Strictly speaking, you are the third group of people and the largest group. The previous two groups only had 3 or 5 people. Where are they? Yushi asked, but as soon as she spoke, she knew she had asked the wrong question, her pretty face immediately turning pale. There was no need to think too much about what had happened to those people. Either they couldn't bear the loneliness and died, or they were killed by this Guizhu. He didn't look like an easy person to get along with. This was likely the end of the nearly 100 people here. Guizhu continued. For the first 1,000 years this old master was trapped here. He devoted himself to improving his strength, but for the last 1,000 years, he has been looking for a way to leave this place. His hard work pays off and this old master has finally found a way. He shouted in a low voice with an excited expression, as if he was very proud of the idea he had thought of. Lu Guichan and Yushi's eyes suddenly lit up, secretly feeling nervous and excited. If this Guizhu had a way to leave this place, they might be able to convince him to take them with him. Guizhu's words gave them new hope. Senior Guizhu, if it's convenient, can this junior also? Lu Guichan hurriedly said, fearing that Yushi would steal this opportunity. I know what you want to say. Guizhu grinned meaningfully, and this old master was also thinking the same thing. Lu Guichan and Yushi, who had been looking forward to this, suddenly froze up, a bad feeling filling their hearts. If this Guizhu had refused, although they would have been disappointed, they wouldn't have thought too much about it, but he actually agreed without hesitation, which was a bit strange. Lu Guichan and Yushi both secretly felt that Guizhu seemed to be up to something. Feeling a little uneasy, they swallowed back their words of request and waited for Guizhu to continue. However, this old master's method is just something he came up with himself and has not actually been tested. As for how effective it will be or whether it will be able to leave this place, this old master can't guarantee, so I'll need your help. If it succeeds, this old master will take you with him, but if it fails, don't blame the heavens or anyone else. What do you think? Guizhu asked with a smile. Lu Guichan and Yushi glanced at each other from a distance, the former smiling wryly. We'll follow senior's instructions. He clearly knew that the current situation did not allow him to refuse Guizhu's proposal, so he readily agreed. My sword union has no objections, we'll act according to senior's wishes. Yushi also felt bitter and said insincerely. Good, very good, you're both very obedient, this old master is very happy. Then there's no time to lose, let's begin. Guizhu grinned, revealing a mouthful of terrifying fangs. Saying so, he suddenly formed a mysterious seal with his hands and sent a few bursts of energy into the spirit array. The Saint crystals arranged on the spirit array seemed to be activated by something and began to light up one by one. From these Saint crystals, terrifying energy fluctuations spread out like waves, each one higher than the last, and in a short period of time, they had reached a terrifying level. The rich world energy aura in the air seemed to resonate with this energy, and in an instant the atmosphere of the entire world changed. The scenery in everyone's line of sight became distorted, as if the surrounding space would collapse at any moment. The faces of the cultivator present changed drastically as panic filled their eyes, none of them knowing what Guizhu was doing. Yang Kai stared deeply at the gate standing on the flat ground, his face filled with shock as he felt an unusual aura from it. It was an aura belonging to the void turbulence. The distortion of space around the gate was stronger than anywhere else, and Yang Kai had no doubt that if this continued, the surrounding space would really collapse. His worry soon came true as the energy of the spirit array gathered towards the door made from the starship fragments. Guizhu's eyes became extremely fanatical at this moment as he stared fixedly at the door, his expression filled with excitement. Kacha. Asterisk, a cracking sound rang out as a strange crack suddenly appeared in the space around the gate. This crack quickly spread out, becoming as dense as a spider's web. The cracking sound attracted everyone's attention, and everyone who saw this scene felt a chill run down their spines. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk, that space was like a mirror that had been shattered, shattering inch by inch. The surrounding space collapsed at this moment. Inside the gate, a dark black hole appeared at the same time, exuding a strong suction force. No one knew where this black hole was connected to. A void corridor. Young Kai shouted. He had seen countless void corridors on Tongxian Realm, but he had never seen the birth of a void corridor with his own eyes until now. A space array. The beautiful woman from Sword Union, Yushi, suddenly screamed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. Senior, you actually understand space arrays? Lu Guichen's face also changed. The huge spirit array was covered in Saint crystals. Although it was a bit crude, it was indeed a kind of space array, a legendary space array. Guizhu nodded. I understand a little, but I'm not proficient in it. It's just the result of 1,000 years of painstaking study. And this old master's comprehension of space principles is somewhat lacking. Although he has spent 1,000 years, he still cannot understand the mysteries of space principles, making one feel helpless. Chapter 10-12. This spirit array, which had cost countless Saint crystals to construct, was actually a space array. The door at its center was refined from the scattered fragments of the starship, and the edges of this door were covered with a thin layer of space spirit crystal. This layer of space spirit crystal was the biggest reliance on to open and maintain the void corridor, having been refined from hundreds of space rings. Guizhu had snatched everyone's space rings in order to obtain the space spirit crystal inside. Lu Guichan and Yushi didn't understand what Guizhu wanted to use to leave this place until now. He wanted to use this space array to teleport himself away. All kinds of doubts, all kinds of troubles, all became clear the moment they saw this void corridor. However, everyone present could see that the void corridor created by this space array was extremely unstable and could collapse at any time. Could such a thing even be used? And even if it could be used, no one knew where the destination was. If they were sent into some kind of void crevice, they might as well stay on this continent. At the very least, the world energy aura here was abundant. For a time, everyone fell silent. Guizhu smiled and said, "Now it's time for you to help." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's heart sank. He seemed to want others to go in and explore the situation. Understanding his intentions, everyone's expression changed. "Senior, isn't this inappropriate?" Yushi hurriedly said, wanting to explain the pros and cons to Guizhu. "HM? What's inappropriate about it?" Guizhu stared at her coldly, his cold aura enveloping Yushi like a curtain, making her unable to speak. "Why do you think this old master didn't let you kill each other and allowed you to collect materials here?" "Humph, if you weren't of some use, this old master would have already killed all of you juniors and sacrificed your souls to my ghost banner. How could I allow you to act so presumptuously here?" Guizhu shouted fiercely. At this moment, his cruel nature was exposed, his gentle temperament suddenly becoming bloodthirsty and gloomy. "If anyone dares to say another word, this old master will teach them a lesson right now." Everyone fell silent, no one daring to speak any more nonsense. With his strength, even if he used force, no one would be able to resist, so everyone immediately became obedient. Guizhu nodded with satisfaction as he swept his sharp eyes across the crowd. Everyone who was stared at by him couldn't help lowering their heads, as if they were afraid of being noticed. "Damn it, don't look at me, don't look at me." Shun Tu's eyes drooped, his expression tense as he muttered under his breath, as if he was chanting some kind of spell to change the direction of the old man's gaze. You little brat, come over here for this old master." Guizhu suddenly pointed. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. When they saw who the person was, their nervous mood immediately relaxed. Many people even showed a look of schadenfreude. F***ck. Shun Tu's face went black as he cursed in his heart, letting out a hollow laugh as he rubbed his big hands together, trying to deceive himself. "Senior, are you talking about me? Are you talking about me?" At this moment, Yang Kai felt like dying. secretly deciding that if Guizhou really chose him to test the function of the space array, he would rather die than compromise. The one next to you. Guizhou turned his eyes to Yang Kai. Me? This time it was Yang Kai's turn to go pale, pointing his finger to his nose as he angrily shouted, "Why me? There are so many people here, why choose me?" Yang Kai was depressed. Nearly 100 cultivator from Sword Union and Purple Star were gathered here. Yet Guizhou had chosen him. Yang Kai really didn't know if this was a bad year or if he was being targeted. Guizhou coldly snorted, "Little brat, you seem a little restless. Is that the reason?" Yang Kai frowned and hurriedly said, "Senior, please let me go. I promise to behave myself in the future." "Future? There's no future," Guizhou said impatiently. "Senior is wise." Yushi's mouth curled into a sneer as she shouted, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Yang Kai with a satisfied expression. Yang Kai had just humiliated her before, and now he had suffered such a great misfortune. Retribution had not come so quickly, so Yushi couldn't help feeling a little grateful to this old man. She couldn't wait to see Yang Kai suffer so much pain that he wished he could die and avenge her disciple. Yang Kai's face went cold as he glanced over at Yushi, grit his teeth and cursed, "Cheap slut. I'll remember you." Yushi sneered, not taking his words seriously, and sarcastically said, "If you can survive today, then we'll talk?" "Senior is really wise. My Purple Star will unconditionally obey Senior's arrangements." Lu Guichan echoed. As long as this Guizhou didn't choose one of their people, Lu Guichan and Yushi didn't care. "It's what everyone wants. Don't decline it, kid." Guizhou laughed heartily as he opened his hand and an unparalleled attractive force emerged from his palm, causing Yang Kai's body to involuntarily fly towards him and arrive in front of him in an instant, unable to even muster the strength to resist. Staring at the void corridor opened by the space array, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He could feel that this void corridor was completely different from the ones he had seen before. Although the ones he had seen before were inadvertently created by the Great War between masters in ancient times, they had been formed countless years ago and had long since stabilized. However, the void corridor in front of him, which was framed by a giant door, was extremely chaotic, and even Yang Kai couldn't help feeling apprehensive. If he really rushed inside, he would definitely be in danger and would be lost inside, unable to find a way out, trapped for the rest of his life. "I won't restrain your power because there might be some dangers inside. You can go in and investigate the situation. If you can come back alive, that would be for the best. If you can't come back, don't blame this old man. And you're on your own." Saying so, Guizhou prepared to throw Yang Kai into the void corridor. "Wait!" Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. "What?" Guizhou looked at him unhappily. "Senior, you just want me to go in and investigate the situation, right? And then what I do is up to me. Senior, please allow me to act in my own way." "Oh." Guizhou suddenly showed an interested expression as he looked at Yang Kai with interest. "What method do you want to use? You should know that trying to play tricks in front of this old master is useless." "I didn't think so." Yang Kai's face became sullen, his stomach filled with dissatisfaction. "How long will it take? This old master doesn't have the patience to wait for you." Seemingly thinking that Yang Kai was about to die, Guizhou became surprisingly easy to talk to. "There's no need to wait." Yang Kai said so, suddenly sitting down cross-legged and shouting, "Avatar projection." Along with his shout, a faint wisp of spiritual energy suddenly emerged from his body. This wisp of spiritual energy was illusory and ethereal, constantly changing its shape. After a short while, it condensed into Yang Kai's appearance. "A soul avatar?" Someone muttered, seeing through the mysteries contained in this at a glance. Lu Guichan, Yushi, and the others were all dumbfounded. Guizhou also let out a strange laugh. No one had expected that Yang Kai's method was actually to release his soul avatar from his body. Obviously, he wanted to use his soul avatar to enter the void corridor and investigate. Didn't he know that soul avatars were extremely fragile and couldn't be exposed to the outside world for too long? Moreover, this method was extremely dangerous. At this time, if someone were to use their soul skill on Yang Kai, they would easily be able to severely injure him. Without the protection of a physical body, no matter how powerful one's soul avatar was, it would be like a hedgehog without thorns, vulnerable to a single blow. Guizhu's casual expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely dignified as he used his divine sense to investigate Yang Kai, his expression becoming strange. Because he found that Yang Kai's soul was still present in his body, and this was not the case when his soul avatar had left his body. Taking a closer look at this soul avatar, Guizhu suddenly found that this soul avatar was somewhat dull and rigid, as if it had no thoughts of its own. Little brat, what kind of strange secret technique are you cultivating? You actually have two soul avatars? Guizhu exclaimed, a look of disbelief on his face. Even someone as strong as Guizhu was shocked by Yang Kai's methods. Soul fission technique. Yang Kai replied faintly. Soul fission technique was a divine technique belonging to great demon god. Yang Kai had swallowed a drop of orthodox demon god golden blood in Nine Heavens Holy Land's holy tomb, and learned this divine technique from it. Since then, he had been cultivating his soul clone. Almost 10 years had passed in a flash. This soul clone was about to reach the grand accomplishment stage and would soon come in handy. But today he had been forced to use this soul clone in order to help Guizhu explore the situation inside the void corridor. Guizhu's heart ached so much he felt like bleeding. Interesting. Little brat, you're really full of surprises. Guizhu examined this soul clone with great interest and found that this Yang Kai soul clone was basically no different from his own soul avatar, just a bit weaker and without its own thoughts. Strictly speaking, this soul clone was similar to a puppet, the only difference being that it had no physical body. After observing it for a while, Guizhu curled his lips and said, this thing needs to find a decent body to display its full power. It's not that useful. He saw the drawbacks of this soul clone at a glance. And just do as you please. Saying so, Guizhu released a wisp of resentment from his body and wrapped it around Yang Kai's soul clone before dragging it into the void corridor. Guizhu could use the feedback from this wisp of resentment to investigate the entire process. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the results to appear. They knew that if they did not succeed this time, a similar situation would occur a second time, a third time. Guizhu would continue to experiment until he found the right direction to teleport. Today, when Yang Kai was chosen, they were all gloating and secretly rejoicing. But who knew who would be chosen next? Perhaps it would be them, and whoever was chosen next would be unlucky. In an instant, everyone began to pray in their hearts that Yang Kai's soul clone would return safely. Everyone was extremely pious. Even Yushi, who couldn't wait for Yang Kai to die and reincarnate, was nervous. Time passed little by little. The light of the saint crystals flickered as the energy contained within them was rapidly consumed. Beside the door, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his expression constantly fluctuating. Guizhu stood next to him, his expression also fluctuating. The light emitted by the saint crystals illuminated his expression, making it seem even more terrifying. Chapter 10:13. On the flat ground halfway up the mountain, the group from Purple Star and Sword Union waited anxiously, no one daring to speak. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's body suddenly trembled and his face went pale, as if he had encountered something terrifying. The void corridor opened by the space array also began to close like the maw of a beast. In the blink of an eye, the dark void corridor disappeared and the distorted space on the mountainside returned to normal. The moment the void corridor closed, Yang Kai's soul clone and the resentful soul released by Guizhu rushed out of the corridor as if fleeing for their lives. Guizhu waved his hand and the resentful soul returned to his body. Yang Kai also took back his soul clone and after a brief inspection, his face sank. Senior, my soul clone can no longer be used, it's on the verge of collapse. Guizhu seemed to be checking the information sent back by the resentful soul and didn't pay attention to Yang Kai for a moment, only nodding after a while. Good, you did well. Go restore yourself. Senior, if something like this happens again next time you won't come looking for me, right? Yang Kai asked coldly. Guizhu grinned. That depends on my mood and whether or not you'll be honest. Yang Kai's face went black as he flew back without saying a word and sat down next to Shin Tuesday. Go do your own things, don't go too far. If I need your help, I'll come looking for you. Guizhu ordered lightly. Hearing his words, Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream. They hurriedly scattered in all directions, leaving the flat ground on the mountainside as if they were fleeing. Yang Kai and Shun Tu also hurried down the mountain, no longer willing to stay in this damned place for even a moment longer. Soon, only Guizhu was left on the mountainside. He stared at the space array he had spent a great deal of effort to arrange. His brow furrowed as he pondered over how to modify the spirit array so that it would play a proper role. Although he had failed this time, he was mentally prepared, so he wasn't too disappointed. After all, when he came here, he was just a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm. His own understanding of the Tao was not very profound, so being able to spend 1,000 years studying this space array was already quite a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, the mysteries of space were not something he could understand. Even after reaching the height of the Origin King realm, the mysteries of space were still complex. This kind of thing required both talent and opportunity. Sitting in the middle of the spirit array, Yang Kai began moving the Saint crystals again to construct the spirit array. 10 kilometers away from the mountain peak, Yang Kai's group. What's wrong? Keep running. Shun Tu looked at him in amazement. Where do you think you're going? Yang Kai looked at him strangely. I don't know, I'll run as far as I can. Shun Tu shuddered. I don't want to be targeted by him and sent into that corridor, where my life or death will be out of my control. Yang Kai shook his head. Here he is the master. No matter where you run, he can find you. That's true. Shun Tu thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement. But brother, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I was powerless to help you. It's fine. I did something on my own that caused him to target me. Yang Kai knew why Guizhu had chosen him first. It was obviously because he had killed Wei Wu. Guizhu felt that Yang Kai had disobeyed his orders and was not obedient enough. This had nothing to do with Shun Tu, and even if he wanted to help under Guizhu's absolute strength, he couldn't do anything. What exactly happened to you in that void corridor? Shun Tu asked curiously. I don't know. My soul clone had no sentience, and although I attached a wisp of my divine sense to it, I couldn't observe much. I can only tell you that with Guizhu's research into the Tao of space, anyone who enters that void corridor dies. This time, my soul clone was able to escape completely because it had no physical body. The speed of a soul is not something a physical body can compare to. Shun Tu's face went pale. Then what is he studying? He has been trapped here for 2,000 years, so of course he wants to leave, but this place is a perfect cultivation paradise for us. The fact that he was able to reach the Origin King realm here is definitely related to the cultivation environment here. Yang Kai took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. You should be glad that he still has something to study. If one day he loses interest in space arrays and feels that it is impossible for him to escape, that would be a real disaster. Brother, don't scare me. Shun Tu showed a frightened expression as he imagined this scene in his mind and shuddered. Once Guizhu lost interest in space arrays and felt that there was no hope for him to escape, with his temperament and personality, everyone would suffer a fate worse than death. What are you going to do next? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. I don't know, just wait for death? Shun Tu's mouth twitched. What about you? Find a place to retreat and cultivate. Yang Kai replied casually. Shun Tu was surprised, not understanding why Yang Kai was so calm and not worried at all. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, Then I'll also find something to do. It's so sad to be on edge all the time. In this world, only he and Yang Kai could talk to each other. The people from Sword Union and Purple Star had their own agendas, so naturally they wouldn't pay attention to them. Now that Yang Kai was going to enter retreat to cultivate, Shun Tu couldn't even find the only person he could talk to, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable. He didn't know why, but even though his strength was clearly much higher than Yang Kai's, he couldn't help feeling frustrated that he was inferior to him in every aspect. Yang Kai seemed to be very calm no matter what he encountered, and when he couldn't control the situation, he would silently observe until he could. Shun Tu couldn't help feeling some admiration. The two of them chatted casually for a while before separating. Yang Kai didn't know what Shun Tu was going to do, but he was going to the cave where he had been performing alchemy. At any time, great strength was the guarantee of survival. Yang Kai understood this better than anyone else. Because of Lu Guichen's seal, he couldn't improve his strength for 2 months, So he really didn't want to waste this rare cultivation environment, so he couldn't wait. Senior, I want to go to the cave where you found me before to cultivate and perform alchemy. Is that all right? Just in case, Yongkai sent a divine sense message to Guizhu. A moment later, Guizhu's voice sounded in his ear. Go, there's no need for you for the time being. Many thanks. Yongkai nodded, summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Not long after flying out though, a tender voice suddenly called out from the side, Yongkai. Yongkai paused and turned his head towards the source of the voice, seeing Hizeo and He Miao flying towards him. A moment later, the two sisters arrived in front of him. Hizeo's expression was a bit complicated, seemingly not knowing what to say. He Miao, on the other hand, asked bluntly, Did you really kill Brother Wei Wu? What do you think? Yongkai didn't answer directly. I don't think it's possible. He Miao spat disdainfully. Brother Wei Wu was a third-order saint and his strength was completely inherited from Master. You're so weak, how could you possibly kill him? Am I weak? Yongkai was stunned. He Miao looked at him seriously, sweeping him with her divine sense before giggling. In any case, you're not strong. I think I can easily defeat you. Is that so? Yongkai gently nodded, not bothering to explain, instead asking, Do you need something from me? Hizeo said softly, We came to apologize to you. She bit her red lips lightly and said apologetically, You helped us in the chaotic abyss, saving our lives. We should have thanked you properly, but Master, It's none of your business, Yongkai smiled, not caring at all. In any case, we're very sorry. On top of that, Master was very angry because of Brother Wei Wu's death and told us to find an opportunity to kill you. Yongkai, if we sisters really draw our swords against you in the future, please don't blame us, that wasn't our intention. Yongkai grinned, I know. But if you really do that, please be prepared to be killed by me. I won't let you kill me without fighting back. You're so arrogant. He Miao snorted. If we sisters really wanted to kill you, would you be able to resist? You'll know if you try. He Miao, don't be so rude. Hizeo scolded softly. I know, He Miao spat out her tongue. Is there anything else? Yongkai tilted his head and asked. No, we came here to tell you this. Then we'll meet again. Yongkai summoned his star shuttle again and was about to leave when he suddenly frowned and asked, Let me ask you, if the two of you die in the chaotic abyss, what benefit will it bring to Wei Wu? What do you mean? Hizeo looked at him suspiciously. Kaiyang chuckled, I was just casually asking. Hizeo frowned and thought for a moment before saying seriously, Master is a member of Sword Union and doesn't have many disciples. We sisters and Brother Wei Wu are among the best, so if we die, Master will definitely cultivate him with all his strength. Then how did you get lost in the chaotic abyss? Yongkai asked again. Brother Wei Wu sent us a message and told us to wait outside the chaotic abyss. But we didn't expect to encounter a group of people from Purple Star. We sisters were outnumbered and were forced. As Hizeo spoke, her pretty face suddenly changed color, as if she had thought of something, her tender body trembling slightly as she stared at Yongkai incredulously. Farewell. Yongkai didn't say much. His figure wrapped in a blue light and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind Hizeo with a thoughtful look, her pretty face filled with anger, and He Miao at a loss. After a while, He Miao whispered softly, That person is really strange, spouting nonsense without rhyme or reason. I feel like he's more astute than anyone else. Hizeo's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a different light, and you're looking down on him too much. Him being able to kill Brother Wei Wu is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. Perhaps, he doesn't even put the two of us in his eyes. No way, elder sister, aren't you overestimating him too much? He Miao exclaimed. Do you remember when we met him in the chaotic abyss? He didn't try to avoid us at all? He didn't know who we were or if we had any malicious intent towards him, but he still waited in place. In other words, he felt that with his strength, even if we had malicious intent towards him, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Hizeo shouted. Chapter 10-14. Inside the cave, a clear spring filled with world energy flowed down from the stalactites and splashed onto the ground, making a crisp tinkling sound. The entire cave was filled with clouds and mist, and the world energy was so rich that it was almost impossible to disperse. Yang Kai sat cross-legged inside the cave, the millions of pores on his body relaxing as they madly swallowed the mist-like world energy, gradually increasing his strength at an imperceptible rate. Before leaving for Star Territory, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Saint Realm. After wandering around Star Territory for many days, he had not found a place to settle down and had no time to cultivate. Later, when he encountered the people from Purple Star, he was captured by them and taken into their starship, giving him even less opportunity to cultivate. Before he had time to escape, he had fallen on this floating continent with the people from Purple Star, and his cultivation had been sealed for 2 months. Now that he had obtained some freedom, Yang Kai naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Only by becoming stronger would everything be possible. Even in the most desperate of adversity, Yang Kai never had the thought of giving up. The terrain of this cave had been artificially modified by him, allowing the world energy to gather and pour in more quickly, allowing him to absorb and utilize it to the greatest extent. Yang Kai's cultivation base was slowly increasing. When he was tired of cultivating, he would casually refine a few pills to adjust his mood, or he would go out and walk around, experiencing the beautiful scenery of this continent. He would search for high-grade medicinal herbs in the crevices of the mountain streams and jungles. Shun Tu was right, the materials contained in this damned place were simply too rich. There were spirit grasses and spirit medicines almost everywhere, and each one of them was extremely old and rich. Any alchemist who came here would likely be ecstatic and excited to the point of having a heart attack. The pills Yang Kai refined were also used to assist him in his cultivation. Every time he swallowed a saint pill, his cultivation speed almost reached its limit. Yang Kai's current cultivation was no longer just a matter of gathering strength. Having reached this level of strength, every breakthrough required a dual enhancement of strength and realm. Strength included physical strength, realm included mental state, and comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way. Any deficiency would lead to an inability to improve one's cultivation. Yang Kai's cultivation was smooth, and there was no such thing as a bottleneck. Days passed, and in this excellent cultivation environment, Yang Kai grew at the speed of light, faintly feeling that he had reached the second-order Saint Realm. He estimated that it had been almost a year since he and Shun Tu parted ways. After such a long time, Yang Kai had not met or communicated with anyone, but he was still able to faintly perceive the changes in this floating continent. The cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union seemed to be disappearing every few days. Their life auras had suddenly disappeared from this world, so Yang Kai naturally knew what their fates were. He must have been thrown into the space array by Guizhu, never to return. In the beginning, he could sense scattered cultivators nearby through his divine sense, but in the last half a year, no one had come to this area. With Yang Kai, Yang had Yang Qi from the origin with Yang. On this day, Yang Kai was quietly cultivating when his expression suddenly changed, and he opened his eyes to look in a certain direction. Over there, a gloomy aura spread out like an explosion, instantly sweeping across most of the floating continent. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could not help shivering as he circulated his true Yang Yuan Qi to resist the erosion of this cold aura. At the same time, Yang Kai was keenly aware that the plants outside the cave he was living in were rapidly withering and the ground had become lifeless, as if it had lost all life. Guizhu's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Why? Why haven't I succeeded? This old master has worked hard for 1,000 years. Why can't I leave this damned place? His voice was hysterical. When he became angry, the entire floating continent changed. Yang Kai suddenly realized that even after such a long time, Guizhu still did not seem to have made any progress in the space array. All the hopes he had seen before had turned into despair at this moment. Yang Kai held his breath and remained motionless. Little brat, get over here for this old master. Guizhu's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Yang Kai's expression became bitter, knowing that if it was a blessing or a curse, he would not be able to avoid it. Reluctantly standing up, he walked out of the cave and flew his star shuttle towards the mountain peak where Guizhu was. After an hour, Yang Kai arrived halfway up the mountain and landed. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai sighed heavily. He found that the original team of nearly 100 cultivators was now reduced to less than 10. The others had long since disappeared. Of these 10 people, more than half were people he knew. Sword Unions Yushi, He Zhao, and He Miao. Purple Stars Lu Guichan and Bai Ye. And Shen Tuesday Lu Shan, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen, most likely dead. Seeing Kai Yang appear, these people all raised their heads to look at him. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped them, causing them to not even dare to breathe loudly. This time, the reunion of these fallen cultivators was completely different from the last time. Last time, although everyone was in a state of panic, they at least had some hope that they would be able to leave this place one day and escape from Guizu's control. But now, everyone was in low spirits, their eyes dim without a trace of hope. They were like a group of prisoners waiting to die. Shen Tu nodded gently to Yang Kai, not in the mood to say anything. Little brat, you've been living quite comfortably these days. Guizu stood in the center of the space array and sneered at Yang Kai. Senior, I've been very well behaved these days, living in seclusion and not causing any trouble. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, not understanding why he had become the target of this old monster again. This old master knows. Your whereabouts can't be hidden from this old master's investigation, so this old master naturally knows you've been very well behaved. Guizu chuckled. But it's because of this that this old master is very unhappy. Why do I feel like you're not worried about leaving this damned place at all? Yang Kai immediately understood where the problem lay. It was precisely because he was too well behaved that he was being targeted. Everyone else was in a state of panic every day, but Yang Kai was completely unaffected, obviously different from the rest. Junior is naturally worried, but this kind of thing can be left to Senior's discretion. Junior's strength is low and his knowledge is short, so he really can't think of a good way to leave this place. Less flattery. Guizu's expression became sullen. If you had said a few nice words normally, this old master would have been happy, but now, this old master won't buy it. Yang Kai suddenly fell silent. Yushi, Lu Guichan, and the others all looked panicked as they listened to the conversation between Yang Kai and Guizu, secretly praying that Yang Kai didn't know what was good for him and provoke Guizu even more. Guizu's figure staggered as if he was about to collapse, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets with dark circles under them. However, an enemy came to seek revenge on this old master, and in one night, his wife and children were separated and his family was destroyed. This old master didn't die but was seriously injured and fled into the chaotic abyss, where he lost his way. Soon after, an outbreak in the chaotic abyss brought this old master to this world. This place is rich in materials and world energy, so this old master thought it was an opportunity given to me by the heavens, allowing me to cultivate here so I could go out and seek revenge on my enemy. Saying so, his face gradually became fierce. But I never thought this old master would have already reached the Origin King realm. This damned place is like a cage that binds this old master, making it impossible for this old master to leave. If this old master can't leave, even if his strength reaches the heavens, what use is it? This old master must seek revenge, kill that man, and avenge my wife and children. Guizuzu roared to the crowd. Senior, 2,000 years have passed. Your enemy may have died long ago. Yang Kai frowned. Then I will slaughter his descendants for 10,000 generations, and make his bloodline disappear from this world. I will kill all those who are related to him. I will slaughter all the stars he belongs to and turn them into a dead star. Guizu seemed to have gone mad as he shouted loudly, his ghost chi swirling around him, making him look extremely terrifying. Do you understand this old master's obsession? Guizuzu turned his head and looked at everyone. No one dared to show any signs of disobedience. Good, you understand. Guizu grinned wickedly and shouted. Then help this old master one last time. After this time, this old master will not look for you again. Everyone's heart was shrouded in uneasiness. Guizu didn't care what everyone thought and quickly began to work on the space array, modifying the layout of the spirit array while saying, thanks to your arrival, this old master has had many opportunities to experiment. This old master doesn't understand the mysteries of space, so this void corridor has always been unstable. I don't know exactly where it will teleport me, but this time all of you are on your own. Whether you live or die will depend on your own luck. As he spoke, Guizuzu finished modifying the spirit array, and the void corridor appeared again at the gate covered in a thin layer of space spirit crystal. He beckoned to Yongkai. Boy, come here. Me again? Yongkai was furious. Last time when Guizu summoned everyone, he was the first to be called out, and this time the situation was the same. Yongkai really didn't know what he had done to make Guizu unhappy. Enough nonsense. Guizu didn't allow him to explain, reaching out his bony hand towards Yongkai and directly grabbing him. Senior, isn't this a bit unfair to him? Last time you went looking for him. This time you should be looking for someone else. A voice suddenly sounded. Guizu, who was preparing to throw Yongkai into the void corridor, glanced over and saw Hizeo's pretty face pale as she stared back at him. Yongkai's expression changed, not having expected that at this last moment, she would actually speak up for him. That's right, Senior, you're targeting Brother Yang too much. Shuntu gawked for a moment before boldly agreeing. He Meow's pair of beautiful eyes flashed as she nodded nervously, a look of agreement on her face. Chapter 10-15. Guizu lifted Yongkai and stared at Hizeo with a strange expression. Hizeo was obviously scared to death, her tender body trembling slightly, but she still refused to look away from Guizu's gaze. Everyone was surprised. The beautiful woman from Sword Union Yushi covered her mouth and shouted, "What are you doing? Sit down obediently for me." Hizeo didn't move, unable to sit down. Under the influence of Guizu's oppressive aura, she didn't even have the strength to move a finger, her body dripping with sweat and her face as pale as paper. Suddenly, Guizu let out a strange laugh and asked Yongkai, "What's your relationship with this little girl? Strangers meeting by chance. Did she fall in love with you at first sight?" "I don't think so." Yongkai shook his head as he stared at Hizeo, his mood complicated. "Then why did she help you?" Guizu's smile became even stranger. He saved us sisters' lives." Hizeo's trembling voice sounded as she answered Guizu's question. "And good. Little girl, you clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. However, if this old master were to let him go, would you be willing to take his place?" Guizu looked at Hizeo with a wicked smile. Hizeo's face became paler and paler as her tender body trembled slightly, seemingly unable to give an answer. Yongkai also couldn't help turning his eyes to her, wondering how she would answer. Lu Gui-chan, Baya, and the others all stared at Hizeo while Yushi kept winking at her, indicating that she shouldn't act recklessly. Hizeo took a deep breath, her bright eyes suddenly becoming firm, as if she had made a decision. She lightly opened her red lips and was about to give her answer. "No need," Yongkai frowned. "Senior, you don't need to pay attention to her, let's begin." Guizu gawked for a moment before glancing over at Yongkai thoughtfully and nodding. "Seems you have some backbone, not expecting a woman to help you out. And everyone, don't worry, this time none of you will be able to escape. All of you must go in." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. They thought that this time would be the same as before, that Guizu would throw someone into the void corridor to explore the situation. They thought that with the death of Yongkai, they would be able to drag out an ignoble existence for a while. They thought that misfortune wouldn't fall upon them so quickly, but things turned out very differently from what they had imagined. Guizu obviously wanted to cut off all means of retreat and go all out. After understanding this, everyone had a bitter expression. They secretly felt that this time, no matter what, they would not be able to escape. They were afraid that they would really die here, following in the footsteps of those who had died before. The rainbow-colored sky also became hazy at this moment, making people's hearts heavy. "Brother Yang, have a safe journey. I'll come over to accompany you in a bit. I promise you won't be lonely." Shuntu, facing imminent death, didn't forget to bid farewell to Yongkai. Yongkai gently nodded. "Kid, go in." Guizu didn't want to waste any more time. Releasing a wisp of resentment from his body, and wrapping it around Yongkai's body before tossing him into the void corridor. While sensing the feedback from the wisp of resentment, Guizu opened his hand and pulled Hizeo over, grinning wickedly as he said, "Little girl, don't worry, this old master will send you to accompany your savior." I hope all of you have good luck and don't end up like those people who died before you. Old monster, you've done too much evil. One day someone will make you pay the price. Hizeo grit her teeth and shouted. Don't worry. Guizhu didn't care, releasing a wisp of resentment and wrapping it around Hizeo. Just as he was about to throw Hizeo into the void corridor as well, his body stiffened and his pair of gloomy eyes turned towards the void corridor, a look of excitement appearing on his face, as if he had made a special discovery. The next moment he suddenly roared, "Little brat, you actually have such skill?" Saying so, he threw Hizeo aside and disappeared, laughing heartily. From far away, his wild laughter rang out. Halfway up the mountain, Hizeo's face was ashen as she stood there motionless, staring in the direction Guizhu left, not knowing what had happened. Himiao hurriedly rushed up, tears filling her eyes as she worriedly asked, "Elder sister, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Hizeo shook her head. At this moment, besides being covered by a wisp of resentment which made her feel a little cold, there was nothing wrong with her. That Guizhu hadn't done anything to her. What happened? Why did that old monster suddenly leave? Yushi also rushed up. Lu Guichan, Baya, Shuntu, and the others also approached, all of their eyes focused on Hizeo, hoping she could give them an answer. Everyone seemed to think that she, who had been standing with Guizhu at that time, must have noticed something. "I don't know," Hizeo shook her head. "You really don't know?" Lu Guichan confirmed with distrust. "I really don't know. That's strange. Why did that senior suddenly leave? Could it have something to do with Yang Kai?" Himiao asked innocently. The words that old man said before he left were clearly referring to Yang Kai. Hearing her say this, everyone suddenly remembered, and after thinking about it carefully, all of them felt it was quite possible. It was as if Yang Kai had some kind of extraordinary means that Guizhu was very interested in. But at that time, Yang Kai had already been thrown into the void corridor, so why would Guizhu chase after him? That old bastard couldn't have gone crazy, right? Shuntu's mouth twitched. This was the only way to explain Guizhu's strange actions. "I hope he forgets our existence." Lu Guichun prayed, deceiving himself. Somewhere on the floating continent, space was suddenly torn apart and Yang Kai's figure appeared. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai's face sank and he couldn't help cursing. He found that he was still on this strange continent. Before he could catch his breath though, Guizhu's aura approached him at lightning speed. And in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai saw a dark figure rushing towards him. Before this person even arrived, a bloodthirsty wraith rushed out of Guizhu's body and pounced towards him. Yang Kai's face changed and he tore space again, escaping into the void. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 kilometers away. Guizhu pounced on empty air, but after releasing his divine sense, he accurately located Yang Kai's current position and continued to chase after him with a grin. "Little brat, you've hidden your strength well, but you can't escape this old master's palm." Guizhu spared no effort in his pursuit, vowing to capture Yang Kai. Kai Yang continued to flee. The bitterness in his heart was like a gold thread. As early as a year ago, when he was first chosen by Guizhu, he had been hiding his ability to tear space, not hesitating to use the power of his soul clone which he had spent 10 years cultivating. He regarded this as his last life-saving method and secretly hoped that he could tear space to leave this damned place and return to the chaotic abyss, escaping Guizhu's control. It wasn't until today that he was forced to use this method that he realized he had been too naive. It seemed that because Guizhu had constructed a space array here, and was constantly experimenting with it, the entire floating continent's territory was in chaos, making the turbulence in the void more dangerous than ever. Even though Yang Kai had studied the Tao of space, he didn't dare to stay in the void for too long. This meant that under Guizhu's pursuit, he didn't even have time to catch his breath. If not for this, he could have hidden in the void and waited until Guizhu thought he was dead before quietly taking action. Now Yang Kai could only constantly use his divine technique to tear space as he chased after Guizhu. Every time he tore space, Yang Kai consumed a great deal of his physical strength and spiritual energy, so after only 3 or 5 times, he was already panting. The strength in his body was inexhaustible, and even if he ran out, he could still use the divine tree to provide him with more, but replenishing his spiritual energy was not so convenient. Yang Kai gradually despaired. feeling that he couldn't escape no matter what. Junior, don't run. As long as you're still on this continent, you can't escape. Guizu's voice clearly came from far away, but it still rang clearly in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai remained unmoved and continued to tear space, disappearing a few hundred kilometers away. Guizu's voice continued to ring in his ears. Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you dare escape again, this old master will make you pay the price when he catches you. Because you're determined to oppose this old master. I'd like to see how long you can last. This old master knows you're already a little weak. You're just a first-order saint cultivator. After tearing space so many times, how much strength do you have left? Obediently surrender and this old master won't embarrass you. Good, good, good. If you stop, this old master won't chase you. This old master swears to the heavens that he won't touch a single hair on your head. This old master will keep his word. His attitude and words gradually changed, as if he found that Yang Kai's performance was somewhat beyond his expectations, causing his confidence to begin to waver. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed and he stopped running. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly tossed a few pills into his mouth to supplement his spiritual energy and took some myriad drug milk, quickly replenishing his nearly depleted knowledge. Guizu's figure appeared in the next moment, standing a few dozen meters away from Yang Kai, glaring at him with a gloomy expression. Grinning, Guizu said, "Boy, you really are full of surprises. This old master didn't expect you to have such means. There are many things you can't imagine." Yang Kai tore space and hid half of his body inside a void crack, preparing to escape at a moment's notice. "Don't be so nervous, let's talk." Guizu raised his hands and gestured, a kind smile appearing on his face, seemingly harmless to humans and animals alike. "This old master has seen your means, but do you really think this old master can't stop you? Don't forget, this old master has also studied space principles for over 1,000 years. Since you have such ability, why haven't you done anything yet? What are you worried about?" Yang Kai said indifferently. Guizu curled his lips. If this old master really wanted to stop you, he could. But as for whether he would be dead or alive, this old master can't guarantee. That's why this old master allowed you to act so presumptuously. Don't think too highly of yourself. Chapter 10:16. You have something to ask of me, so naturally you won't attack me, Yang Kai snorted. If not, do you think this old master would show mercy to you? Guizu smiled coldly. Enough nonsense, this old master didn't know you were proficient in space principles before. But it's not too late to find out now. Why don't you cooperate with this old master and find a way out of here? How do we cooperate? Yang Kai frowned. This old master will give you freedom. I'll give you whatever you want, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. You can find a way out of here. But when you do, you'll have to take this old master with you. Guizu chuckled. This old master's painstakingly researched space array won't be of any use, but since you've also studied space principles, you may have a way. I don't trust you. Yang Kai shook his head. Dealing with this kind of old monster, the slightest mistake could lead to irreparable damage. Then what will make you trust this old master? Swear an oath. Guizu's expression became strange as he grinned. You believe this old master's oath? This old master can go back on his word at any time. Swear in the name of your dead wife and children and I'll believe you. Yang Kai said seriously. Brat, don't push your luck. Guizu's expression suddenly became violent, as if Yang Kai's words had touched his bottom line. He shouted, angering me won't do you any good. I can kill you now and use my soul-searching technique to obtain your research on space principles. The chances of success aren't high. Perhaps you can obtain my research on space principles, perhaps you won't be able to obtain anything, and even if you do obtain it, you won't necessarily be able to comprehend it. This kind of thing depends on one's aptitude, which is why you haven't achieved anything after 1,000 years of research. Your comprehension of space principles is very poor. Yang Kai said bluntly, not at all afraid of angering Guizu. He stared at Guizu intently and asked, do you want to take a gamble? Guizu's expression became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai like he wanted to eat him alive, as if he couldn't wait to kill him and search his memories, but his eyes were filled with hesitation. Yang Kai's words hit the nail on the head, making him hesitate. If you don't swear in the name of your dead wife and child, I will enter the spatial crack right now and never come out. I would rather die in there than cooperate with you. After I die, you can slowly fiddle with that space array of yours and wait for it to work. Saying so, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to give Guizhu any more time to consider and immediately rushed into the void. Wait! Guizhu shouted, his face twitching as a gloomy aura surged from his body. Suddenly, he laughed and nodded. Brat, you've got guts daring to talk terms with this old man. Yang Kai shrugged. Cooperating with you is like asking a tiger for its skin. I have to be careful. Alright, you win. This old man swears in the name of his wife and children that as long as you cooperate obediently, I won't do anything to you. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yang Kai shook his head. Brat, what else do you want? Guizhu shouted. It's not you who will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Such an oath has no meaning. You don't need me to teach you how to swear, do you? Guizhu stared at him coldly, his sunken eyes flashing a bone-chilling murderous intent. He slowly closed his eyes. He didn't play any tricks with his words. He honestly swore an extremely vicious oath on the name of his dead wife and child. Yang Kai walked out of the void and said lightly, wouldn't it have been better if you said so earlier? Brat, I want to kill you now, grind your bones to ashes, and scatter your soul in order to relieve the hatred in my heart. Guizhu stared at him coldly. I believe Senior cares a lot about his wife and child, otherwise, you wouldn't still want to avenge them 2,000 years ago. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Senior is also an infatuated man. Guizhu's violent expression quickly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun, and a look of reminiscence flashed across his eyes, as if he was thinking of his wife and child. The past is the past. Come back with me first, we'll discuss how to leave here together. Guizhu's tone suddenly calmed down, as if he no longer wanted to vent his anger on Yang Kai. Saying so, with a wave of his sleeve, Guizhu wrapped Yang Kai up and returned the way they came. On the flat ground on the mountainside, everyone waited in fear, the atmosphere silent. Although Guizhu had been gone for an hour, none of them dared to escape from here. This continent was Guizhu's territory, so there was nowhere they could escape. Everyone was in a state of panic, secretly hoping that Guizhu would never return, or even die somewhere. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy though, Yushi's face suddenly changed and she shouted, he seems to be back. Saying so, she turned her head and looked in a certain direction. Following her gaze, everyone found a black cloud rapidly approaching, and from this black cloud came Guizhu's cold aura, causing everyone to shiver. Despair once again enveloped everyone's hearts. Shun Tu called out in surprise as he stared towards the black cloud in confusion. He seemed to see Yang Kai's figure looming over it, causing him to freeze on the spot. Everyone else also quickly noticed this unusual phenomenon, and couldn't help feeling a little dumbfounded. Yang Kai had clearly been thrown into the void corridor by Guizhu before, but now he had returned together with him. None of them could find an explanation for this scene. A moment later, the black cloud fell and the figures of Guizhu and Yang Kai appeared in front of everyone. After confirming that what they had just seen was not an illusion, everyone's expression became strange as they stared back and forth between Yang Kai and Guizhu. Soon, everyone was shocked to discover that Guizhu and Yang Kai seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. This old monster's attitude towards Yang Kai was obviously different from before. What do you need? Just tell me and figure out a method as soon as possible. This old master doesn't want to wait any longer, Guizhu ordered faintly. Even if you don't want to wait, you have to wait. Yang Kai shook his head. Thanks to you, the void territory of this continent is very chaotic right now, otherwise I wouldn't have been caught by you. I could have simply hidden inside a void crack and not come out. What does that have to do with this old master? Guizhu felt a little wronged. This space array you created. Yang Kai pointed to the other side. Guizhu suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't say anything. Although he wasn't proficient in the mysteries of space, he had studied it for 1,000 years, so he knew that the chaos in the void territory that Yang Kai was talking about was definitely caused by this space array constantly opening a void corridor. The creation of this void corridor was distorting space. Stop this space array first and wait for a few days until the distorted territory stabilizes before I can begin studying it, Yang Kai said. Guizhu didn't say a word and simply waved his hand, causing the spirit array to cease operating and the void corridor to close in an instant. How long do we have to wait? Guizhu asked eagerly. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Maybe half a month, maybe a few months, maybe a few years, who knows? Little brat, you're not using this as an excuse to stall for time, are you? Guizhu looked at him suspiciously. Don't forget, although I made an oath, that's on the premise that you cooperate obediently. If you dare play any tricks, this old master will never show mercy. What good is stalling for time to me? Even if I delay for 10 years, I still won't be your opponent. Yang Kai snorted. Seems you know what's good for you. Guizhu was satisfied. Good. Then that's it for the time being. You can live here. This old master has opened up a secluded home over there. The world energy aura here is the richest on this continent, so you can cultivate here for a while. I guarantee you'll enjoy yourself here. And if you have any other needs, just let me know. Guizhu ordered before his figure flickered and disappeared. He didn't care what Lu Guichan and Yushi thought. After he left, Shuntu walked over to Yang Kai and exclaimed, Yang Kai, what's going on? How come you and that senior seem to get along so well? And how did you escape from that void corridor? He couldn't understand what was going on. His face filled with confusion. The same was true for everyone else, all of them focusing their eyes on Yang Kai, hoping he could give them an answer. He had something to ask of me, so we reached some kind of consensus and agreement, Yang Kai explained casually. Something to ask of you? Shuntu was stunned. What kind of skill do you have to make such a character beg of you? Yushi frowned, a look of disbelief on her face. Yang Kai glanced over at her, too lazy to respond. Little brother. Lu Guichun lightly coughed, his face filling with a smile. The way he addressed Yang Kai had also changed. May I ask? Does this mean we're safe for the time being? That senior won't let us enter that void corridor again to investigate the situation? Yang Kai nodded. You won't enter that void corridor again? Really? He Miao's beautiful eyes lit up as she couldn't help feeling a little overjoyed. Feeling like she had just escaped from certain death. But whether you're safe or not, I don't know. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stared at Lu Guichan maliciously. Lu Guichan's face changed as he suddenly remembered that he had some grievances with this young man. When he first arrived here, it was he who had placed a seal on Yang Kai's body that caused him to lose his strength. Now that Yang Kai and Guizhu had reached a consensus and agreement, his status was obviously different from that of prisoners. As long as he had the protection of that old monster, Yang Kai could do whatever he wanted here. Realizing this, Lu Guichan panicked, fearing that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him in the future. Quickly putting on a flattering smile and cupping his fists, Little brother, this Lu had eyes but failed to see and offended you. Please forgive him. Bai Ye's pretty face also paled, her pair of watery peach blossom eyes filled with panic, but she still managed to squeeze out an embarrassed smile and said in a charming voice, Little brother, I was wrong before. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. From now on, I'll listen to your orders and do whatever you want me to do, okay? I know a lot of things, I promise you I won't let you down. Her last words were full of deep meaning, and it was likely that as long as one was a man, they would be able to understand what she meant. Chapter 10:17. At this moment, the two Purple Star Masters both lowered their heads and begged for mercy. They understood that the current situation was pressing, and that Yang Kai was no longer the young man they could ignore. He should have the ability to control the life and death of all of them, as long as Guizhu really had something to ask of him. To the side, Shuntu's body trembled as he stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected the situation to become so dramatic, chuckling meaningfully as he watched the show from the sidelines. He was secretly looking forward to seeing what answer Yang Kai would give. Yushi's pretty face also changed several times as she stared at Yang Kai, a strong sense of dread and vigilance flashing across her beautiful eyes. Lu Guichan and Yang Kai didn't have a good relationship, but her relationship with Yang Kai wasn't any better. After Wei Wu was killed, she had gone to Yang Kai and declared that one day she would make Yang Kai pay the price. At that time, Yang Kai had also unceremoniously retorted with a few words. All the words he had said to her in the past still rang in her ears, causing Yushi's heart to fill with bitterness, not knowing what to do. The masters on both sides were depressed and couldn't help feeling like they had just left the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. Facing Yang Kai was even more frightening than facing Guizhu. At the very least, they knew Guizhu's goals and methods. What they didn't know was what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai stared coldly at Lu Guichan and Baiya, and seeing the smiles on their faces that were uglier than crying, he suddenly felt a sense of disgust. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. More than a year ago, when he had fallen into this predicament, he had been subdued by Lu Guichan in a single move without being able to resist. But now this master who could kill him in a single move was humbly begging him, fawning over him with a face full of flattery. All because he had a master like Guizhu behind him. Yang Kai had wanted to borrow Guizhu's hand to kill Lu Guichan in order to avenge his sealed cultivation, but now he wasn't in the mood to do so. Because even if Guizhu killed Lu Guichan, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to be happy. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly said, "I heard that your Purple Star people collected a lot of herbs some time ago?" Lu Guichan was taken aback for a moment before quickly replying, "I have collected a lot, but because I didn't have a storage artifact, I wasn't able to properly protect them, so the medicinal efficacies have faded a little, but it's not a big deal." And this Lu heard that little brother is an alchemist? It seems that these herbs will be of great use to little brother here. Little brother should refine these herbs into pills as soon as possible, so as to avoid wasting heaven's gifts. Yang Kai grinned with satisfaction and asked, "Where are your Saint crystals?" "They're all in a hidden place. The heaven and earth spirit chi here is extremely dense, and we haven't been able to use them. How about we give them to little brother? Anyway, it's just sitting there." "Very good, very good. You are very sensible." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, gently patting Lu Guichen's shoulder. His mood very good as he winked to Shun Tu. "Go with him and get those things back." "Understood." Shun Tu's body trembled as he straightened his back like a javelin. "There's no time to lose, we might as well go now." Lu Guichan smiled awkwardly, impatient to escape from this place lest Yang Kai find trouble with him again. Saying so, he excused himself from Yang Kai and led Shun Tu away. Seeing him act so hypocritically and flatteringly, Yushi couldn't help showing a look of disdain and contempt. She had been dealing with Lu Guichan for many years and firmly believed that whether it was his cultivation or methods, he was no worse than her. The two of them were evenly matched, but seeing Lu Guichan act so humbly, lowering his status, Yushi felt like she was being degraded by him. Her already bad mood became even worse. "As for you," Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at her, a strange smile appearing on his face, his eyes burning hot as they swept over Yushi's full breasts, slender waist and slender legs, a strange light flashing across his eyes. Although Yushi was Hizeo and He Miao's master, her true age was definitely not young, but her cultivation was extremely high, so the flowing time Great Emperor hadn't left many traces on her body, instead giving her a mature charm. She looked just like a young woman who had just gotten married, sweet and delicious. Yang Kai couldn't help praising her in his heart, feeling that this beautiful woman's appearance was even more outstanding than her two apprentices. His eyes were unscrupulous and extremely aggressive, not even bothering to hide his intentions. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, Yushi couldn't help feeling like she was being stripped naked, as if she was standing in front of this young man without a stitch of clothing on her body. Unable to suppress the shame and anger in her heart, her tender body trembled as she shouted, "What do you want? We can give you our herbs and Saint crystals, but don't expect me to beg you like Lu Guichan." "Quite the backbone, I like it." Yang Kai sneered, "Don't think I won't do anything to you just because you are Hizeo and He Miao's master. You are no different from Purple Star to me. If it weren't for Senior Guizhu's protection on this continent, I'm afraid I would have already been killed by you. A person like you deserves to die." Yushi sneered. "What kind of person am I? Are you familiar with me? What qualifications do you have to judge me? I saved your two disciples, but not only did you not know how to repay my kindness, you even guarded against me and deliberately made things difficult for me. It's fine that you took back the ring you gave me, but I don't care about that anyway. Wei Wu wanted to kill me and was killed by me because he was not strong enough, but you want to avenge him without asking for the reason? Ask your two apprentices carefully what kind of person I am and what kind of person Wei Wu is. Yang Kai shouted. What do you mean? Yushi's brow furrowed as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, feeling that he seemed to be implying something. Baya! Yang Kai shouted. What's the matter, little brother? Baya smiled awkwardly. You are from Purple Star. Tell me how you found He Zhao and He Miao, and how you forced them into the chaotic abyss. Yang Kai stared at Yushi coldly while speaking to Baya. Yushi couldn't help turning her eyes to Baya, waiting for her answer. Baya didn't dare to conceal anything, her red lips squirming as she said, Someone from your sword union sent a message saying that the one who obtained the Star Sect command was at the edge of the chaotic abyss. Otherwise, how could we have found the two sisters in the vast star territory? Yushi's tender body trembled as a look of disbelief flashed across her beautiful eyes. Master, the reason we stopped there at the time was because we received a message from Big Brother Wei Wu. He said you would come find us and told us not to run around. Izao whispered to Yushi. I never gave such an order. Yushi shook her head, her face pale, seemingly unable to accept what she had just heard. Who was the one who sent you the message? Izao looked at Baya and asked. Baya slowly shook her head. I don't know, only Master Lu knows. When he comes back you might as well ask him. Yushi muttered in a daze. Impossible, Wei Wu can't be such a person. He grew up by my side, how could he do such a thing? As she muttered to herself, she suddenly glared fiercely at Yang Kai. You must have colluded with this cheap slut to slander Wei Wu, right? You're hopeless. Yang Kai shook his head gently, his expression becoming fierce. Do you remember what I said to you that day? Yushi showed a panicked expression, her pretty face going pale. How could she not remember Yang Kai's words? Those were the most embarrassing words she had ever heard, and every time she thought about it, she would feel uncomfortable. An old woman like you isn't worthy of my attention. Yang Kai curled his lips and spat viciously. You'd better be an old virgin for the rest of your life, untouched by anyone. As soon as these words came out, He Zhao and He Miao both frowned, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai. But Baya simply grinned, revealing a knowing look. You've angered me, but I won't take it out on you. I'll have your two disciples pay the price for you. And their skin is fresh and tender just to my taste. What do you want to do? Yushi was furious, quickly shielding He Zhao and He Miao behind her as she stared vigilantly at Yang Kai. Don't you know what I want to do? Yang Kai grinned, sending a divine sense message to Guizhou as he spoke. The next moment, a jet-black energy suddenly appeared beside Yushi. This energy was like a ghost, roaring fiercely as it rushed into Yushi's tender body, causing her body to go stiff and unable to move. Two more jet-black energies appeared and wrapped around He Zhao and He Miao like ropes. He Miao suddenly screamed in fright. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to the strange gazes of the bystanders and simply walked forward, picking up He Zhao and He Miao on each of his shoulders. Raising his brow towards Yushi in a show of force, he proudly walked towards the middle of the mountain. You demon, let go of He Zhao and He Miao. If you dare touch a single finger of theirs, I'll make you pay the price. Yushi screamed hysterically as she watched Yang Kai take her two disciples further and further away, her tender body trembling violently. However, in front of Guizhou's power she was powerless. Scream as loud as you can. No one will pay you any mind even if you break your throat. Yang Kai sneered, turning a deaf ear to her threats. Junior, how can you treat me like this? Yushi unwillingly shouted, her beautiful eyes bursting with an unforgettable hatred. She felt that even if Yang Kai were to carry her over his shoulder and humiliate her, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger on his two disciples because of her mistakes. If he did that, at least she wouldn't feel guilty towards her two disciples. This is the fate of those who provoke me. Yang Kai laughed, his figure finally disappearing into the mountain. Yushi's roars and curses continued as the remaining Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators watched Yang Kai's departing back, all of them shuddering, feeling that Yang Kai's actions were too cruel and inhumane. Even Baya couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine. After witnessing Yang Kai's viciousness, she suddenly realized that she had underestimated this young man too much. He was simply a cold-blooded and ruthless guy. Perhaps he didn't even have feelings. Compared with his methods, she was a completely good person. Chapter 10:18. Inside the belly of the mountain where Guizhou lived, he had opened up a series of huge stone rooms, each of which was quite large and filled with a variety of things. It was impossible to tell where Guizhou had obtained them. The air was dry and the stone rooms were dotted with strange stones that gave off a soft glow, making them even brighter. This mountain seemed to be the very center of the entire floating continent, and inside it, there were many interconnected corridors that formed a large spirit array that gathered the continent's rich world energy. Compared to Guizhou's methods, Yang Kai's arrangement in the cave 10,000 kilometers away seemed a bit naive and ridiculous. A small stream flowed through these stone rooms, and clear spring water flowed slowly. This was not an ordinary stream, but pure spirit water condensed from pure world energy. Drinking a mouthful of this spirit water was equivalent to absorbing a huge amount of world energy, greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. Yang Kai carried He Zhao and He Miao into the belly of the mountain, and after sweeping the area with his divine sense, he couldn't help feeling slightly moved. The cultivation environment here was simply too good. No wonder Guizhou had chosen this place as his residence. Yang Kai also saw the strangeness of this stream and couldn't help marveling, continuing to follow it into the belly of the mountain. Since being carried on Yang Kai's shoulders, He Zhao hadn't said a word while He Miao was trembling in fear, thinking that Yang Kai, this beast in human clothing, was really going to do something shameless to her. Yushi's heart-rending curses still echoed in her ears, but her voice seemed to have gone hoarse, but no one paid her any attention. Not long after, Yang Kai stopped, found a stone room and walked in, putting He Zhao and He Miao down. He Miao immediately jumped behind her sister like a rabbit, clutching her clothes tightly as she stared at Yang Kai in horror, trembling as she asked, "What are you doing? You won't do anything to us, right? What do you think?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly. He Miao couldn't help shivering, becoming more and more panicked. "Stop playing around." He Zhao looked at Yang Kai indifferently, her brow furrowed. "What's the point? Even if you have a grudge with Master, you shouldn't torture her like this. It's too cruel." "Cruel?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and sneered. "People like your master should be taught a lesson. You must have been with her for a long time. Don't tell me you don't know her shortcomings?" He Zhao frowned and sighed softly. "Sometimes, Master is really stubborn and refuses to admit her mistakes. Just like some time ago, she clearly knew that she shouldn't be too vigilant against you and make things difficult for you. She should apologize to you and thank you for saving us, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. That's because I'm weak, so she doesn't take me seriously." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Master is not a bad person, you don't have to say anymore. She once had the intention to kill me, so she has to pay the price. I will decide whether she lives or dies based on her performance." He Zhao's body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai uneasily. "You want to kill Master? Look at her attitude. I won't let anyone who is hostile to me live in this world." Yang Kai's expression was cold. "Even if she is your master, I won't let her live. If you want to take revenge on me because of this, I won't show any mercy. Aren't you just making things difficult for us?" He Zhao smiled bitterly. "That's why I brought you in here," Yang Kai said before using his divine sense to communicate with Guizhou again. A moment later, the evil energy binding He Zhao and He Miao retreated, allowing them to regain their freedom. "Find a place to cultivate, don't think about going out for the time being. You won't be able to leave anyway," Yang Kai ordered before leaving. After Yang Kai left, He Miao glanced around, took a deep breath and patted her chest with her small hand. "That scared me to death. I thought he was really going to." He Zhao smiled. "What did you think he was going to do?" He Miao blushed and shyly remained silent. "He's not that kind of person. He brought us in here to punish Master and to give us some benefits." "Give us some benefits?" He Miao was stunned. "When Guizhou was about to throw him into the void corridor, didn't we put in a good word for him?" He Zhao smiled, the desolate stone room suddenly becoming brilliant. "He's a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Bringing us here is definitely to let us cultivate." "Really? I think he's quite scary." He Miao's expression was one of lingering fear. Now that she recalled Yang Kai's appearance, she couldn't help feeling some fear, secretly feeling that this person was too cruel. "What about Master?" He Miao asked. She could still hear Yushi's hoarse voice filled with grief and indignation, making her anxious. Hizeo smiled mysteriously and took out her communication artifact, the two sisters exchanging a glance with each other, their beautiful eyes shining brightly. Hizeo poured her divine sense into this artifact and sent a message to her master, informing her of her sister's current situation. In another stone room, Yongkai found a place to sit down cross-legged and think about his future plans. Although he had now reached an agreement with Guizhou, whether he could leave this continent by tearing the void was something he wasn't sure about. Just now, when he was being chased by Guizhou, he had tried to tear space several times but was only able to appear somewhere on this continent, unable to leave this place and arrive at Starfield, making him feel quite helpless. If this method didn't work, Guizhou would definitely not let him go, and when that time came he would die a more miserable death than anyone else. Fortunately, he could still buy some time, so Yongkai felt that he had to find a solution as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to let Guizhou see some hope. Hearing Shantu's voice from outside, Yongkai's expression changed as he raised his head and asked, "Senior, can my friend come in? You can let whoever you want in. In any case, there are many stone rooms here," Guizhou's voice sounded. Yongkai nodded, releasing his divine sense to inform Shantu's day. A moment later, Shantu walked in carrying several large and small bags. As he walked, he couldn't help marveling at the cultivation environment here, seemingly impressed by it. Arriving at the stone room where Yongkai was, Shantu gently put down the things he was carrying on his shoulders and said, "All the things Purple Star collected during this time are here. Lu Guichan didn't dare leave anything behind. There are also Saint Crystals." A beautiful figure flashed behind Shantu as the beautiful woman, Bai Ye, appeared in front of Yongkai with a smile. Yongkai stared at her for a moment before turning to look at Shantu's day. Shantu shrugged his shoulders and said, "She wanted to follow me in, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to carry so many things by myself. Little brother, I came here to apologize to you." Bai Ye put on a delicate and pitiful look, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, like a little girl who had done something wrong. Biting her thin red lips, she said in a pitiful voice, "You're a magnanimous person, can't you let bygones be bygones?" Her voice was soft and sweet, but her beautiful eyes were filled with bitterness. In the depths of her beautiful eyes, there seemed to be a strong sense of regret, making anyone who saw her feel like she was sincerely admitting her wrongs, making them want to protect her and forgive her for all her previous actions. Shantu, on the other hand, couldn't help shivering as he rubbed his arms in dissatisfaction. "Damn, you're making me feel goosebumps all over. Can't you speak properly? Why do you have to be so whiny?" Bai Ye glared at him fiercely before turning to Yongkai and smiling, "I know I'm cheap, but as long as little brother doesn't mind, I'll only listen to you from now on. I'll do anything you want and serve you like an ox or a horse without complaint." Shantu was surprised. "You also know you're cheap?" Bai Ye's face twitched as she looked like she couldn't wait to strangle Shantu. But in front of Yongkai, she didn't dare get angry, her pretty face turning ugly. "Serve you like an ox or a horse?" Yongkai's mouth curled into a playful smile. Bai Ye nodded firmly. "I'm sincere. What do you want?" Yongkai looked at her and asked. "Live," Bai Ye said concisely. "Good, since you're so honest, you'll follow me from now on." Yongkai gently nodded. Bai Ye's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly burst with a dazzling brilliance as she happily said, "Many thanks, little brother. This servant will do her best to serve you. I promise you I won't let you down." "And what should this servant call you from now on? Master?" A faint blush appeared on her face, as if she was a little shy, a little sincere, a little touching. Shantu couldn't help staring at her and shaking his head. "Woman, you really know how to act. If I didn't know your background, I'm afraid I would have been deceived by you." Anyone who saw her like this would probably feel some compassion and relax their vigilance towards her. "You two, master and servant, have fun. I won't disturb you," Shantu said before asking, "Yongkai, can I find a place to stay here?" "Good." Yongkai nodded. "Many thanks." Shantu grinned and was about to leave when he saw Yongkai toss him a jade bottle. Reaching out and catching it, Shantu asked, "What is this?" "A bottle of Saint Pills. Used for cultivation." Shantu laughed heartily. "Brother is quite considerate. Help yourself, I'll seal off my divine sense so I won't hear anything," he said meaningfully. and soon disappeared without a trace. Master, would you like this servant to help you massage your shoulders? You seem to be very tired. Baya stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, a strange red glow appearing on her slender white neck, and even her breathing seemed to become hotter. Saying so, regardless of whether Yang Kai agreed or not, Baya walked over to him, sat down cross-legged, and pressed her tender body against his, placing her two jade hands on Yang Kai's shoulders and gently massaging them. Her movements were as gentle as water, as if she was treating someone she was infatuated with. Her strength was just right. An inexplicable force stimulated Yang Kai's body through her fingertips, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely comfortable. The excessive fatigue he had felt from being chased by Guizhu instantly disappeared, and he was filled with vigor and vitality. Chapter 10:19. Your craftsmanship is quite good. Yang Kai was stunned. As long as master likes it. Baya whispered into Yang Kai's ear and said with some self-pity, this servant doesn't have any other skills, but she knows how to serve people. Serve men? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Baya giggled and didn't care about Yang Kai's teasing. Enough, don't try to use your beguiling techniques on me. They're useless against me, Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Baya's movements stiffened and she quickly withdrew her charm, forcing a smile. This servant is used to it. Please don't take offense, master. If I wanted a woman, there are 2 innocent women in the stone room next door. Even if you tried to seduce me, it would be useless. Master thinks my body isn't clean. Baya smiled bitterly and suddenly said, would you like me to teach those 2 girls a lesson? I'm quite good at teaching women. I can guarantee that they won't be able to resist master's charm and will willingly offer themselves to you. Not only will they let you do whatever you want, they'll also take the initiative to ask for more. Yang Kai's face went black. I'm regretting keeping you here. Baya didn't dare to say anything and obediently served Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally pressing her hot body and plump breasts against Yang Kai's back. After a while, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, you can withdraw and find a place to live. If I need you, I'll call you. Without my permission, you're not allowed to enter this place. Yes. Baya got up and walked away, her beautiful hips swaying. In the stone room next door, Miao leaned over and pressed her ear against the stone wall, suddenly calling out angrily, elder sister, Yang Kai actually hooked up with that woman Baya. He's too shameless. I think we really need to be on guard against him in the future. Hizeo sat cross-legged on the ground and remained silent. Oh, Guizhu didn't show up for half a month, and no one knew what he was doing. During this period of time, Yang Kai had been concentrating on cultivating without any distractions. In the stone room in the belly of the mountain, Hizeo, Miao, Shantu, and Baya were all safe and sound, especially Baya. She had changed her previous licentious nature and pledged her allegiance to Yang Kai, becoming more honest than anyone else, no longer acting frivolously like before. Unless Yang Kai summoned her, she would stay in her stone room and never come out. She knew very well that she couldn't move a character like Guizhu. So if she wanted to live, she could only work on Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was happy, she had a chance to survive. For this reason, she did not hesitate to become enemies with Lu Guiqian, and even handed over the compass artifact used to communicate with the Purple Star cultivator to Yang Kai to show her determination. Yang Kai had summoned her several times, but he hadn't done anything to her, which made Baya very puzzled. She didn't know if Yang Kai had some kind of problem, otherwise why would he be so indifferent towards women? She had made it clear that she wouldn't resist, so why wasn't he the slightest bit tempted? This young man was full of vigor and vitality, so his desire in that aspect was stronger than anyone else's. Could there really be some kind of problem with his body? Baya became more and more suspicious, the look in her eyes changing as she stared at Yang Kai, becoming somewhat sympathetic and pitiful. One day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see Guizhu standing quietly in front of him, staring straight at him, his expression fluctuating slightly. Yang Kai's body stiffened as his heart filled with shock. Yang Kai's current divine sense was quite outstanding, but he still couldn't detect when Guizhu had come here. It had to be said that this old monster's cultivation was simply too heaven-defying. Senior, Are you looking for me for something? Young Kai asked. Boy, have you forgotten your task? Guizhu said with some dissatisfaction. I didn't bring you here to improve your strength. Of course I haven't forgotten. It's just that the space territory of this continent hasn't completely stabilized yet, so even if I use my ability to tear space, I won't be able to detect anything. Yang Kai replied indifferently, hesitating for a moment before continuing. However, if Senior is in a hurry, I can inquire about something else. Something else? Guizhu showed a puzzled expression. That seven-colored sky. If I'm not mistaken, that seven-colored sky is the cage that binds this continent, and it is because of it that Senior is unable to leave. Guizhu's eyes lit up as he nodded heavily. Boy, you have good eyesight. The sky of this continent is filled with the various territory fields of the chaotic abyss, making it even stranger than the chaotic abyss itself, making it impossible for anyone to fly away from this continent. You being able to see this is beyond this old master's expectations. Since that's the case, I might as well inquire about it. Saying so, he directly grabbed Yang Kai and left the mountain like a bolt of lightning, arriving in the sky above the continent. By the time Yang Kai came back to his senses, he found that he was already standing 10,000 meters above the ground. Look around carefully. What else can you see? Guizhu stood beside Yang Kai and ordered lightly. Yang Kai nodded and released his divine sense in all directions. A moment later, he frowned and said, This place is indeed very chaotic, and even my divine sense can't find the right direction. The overlapping territory fields are interfering with my normal judgment. How large does Senior estimate this territory field covers? Guizhu pondered for a moment before saying, This continent isn't too big, so the range of this chaotic territory field shouldn't be too large, probably several thousand kilometers or even 10,000 kilometers. Every time I tear space, I can only teleport 600 to 700 kilometers at most. If this territory field covers such a large area, it means I would have to tear space at least a dozen times before I can escape from this territory field, and I can't make a single mistake. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. Difficult. If you think it's difficult, why should I keep you around? Guizhu sneered. It's better to kill you now and search your memories with a soul-searching technique while this old master finds a way to escape. Yang Kai chuckled. That's a last resort. Unless it's absolutely necessary, Senior doesn't want to do this, right? Guizhu coldly snorted. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Senior, please wait for half a month. After half a month, the continent's territory field should stabilize, and I'll find a way to escape. That's all we can do. Guizhu nodded helplessly. Does Senior have any other instructions? If not, Junior will take his leave first. Wait a moment. Guizhu raised his hand and said, suddenly reaching out and placing it on Yang Kai's shoulder. The next moment, an extremely cold force rushed into Yang Kai's body and swept through every inch of Yang Kai's physique like a swarm of locusts, inspecting him inside and out. Yang Kai paled, not knowing why Guizhu suddenly did this. The next moment, Guizhu's expression changed slightly as he waved his hand and summoned something into it. The demon mystic tome. Yang Kai's face suddenly became extremely ugly as his eyes flashed vigilantly as he stared at Guizhu. Do you think this old master can't sense the existence of this storage artifact in your body? Guizhu sneered. This old master simply doesn't put it in his eyes, but this thing is a bit strange. Where did you obtain it? The continent I came from. Yang Kai replied honestly. There seems to be some kind of inheritance inside it? Guizhu continued to ask. Yes. Yang Kai was shocked on the inside but remained calm on the surface. No wonder there are two completely different types of power in your body. There are also some strange external forces in your body. Yang Kai understood that the external forces Guizhu was referring to were the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress tattoos on his body. Boy, have you ever thought about fusing these two completely different forces together? Guizhu suddenly asked. Fusing together? Yang Kai was stunned. And you have two forces you can use, but don't you think it's inconvenient? Their attributes are polar opposites. If you use one, you'll have to temporarily give up on the other, right? Yes. If you can fuse these two forces together, your strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. What should I do? Please enlighten me, Senior. Yang Kai immediately shouted. Guizhu's words had opened his eyes to a whole new world and he couldn't help feeling excited. However, Guizhu simply rolled his eyes. How should I know? That's your problem, you figure it out yourself. However, this old master did see someone who was able to perfectly fuse ice and fire forces. That person was a strange genius. Whether you can do it or not will depend on your own efforts. This old master can't help you with this kind of thing as I have no experience with it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Then why is Senior telling me this? Because this old master thinks that the stronger you are, the better chance we have of leaving this place. And no matter how strong you are, you can't escape from this old master's palm. So this old master isn't worried about seeing you become stronger and is instead looking forward to it. Guizhu chuckled, not putting Yang Kai in his eyes at all. That's true. Yang Kai nodded with a wry smile. How could an Origin King Realm Star Master care about a small character like himself? Oh, there's actually a strange tree in this storage artifact of yours? It must have been thousands of years for it to grow to such an extent, right? Guizhu suddenly exclaimed, his divine sense wandering around Yang Kai's demon mystic tome, marveling at the existence of this divine tree. He didn't care about Yang Kai's ugly expression and continued to pry into the secrets of the demon mystic tome. What is this spirit liquid, spirit milk, and spirit cream? It seems to be quite good. Guizhu continued to be surprised. This spirit cream should be at least Saint King grade. Senior, can you give my things back to me? Yang Kai's face went dark as he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Guizhu sneered. Are you afraid this old master will covet your treasures? Don't worry, although these things are very good for you, they are of no use to this old master. And I won't steal them. Saying so, he continued to investigate. Suddenly, his expression changed and he exclaimed, you actually have this kind of thing? What? Yang Kai was stunned. Not understanding what Guizhu had discovered in the demon mystic tome that made him look like he had seen a ghost. Where did you get these? Guizhu stretched out his hand and pulled out 3 stones. One of them was blood red and contained a rich blood qi, the blood essence stone Yang Kai had obtained before. The other 2 were strange pitch-black round stones. These round stones had many lines that resembled the meridians of a human body, and if one listened carefully, one would be able to hear a rhythmic sound coming from these round stones. Yang Kai looked at Guizhu's slightly changed expression and suddenly realized that these 2 pitch-black round stones should have a great origin. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.